Oh. Hmm. Are we around? Let me check. We're on Twitch as well. Wait, what? Am I live? Or is there... My software is being weird. Oh no. Hang on. On YouTube. Why am I not on Twitch? Am I on Twitch? Should be on Twitch. Yeah, I am. Yeah, okay. We're good. Okay. Let me do an announcement. Okay. I think my my dual stream software is being weird. But that doesn't matter. That's not a big deal. Like it's just stuck on a buffering screen even though it's live. But we'll manage. We got the chats working. That's all that matters. Okay. So, what are we doing? Apparently, I've been mentioned in a couple of videos. So, we might need to do some drama farming or whatever the fuck. Whatever we call it. Toxic box farming. Ooh. Dual chat mode initiated. What's on today's agenda? Well, we're going to watch Jeremy Corbyn on Piers Morgan. And then we're going to watch Hunter Avalone on... What'd you call it? On Jubilee. That's probably what we'll do. This is... I don't know what Quills actually is saying here. Just because the omniliberal and box loner are willing to accept the status quo doesn't mean that you should get a haircut. Bro. Okay. Oh god. Oh no. Did you see Hasan's audience get triggered because he's more charitable to you than to Bad Empanada? No way. Where? Like when he was streaming? I did not see that, no. Where? On Twitch? Sorry, it's not my fault Bad Empanada shoots himself in the fucking foot and then complains that he can't walk properly. It's not my why is that my fault? It's funny because he could totally be like the darling of like brain rot tanky YouTube, but he keeps on smearing his face and shit and then wondering why people don't like him. Weird. But I don't know what you're referring to. How do you stop yourself getting black pilled over everything right now? I don't think I do. I'm pretty black pilled. I don't know. Let me see. What is Quibbles actually saying here? That's what I want to know. And why is my... Here, look. What do I do about this? Why is this the thing? Why is this a thing? Offline, offline. Why? Why is this fucking with me? Hasan's about to debate a chatter. Really?
The Gaza Strip is controlled by a terrorist dictatorship, and shooting at the terrorist dictatorship won't change that fact. Israel can take out a couple commanders. They might, if they're lucky, even be able to free some small minority of the Israeli hostages. If they're lucky, they might destroy a few tunnels, but they're not going to end Hamas. It can't happen. I know that. Destiny knows that. Lonerbox knows that. The Biden administration knows that. Israel knows that.
Remember the
and Hamas, as well as their backers in Iran, are counting.
Thanks, Trans Rights Crab. Really appreciate the sub. I love Palestine. Well, good for you.
On
Good.
that. We all know that Hamas can't be taken out in a couple of strikes, or even thousands. But we can end the dictatorship. It's unpopular to say that, or rather, it's popular to say that so long as you don't admit what would actually be required to get there. To end the dictatorship of Hamas requires that Israel occupy Gaza. The Gaza Strip.
I'm just saying, though, Israel occupies Gaza. Okay, what does that look like? You've got a bunch of IDF soldiers. Remember, Israel's a small country. You got a bunch of IDF soldiers wandering around. Half of them have lost someone they know in the October 7th attacks. And they're looking around at these Gazans being like, were you one of the ones celebrating in the street? And the Palestinians living in Gaza, everyone knows multiple people who have died just in the last fucking 10 years or 20 years since the Gaza wars began. And they're looking around at the IDF being like, were you one of those? Like, how the fuck do you expect this to be a sustainable state of affairs? I'm sorry. You think Israel occupying Gaza, like security occupation of Gaza, after everything that's happened, it's going to be anything other than just riots every day, people getting murdered, like in the back of fucking around street corners, people getting arrested with no trial and detained. Like, what do people think is going to happen here? The problem, this is just, I don't know what this is. That's what, you know what it is? Is this paternalistic, this like, oh, it'll be all chill, you know, like there's much more room for improvement under Israeli occupation, the army that just ostensibly murdered or killed like 40,000 people to achieve their objective, and now they're just wandering around Gaza. It's this colonizer mindset. It's what it is, right? To think it's going to be like post World War II Germany, yeah, it's just it's, hmm. President Sunday didn't even know about Camp David. I did watch that. Yeah, I watched a bit of that. That was a strange
Remember the
conversation.
Holodomor?
Aramisk, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that. Because Destiny and Sunday spoke yesterday. Yeah. Well, can you explain why you think it's so distinct from World War II Germany? Because by the time of the end of World War II, and probably leading up to the end of World War II, Germans were done with Nazis, I think. Nazis were never massively, massively popular anyway. The most votes that they won in a fair and free election was 37%. They lost 2 million votes. And then they had to censor everyone and murder all their opponents before they could win their like 44, 45% of the vote. And then after that, a lot of people jump on board for convenience or for capital, like social capital and all that. But by the time the war is ending and all the leadership are dead, it's like, I don't know. I don't feel like Germans were very much married to the Nazi cause under Allied occupation throughout. Like there wasn't going to be that much instinct. And also the remaining Nazis in Germany who probably were running around the forests or doing guerrilla warfare, whatever. I don't even know how much of that there was, if there was any. Even them, they were not getting backed by foreign powers like Iran or Qatar or fucking Russia, right? So it's just so incomparable, right? It's so incomparable. And also, Germany had a path to statehood at the end of what was happening with the Allies. You think there's any guarantee that Israel reoccupying Gaza is going to be a path to statehood? Okay, well, sorry, what the fuck am I typing here? Sorry. Um, Wait. Should I go further?
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Fuck. Shit, one letter, come on. One letter struggle. What? Oh, why is my one letter struggle? Sorry. Okay. Imagine not having a blue check. Should I get a blue check? What do you get for a blue check? I don't think I've never thought, damn, my life would be so much better if I had more things on Twitter. Videos mute. I know the video's mute. I had it looping. Sorry, I'm not we've played it. Dugan Nash, thanks for the $2, and Azrael, thanks for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. Okay. Your stuff gets prioritized in the algorithm. Videos mute. Oh, thank you. I had no idea the video was muted. Okay, sorry. God damn it. No, I didn't. I'm fine with the word count. Colonizer mindset. Bruh. The only people who can occupy Gaza would have to be like the UN, right? Am I being crazy? Do we really think that the Gazans right now and the IDF are going to coexist in a Gazan occupation? And that wouldn't just be the most unbelievable like disaster? Oh shit. Colonizer mindset. Okay, sorry. So why is Hasan talking to a chatter? What?
I think I'm gonna bring this guy up because
Oh, Willy
he's
Mack.
just eating good off this shit. Okay.
Okay. Oh no, not Willy Mack. Is Hasan debating people now? We are so fucking back. Ooh. Okay. Wow. Whatever, dude. He's a debate groomer. Yeah. Did he have a debate or what? Whatever. I'll see stuff on YouTube when it comes. Willie Mack had you in the recent vid. Ooh. Damn. Whoa. Discourse. Let's go. I realistically could make a third Hasan video. That's how deep the contradictions go. His spine is made of paper. He's a man with no principle. Like what? Like headmaster. Okay. He just wants to be seen as right while people pog out in chat. I'd love to hear your incredibly sound analysis on Israel. Please come on the stream and enlighten me in your perspective. Hey! Debate Necrophile Hasan returns. I don't even know why he doesn't do it more often. Hasan's good at debating, isn't he? I feel like he navigates conversations like fairly effectively, even if I think it's maybe a bit whatever propagandist or whatever he calls himself. Yeah. Colonizer mindset, bro. Colonizer mindset. I'm sorry. Okay, stop. Stop. What am I looking at here? Talks. Oh no, who the fuck is this? This is that. This is that cat person. No, I don't want to. I want to look at her. No. What's this? This guy's. He's such a. This guy is such a drama creator. Like, the epitome.
Spent a large majority of my last video criticizing Hasan's poor news coverage. And since then, has he taken the criticism in good faith, becoming a better political commentator? No, of course not. It's Hasan. He's delusional. He hasn't changed a bit. He will still sit there blindly saying stuff about Gaza while the article on stream is proving him wrong.
But genuinely, what's your alternative? All right, Quibbles. If I don't know, I don't know. That's it. I'm not gonna suggest, like, if someone opens up the hood of a car, right, and the car's fucked, you know what I'm gonna say? Nothing. I don't know anything about cars. Okay. If you're talking about occupying Gaza, the only way that works, or the only way anything potentially optimistic comes from that, is it's occupied by a third party, as if like the UN is there, or some fucking NATO force, or like someone that, like, I don't know, not every Palestinian has lost like 10 fucking family members to, right? Not the IDF. No, the IDF is not occupying Gaza. There'll be fights, there'll be riots every fucking day. There'll be a third intifada. Israelis will go further right than someone who's just had their right leg blown off. That's not a good idea. It's a bad idea. Okay. If you don't know, the takeover, Israel and Egypt imposed a blockade over the strip as a way to stop them from importing weapons. I said that. And also any secondary materials that could be used to make weapons. Just by their own admission alone, we know that they have the capacity to produce their own weapons with support from Iran.
Yeah, no, I don't. I think that's bullshit too. Again, like, that's what Israel claims, and that's the reason why.
That's what Hamas claims. That's what Hamas claims.
The receipt is right in
Yeah, we have local factories for everything, for rockets with ranges of 250 kilometers, 460 kilometers, 80 kilometers, and 10 kilometers. We have factories for mortars and their shells. We have factories for Kalashnikovs and their bullets. We're manufacturing the bullets with permission from the Russians. We're building it in Gaza. Head of Hamas National Relations Abroad is quoted as saying. Yeah. Hasan's talking about me. Is he? Let's see. Hasan is open to talk with you. Okay. Hasan just said he would debate you. Okay.
Apartheid state. Yeah. And to me, there is not much to debate on that front.
Community hates you. Used to be worse. The bad up and out of fans are so incoherent. Let me see. I'll find him on Twitter, see if he's DMing me. Hasan just wants to debate now. Why is he furious? Is he fuming? Hmm. Animator Broman, thanks for the $2. I hate this complex topic. Give it to the Ottomans. Okay, he just wants to prove he's not a puss. He thinks you'll agree on everything. Well, that's the thing. I need to think about what I need to think about what an actual good disagreement is, because most of my disagreement with Hasan right now is like a rhetorical thing. The one state, I just don't like talking about one state. I just hated that discussion so much. Hmm. Let me see. I'll just DM him. Uh, hmm. Uh, hmm. Okay, send him a DM. War.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
What was I going to look for? Resolution 1.5. Do not cuck the content. What was the resolution? The 5th 1547. I need to remember that one. Kelly Jean. He's watching your stream right now. Okay. Hi, Hasan. Wait, is he replying on Twitter? Oh, okay. Okay. Apparently we're getting Chinese whispers. We're getting telephone. Okay. Whew. Think he's more focused on that Willy Mac guy. Did I see this video? No, I didn't actually watch this one.
Front
This
of
is
him.
my
And despite his
cameo. Okay.
bias being on full display, describing himself as a self-propagandist.
Make no mistake, the posters are propaganda. Of course they are. But
Yeah,
just
the
like
thing is, if you're like a socialist, you think everyone does propaganda, right? That's the idea. I remember the very first socialist newspaper I used to
Loner
subscribe
box,
to. I used to
you
get like a
smarmy
weekly fucking
cuck
delivery,
bastard.
and they would be like, "Yeah, we're propagandists, but so is everyone else." You know, they're all propagandists for liberal democracy, is what they would say. Teb with the 1790 shekels. Thanks very much. Have some shekels for another colonizer mindset appreciation stream. That's me.
I do propaganda, right?
Will at the same time claim that his coverage has been even-handed.
Since day one, I have been incredibly even-handed and incredibly tempered.
Propaganda isn't bad, Tina. Yeah, I don't like. You can make the argument that like liberal outlets, like you're gonna have to. You have a bias to some set of values, right? But I don't think that means because I don't consider myself a propagandist because I don't consider myself even like an advocate. I don't do that. Like I don't have my like ideological goals and I just gear my content all the way towards that. Like I just like to learn things. That's what I like to do. Or just to yeah. That's what I'm more interested in. And sometimes occasionally usually that brings me to left-wing conclusions. Every now and then it'll bring me to like a right-wing or liberal or center conclusion. I'll just do that. Like, I don't think I'm in a position where I need to cater to a particular like audience. I don't like being in that position. You won't win. Thanks for the sub. Pie Week, thanks for the tier month sub. The tier 1 sub. Jesus. Thanks for the content stuff, DGGL. Hey. Oh well. I kind of disagree with that. All right, sorry. Okay, hang on. Okay. I don't know. I think I'm gonna offer to do something in maybe a day or two because I can just like look through old content and catch see if I can catch anything. If there's anything that pops out. Okay, for now I'm gonna watch Corbyn and Pierce Morgan, okay? Why are there 5 clips but not the actual thing? Why are there 5 segments but not the... Is this the whole thing? It only lasted 18 minutes. Okay. Oh no, why is Corbyn's... the facial expressions. It's not quite jank, but... Okay. Alright, guys. You're missing a big opportunity, I think. Okay. Let me just start watching this, or... Let me get a notepad up. Disagreements. I think when he says one state solution, that's a really boring conversation, but let's see. Full right of return? I think the way, like... That might be minutia as well, but let's see. What else? Ceasefire? I don't really... No. Baby settler. Oh yeah, settlers. Settlers are civilians. What kind of violence is acceptable? That might be a good one. Open air prison, river to the sea. I mean, not after Ethan's just said the whole thing. My way of dealing with things like river to the sea is if it freaks you out, just ask one more question. Just be like, okay, what does that mean? Does that mean binational state, or does that mean all the Israelis leave? And then you got your answer, you know. Hamas human shields, maybe. I think if the right of return debate would be about how much Arab countries are to blame for the refugee crisis because of how bad they are to Palestinians. Okay. And maybe oppressor oppressed. Okay, well, see what he says. If he doesn't want to do tomorrow or the day after, we're going to do something more. Okay.
Well, welcome back. I'm joined now by the editors of the new anthology, Poetry for the Many, but a rather unlikely anthologist, former Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn and former Unite.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Jesus Christ, sorry. I think Piers Morgan, his content on this has been some of the better stuff because he just brings so many different people on. The problem is, I guess he pushes back a lot harder on the pro-Palestine people, especially if he thinks they're not going to be too clear on their views on Hamas. But I think it's been a while since we've seen vintage Piers Morgan where he just screams and gets really angry. But apparently the cycle is broken. Let's go.
General Secretary Len McCluskey. Well, welcome to both of you. I certainly wasn't expecting you to grace my studio, so thank you for coming in. Right, Jeremy, let me start with you. You were at this march on Saturday and you were speaking there. And as you know, it was a controversial march. From my point, I think a lot of people there are there for the right reasons. They're there because they genuinely believe that they want to have a ceasefire in Gaza and stop more people being killed. I understand that. But there are people there, and we've seen all the images.
Thanks, Harstar. Really appreciate that. Didn't he call Hamas his friends? It's like Hamas and Hezbollah, I think. He said he regretted it afterwards. Yeah, he's a bit odd. A bit of an odd person, Jeremy Corbyn.
All over social media who are blatant anti-Semites and in some cases blatantly supporting Hamas. What do you feel about that?
Well, they weren't taking part in the march that was organised by PSC and Stop the War.
Well, they were there.
Well,
they've been. I've seen the images.
The equivalent of the crowd of 10 Cup finals came to London on Saturday to march for peace in Gaza because they're appalled at what's happening there. And there were people there who wanted a ceasefire. There was
but what about the ones
placards there calling for the release of...
I've already said that.
Calling for the
Corbyn is quite good at behaving like a doctor who's dealing with a hypochondriac. He's very good at that. The problem is with the wrong person, they just walk all over you. And I have a feeling there was that one. It was 2017. He debated Paxman, and Paxman was trying his like sneering, horse-faced fucking gallop down Corbyn's throat, and Corbyn's just sitting back there like, "Are you gonna abolish the Queen?" And Corbyn's like, "No." Yeah, it was really good. It was a really good performance. The problem is he's got very strange sympathies for groups that he doesn't really need to have sympathies for, like apparently Hamas. I don't know. I don't even know if it's sympathies. I feel like maybe he just feels like it's more nuanced, or he feels like he's got a more intellectual perspective on it or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. He doesn't really. He gets himself into a rut that he really doesn't need to be in.
The release of
I've acknowledged
hostages.
that. I'm concerned about the ones who were chanting death to the Jews, the
shit.
ones who were wearing Hamas regalia, the ones who were
They should have
chanting...
been arrested by the police. Every protest that's ever taken place in London, and I've been on many of them,
London.
always has a group of people there to cause trouble. They're normally dealt with by the police. Don't be asking Jeremy or the people who organised a perfectly legitimate.
Oh, that's not in good taste. Ooh, shit.
Why shouldn't I ask
protest.
someone who's helped organise it?
No, he didn't help organise.
Well, you just said he
It was
did,
a
didn't you?
speaker. It was the speaker.
All right, well, let me ask you this. So he's answered emphatically, should have been arrested.
Well,
Do you agree?
If they're breaking the law and showing illegal signs, then obviously the police have to act.
So anybody
Wait,
who...
can I just be
let
clear?
me just ask you a simple question.
You seem to be
Hang on, Joe.
over-concerned with...
With anti-Semitism?
No, I did not.
I am.
Don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say that. What I was about to say was, you seem to be minimising the fact that 800,000 people, one of the very biggest demonstrations in our
300,000.
history. Well,
It was 300,000.
okay. Well, a
I'm not-
march that
That's what I mean. Is like he's clearly just read the press release from the people who ran the protest because they're the only ones who said 800,000 people were there. This is, again, you're a politician, Jeremy Corbyn. You need to be like, yes, the majority of the protesters were mostly peaceful. We always need to stand strong and be steadfast against anti-Semitism. It is a scourge in our society. We need to let people know that it won't be tolerated. I'm glad that these people at this protest were a minority of a minority. But bigotry, we never stop fighting. That's it. Yeah, that just say that. God, that not I think you're over concerned with, oh no, it's just such a handover, you know? Especially in the face of a certified debate grave robber, okay? Especially.
Minimising your description of the size of the crowd, but I'm not minimising, as I said,
march that extends from Battersea to Marble Arch.
Yeah, but I
There's
said
gotta
at the
be a lot of
start. I
people.
said at the start, the majority of people there were for well-intentioned reasons, right? But,
Okay.
yeah,
But
he
what
was.
what do you want, Pierce? Do you want us to say that anybody engaged in anti-Semitism we condemn out of hand? Because we've been doing that, both of us, all our
Well,
lives.
no, what was interesting, Len, was
Birchell Muesli with the 5 CHF. One day I'll remember what that currency is. Are you a socialist? And if yes, how do you think goods should be distributed? Yeah, and I think they should be distributed, delivered to your door, delivered to people's doors by your mum, like a porn script. Mixolydian, thanks for the 5 New Zealand. What would you do if DJ Mule came up to Scotland and started woke scolding you about being a debate bro, misogynist, racist, liberal in person?
Smarmy, cuck
I don't
bastard.
know. Probably laugh at him. What do you think? What should I do?
was that you were emphatic that you said they should all be arrested. Do you, Jeremy, think they
If
should all be
people have
arrested?
broken the law and the police feel there's a case for it, then of course they can do that, and they did do that in some cases. But I want you to understand the size of this demonstration, the peaceful nature of it. A very large number of Jewish people in the Jewish bloc also carrying placards calling for the release of hostages. This was a cry of all kinds of people, Jewish, Muslim, Hindu, Buddhist, Christian,
no question.
everything,
No question.
calling for an urgent ceasefire. I think the question you should be asking is, why hasn't our government listened to what ordinary people are saying?
Well, because they don't agree that there should be a ceasefire. And there are, I think, very arguable points about that, which we're going to come to. The previous guest says you haven't condemned what Hamas did on October the 7th. Have you?
Of course I have, on every speech.
And do you unreservedly condemn it?
At every speech I've made, I've utterly condemned the killing of October the 7th. And it was a taking of innocent life. It was totally wrong under any circumstances.
Hey.
You don't bring back the tragedy of those 1,400 deaths by killing 10,000 people in Gaza. You have to have a process that leads to a ceasefire that hopefully...
How do you get... Do you think Hamas should stay in charge of the Palestinians
It's not for
in
us
Gaza?
to decide who's in charge.
What's your opinion?
Wait a minute.
I'll tell you how to get rid of Hamas dead easy.
Go on.
Get the Israeli government to comply with international law, withdraw from the occupied territories, dismantle illegal settlements, and build a viable Palestine, which is the United Nations position, it's the British government's position, it's the American
Why would that
position.
stop Hamas behaving
Well,
like
because
terrorists?
there would not be a need for Hamas.
So what justifies what they did on October the 7th?
So if Pierce were a more skilled debate abortion doctor, he would if Pierce were more of a skilled debate back alley abortion doctor, he would probably say something like, well, are the funders of Hamas oppressed? Why are they wanting to destroy Israel? Why does Iran's not being occupied? Why are they why are they funding the fuck out of Israel's enemies? Why Hezbollah? You think those countries would be cool with two states in in the region? No, they wouldn't be. That's what Pierce should be asking if he wants to take that position. But now he's just going to pivot because Pierce is like not that clever.
I think justifies
So
it. It was disgraceful.
they're a bunch of medieval barbarians.
It was disgraceful.
Yeah, but they're not going to listen to
But,
any
Anna, it's
reason.
interesting. It's interesting.
Their
that-
charter
it's
is a
interesting-
nihilistic view of Israel and
it's
getting rid of them.
It's interesting that you always have on the screens, like many other media, the war between Israel and Hamas. It's not a war between Israel and Hamas.
It is.
It's between Israel and the Palestinian people.
No, but it's not, though.
Thousands
It's
and
not.
thousands. So you agree with thousands of people, women and children, being killed?
No, I don't agree with 1,500 being killed on October the 7th.
Neither do I.
But I do agree. Let me explain what I do agree with.
Can I put something
Let me
to you?
explain to you.
Can I put something to you?
Let me just clarify my position.
Give
It
me
might
a
be
chance.
helpful.
Give me a
Because
chance.
I've had lots of
Give
pro-Palestinian
it a
guests on this
chance.
show,
Can I
as you may
finish?
or may
And
not
you've
be
been
aware.
very
It's so
good on
English.
I've tried to be very fair, but I've been consistent about my own opinion. I think after what Hamas did on October the 7th, it is utterly inconceivable that Hamas remain in power in Gaza. Inconceivable.
Support Hamas. I'm not a friend of Hamas. I don't agree.
You used to
with
call
it.
them friends.
No, hang on.
Hamas.
We did.
No, Karen, let's get this clear.
We did say that you
Hang
were
on,
friendly with
Piers,
us.
can you hang on a second? Let me just...
Is that not true?
Can I say something very clearly?
Yes.
To you, which I've said many times, and I said it on Andrew Marr 2 weeks ago. 10 years ago, I was in a private meeting in the House of Commons with a number of people who were representative of different Palestinian groups. It was an attempt to understand their views and to bring people together. For a short time, a person who was related to Hamas left the room. And I said, in a collegiate, a friendly and appropriate way, as you would at any meeting, where's our friend from Hamas gone?
Right.
That's all I said. And that...
So you called Hamas friends?
No. Oh, come on.
Well, come on.
Piers.
You just admitted
How
it.
many times have you sat in a meeting and called somebody a friend?
I wouldn't say my friends from the IRA. I wouldn't say my friend from ISIS. I wouldn't say my friend from Al Qaeda.
Look,
you said my friend from Hamas. No, you might have changed, Jeremy. You might have changed your mind.
No, Piers.
Which you're perfectly entitled to do.
Piers.
And my understanding is you do now regret what you
You are
said.
obsessed
With
tittle-tattle of politics. Of
Really?
Something that happens 10 years ago. Why
English discourse. Tittle tattle.
don't
You think-
why don't you instead
you
concentrate
think
on
people
this?
supporting
Hang on,
Hamas
let me
is
finish.
tittle-tattle?
Let me finish. Give me a chance.
can I
Really?
finish?
Yeah, give me a chance. Let me finish. How do you think people in Palestine feel under occupation? How do you think it's like, what it's like growing
I know
up,
how they feel.
growing up with a soldier outside your house?
I think-
How do you feel? How would you feel
Well, can I
if
answer?
your land was being taken
Can
and
I
a
answer?
settlement put in? How would you feel if your children were being bombed in a hospital?
Can I
in Gaza?
answer?
Yeah, please.
Okay, I had a Palestinian doctor on here a few days ago who'd lost over 30 members of his family. Right, he grew up on the Jabili refugee camp.
Yeah.
His parents were
I'm
displaced.
sorry, wait. Do I need to... Sorry, Twitter drama. God damn it. It's not even drama, it's just discourse. But, like, do I need to spell out why this is not the same as Japan? Do I need to spell out why Israel reoccupying Gaza is not the same as occupying Japan post-war? Again, there was no... As far as I know, in occupied Japan post-World War, there was no international foreign power backing the Imperial Japan revivalist faction, arming them to the teeth, feeding them fucking weapons through tunnels, funding them in the billions. Like, I feel like that variable is quite important, you know? God.
In 1948, and they ended up in a refugee camp where he then lost 3 of his daughters were killed in an Israeli strike on a home he had finally got for himself. He then emigrated.
But why is that bad? What the fuck? I hate you guys. I hate you so much.
And has now been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. He was in tears at this desk in that seat. So I don't need to be told. I've said
Piers, let me
that
ask you
the
another
way
question.
that Israel is able even today to turn the tap on of water and energy and fuel into Gaza is wrong. Palestinians should have the same human rights as people in
Good.
Israel.
Exactly.
I'm unequivocal about
Absolutely.
that. But I'm also unequivocal in my head that Hamas has to go. And so the
Hamas-
question for you, Len, and for you, Jeremy, but the question is, if Israel doesn't do it like they're doing it, how do they get
I've
rid of
just
Hamas?
give you the answer.
A terror
before.
group.
But
hang on, Len, hang on.
No, Piers. I give you the answer before. And
but I don't-
I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay.
Do you condemn the Israeli government for the occupied settlements that are growing and have been growing for decades and are against international law? Do you condemn that?
Yes.
Fine. Then the best way to get rid of any extremism that exists in nations and groups is to comply with international law and make certain that Palestine is given a viable. And I'll finish with this question.
Go on.
If we all believe in a two-state solution, why doesn't our government recognise the state of Palestine? Why did they only recognise the state of Israel?
I think you can only have
It's
a two-state.
hypocrisy
I think
at its highest
you can only
level.
have a two-state solution, but in this particular part of this very long conflict, you have a situation where Hamas now represents an existential threat to Israel. And they've repeated it last week. Their spokesman from Hamas repeatedly said, when he was challenged, we want to do this again and again and again and again. Well, let me ask Jeremy a question.
Come on,
Look,
can we...
I want to come back to this thing about what do you do with Hamas? Do you keep them in power?
Israel
just
is
told you.
claiming it is...
Well, not from him.
He agrees with the Israeli government.
No, you wouldn't
withdrawing
answer. I
from
said, would you keep Hamas in power? You wouldn't answer.
They wouldn't be in power.
Can you not speak for him? It's not a
For
puppet
God's
show.
sake.
It's not a puppet show, Len.
It's not a puppet
He's allowed
show.
to answer for himself.
Of course he is.
Well,
but
let him answer.
The reality
Let
is...
him answer,
The
Len.
reality
Don't
is,
talk for Jeremy Corbyn.
All you want to do is bully
Look at
people.
these fucking debate mud wrestlers over here. What the fuck? These debate lolicon enjoyers. Oh no.
Who am I bullying?
You're bullying constantly.
There's two of you.
Okay.
Piers.
One's run a party in the country. One's run a major union. Are you really feeling bullied, Len
I'm
McCluskey?
not.
Do me a favour.
I'm not.
Do me a bloody
I'm not
favour. Do
feeling
me a
bullied.
bloody favour.
I'm not
Let me
feeling
come back to
bullied
Jeremy
at all.
Corbyn, if I may, without you speaking for him.
Can I put it this way?
Would you get rid of Hamas?
Can I say
You can
something?
answer my question.
No, can I say something?
Would you get rid of Hamas?
Listen, can I say
Yes or no?
Thank you. Can I say something? Thank you. Israel claiming it is conducting legitimate self-defense. Where is legitimate self-defense pre-ordering the bombing of a hospital knowing there are children in it? Where is legitimate self-defense?
You've heard their
of
argument
bombing
about
a school?
that. They believe that Hamas, and this has been corroborated, by the way, by everyone from
10,000
Bill
people have
Clinton.
died.
Bill Clinton is on the record as saying that, this is years ago, he's on the record as saying that Hamas 5, 6, 7 years ago, in fact, you know what? Let's listen to him say it himself. Here.
Hamas is really smart. When they decide to rocket Israel...
Bill Clinton. Oh, God. Like, I forgot the way he talks. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Oh, no. Bill Clinton. Let's go.
Insinuate themselves in the
Debate
hospitals,
Willy.
in the schools, in the highly populous areas. I killed myself to give the Palestinians a state. I had a deal they turned down that would have given them all of Gaza, all of Gaza, between 96 and 97% of the West Bank, compensating land in Israel.
So, two things then. We'll come to the second part in a moment. But he's crystal clear, Bill Clinton, in 2016. He was president of the United States for 2 terms, right? That Hamas were using hospitals, schools, mosques and others deliberately. And they don't care about Palestinian lives. They don't care about them. They knew when...
Is that 96% number true? It's true for the Clinton parameters in 2000. Camp David, I think, was like 91, then it moved up to 93, 94, I think. Well, yeah, the 96, 97 area was like the Clinton parameters. Palestinians didn't really turn down the Clinton parameters. I think the first thing, their response to it was quite negative, but they went to the Taba summit. They had negotiations there. The problem was that by then, the Second Intifada was in its first year. So Barak got fucking booted by Sharon. Sharon did not want to negotiate with Arafat. And then Arafat accepted the deal, but he accepted it about 18 months after it was after there was a final offer. It's just, But by then, Sharon was done with it. So I don't know. I think there is good reason to believe Arafat was never interested, but in any case, did Israel turn down the Clinton parameters? I don't think so. I don't think Barack did, no. Barack declared he accepted it on 31st of December. I think the Clinton parameters were announced in December. So, yeah. But he wouldn't accept right of return to Israel and sovereignty over the Temple Mount. Yeah. Yeah. You know, Arafat was Egyptian. Or at least his opponents called him Egyptian because he was born there and grew up there.
When they did what they did on October the 7th, there was going to be a massive reaction by Israel. They knew thousands of innocent Palestinians would die. They don't care about their people. So my question for you, Jeremy, which you haven't answered, Jeremy,
there are
and I want you to answer.
Dead already.
I know.
How many more are there going to be before this is over? How many more wholly innocent Palestinian children are going to be killed because of Israeli
Answer my
policy?
question.
Nixiladian, thanks for the 2 New Zealands. Pierce said, I'm from Rizrael. Call me IDF chef. Okay.
Answer my question.
A ceasefire means a ceasefire.
They are not
both sides.
Right. Would you have said ceasefire, as this is the Israeli argument back at you, would you have said ceasefire to the Allied forces in World War II against the Nazis when they went after cities like Dresden and killed tens of thousands of people in one night? Would you have said ceasefire, or would you have said you keep going until you finish and defeat the enemy? That's their argument.
That's a debate pig fucker if I ever saw one.
Or with a group that wants to remove Israel completely and kill every Jew they can get their hands on.
Let's go one debate without someone quoting the Goebbels numbers on how many people died in Dresden. If Corbyn says 70% of Dresden died, are you willing to pay that price, Mr. Morgan? Oh no. Come on, let's just go one debate without people doing the Goebbels numbers.
Now, I've asked you repeatedly.
Without
I want you to
wishing to rehearse everything in the Second World War, I think military targets should be industrial and military targets.
Right, but a lot of German
homes and hospitals.
As you know, a lot of German civilians died in the process of taking on the Nazis. So my question again, and just answer this question: would you keep Hamas in power?
It's not up to you.
What's your opinion?
No, hang on a minute.
You're expressing plenty of other opinions, aren't you?
Can you calm down a minute?
Can I ask you a question?
You know, I'm sorry.
Calm down a minute.
If you think Hamas should stay in power, say so.
Can I ask you?
Well, I wanted to answer the question.
Can I ask you?
No, he can answer it.
Can I ask you a question?
It's not a puppet show, Len.
Can I ask you?
Why won't you say Hamas should go?
You are a very strange form of interviewing.
Am I?
Where you interrupt, shout, and abuse.
Call him a debate. I don't even know. Call him a debate nonce. Call him a debate 2-pin din plug. What are the other weird British terms for nonce that I've heard? A debate shrub rocketeer.
You'll get.
Well, you refuse to answer my question, and he keeps trying to answer it for you.
No, I'm going to ask you a question.
No, I'm not going to ask me a question, Len.
Interrogator?
It's not your show, it's mine. And I keep asking you the same question. Would you keep Hamas in power?
What I said was there has to be a ceasefire. A ceasefire has to be both sides. That ceasefire will then hopefully develop into a longer-term peace.
Well, you think Israel can do...
Hang on a minute.
You think Israel can do peace with Hamas?
Israel has been talking to Hamas for 20 years.
You think they can do peace with them after October the 7th?
They've been listen, October the 7th was abominable and appalling. That we're agreed.
And you think Israel can do peace with people that did that?
I managed to get 2 sentences in between...
Because you won't answer my question.
Look... If you want to have a discussion, fine.
Answer my question.
If you want to just shout at me, that's your prerogative,
should Hamas,
your TV, your show.
Should Hamas stay in power?
Listen, what I said was a ceasefire means a ceasefire. It means both sides have to cease fire.
Yeah.
It means you then...
No, you said that. Should Hamas stay in power? It's actually
Are you done yet?
It's actually a critical question.
Are you done yet?
It's a critical question.
Are you done yet?
No, it's the question.
Are you done yet?
Should they stay in power?
Telling me as this is also quite a weak thing, is when you you don't have that much time. You can't just have a conversation about the conversation with like, are you done yet? Yeah. Debate slave owner. Oh shit. This is where he could say that Pierce has a colonizer mindset. It's not up to us. Palestinians can vote for who they want to. You know, that should be his response.
Are you done yet?
This country says they're a terror group. Do you agree? Or should they stay in power?
Listen, I do not approve, support, or welcome Hamas.
Are they a terror? Are they a terror group?
Everybody knows what they are.
Are they a terror group?
Look, Piers,
can you say it?
Piers, can we have a discussion?
Can you say it?
Can we have a discussion?
Can you call them a terror
Piers,
group? Jeremy?
Can we have a discussion?
Can you call them a terror
Piers,
group?
Is it possible to have a rational discussion?
Are you
with
prepared to call Hamas a terror group?
Is it possible to have a rational discussion with you? Is it possible? Come on, answer that question.
You can't, can you?
You answer it.
No, it's my show. You answer my question.
Well,
are Hamas a terror group?
Listen, can I?
Are they a terror group?
Piers, can I speak?
Answer the question.
Can I speak?
Are they a terror group?
Piers.
No, then, no.
If you let me speak,
Are they a terror group?
If you'll let me speak,
Piers.
I'll say something.
Go on then.
A ceasefire means both sides.
You said that. Are they a terror group?
Listen, I said that.
Are
because
they a
that
terror
is part
group?
of the process.
Are they a terror
and
group?
Can we go?
Why can't you say it?
Piers, can we go through what ought to be happening?
Just answer my question.
Why do you think
Are Hamas a terror
nations
group?
in the world are calling for a ceasefire?
Are
Why do you
Hamas
think
a
they
terror
are?
group?
Come on, answer that. Give it to me.
No.
Oh, it's so can he not just say no? What I don't even know. Is there like even an agreed upon fucking definition of what a terror group is? Like, I'm pretty sure a terror group is just like an organization that commits crimes almost always against civilians in order to sort of like incite fear into a population to drive their decision making, right? It's like, just say they're that. They're obviously that. You could. Oh, so the IDF? Ugh. Yeah, okay. Ugh. For Palestinians, they're not. Okay. I don't know. If you're a politician, just say, yeah, they are, and then let's talk about the real issues.
You've got
not your show.
You've got so many opinions.
Why should I answer yours when you won't answer mine?
Why do you give out your opinions all day and every day?
Are Hamas?
And you don't like it when somebody pushes it back on you?
Are Hamas a terror group? Yes or no?
You won't like it when somebody
Yes or
pushes
no?
back on you. What I've said is,
I've asked you two questions. Should Hamas stay in power, and are they a terror group? You're refusing to answer either of them. That is very telling. And you wonder.
It's not very
and
telling
you
at all.
wonder
It's
why
not-
people think you had a
it's
problem
not
with
very
Jewish
telling
people.
at all.
Uh-oh.
What is very
You wonder.
telling
He's got
is
props.
your inability to keep quiet for 30 seconds to allow anybody to answer a
on
question.
my show, I ask people questions.
You
and
shout at people, that's what
Normally,
you do.
they answer them.
You shout at people.
No, only when they won't answer the question.
No, you shout at people all the
You've
time. I've been
deliberately
watching you for a long
not.
time.
You've deliberately not answered my question.
Piers, I've explained to you how to get rid of Hamas.
Are they a terror group, Len?
Of course, the
Thank
terror.
you. Why can't you say
hang on.
You've answered it.
Oh, no.
Should they stay in power, Len?
But do you?
Corbyn getting let down by his own team. Fuck, man. It's just so awkward. I don't like watching this. It's really uncomfortable. Why? Why is it going this way? Fuck.
Stay in power.
No, they won't be in power.
Do you believe they should?
They won't be in.
Do you believe they should?
They won't be in.
Do you
power.
believe
Because he either thinks they are or they're not, right? So if he thinks they are, say yeah, move on. If he thinks they're not, say yeah and explain why. Ugh.
They won't. I don't believe.
Okay, so you've answered my questions.
I believe.
It's not that difficult to say Hamas should go and they're a terror group. Why can't you, Jeremy Corbyn, answer the questions?
Ask something about the behaviour of the Israeli army and the Israeli government. Why can't you say that? Why can't you have a discussion about how a ceasefire would come about? Why can't you have a discussion about a process for the future?
Because you know why, Jeremy?
Which brings about a peace for everybody in the region.
When I repeatedly...
And it does not mean that the people of Gaza
Because when I repeatedly...
all support support Hamas.
When
It's
I
not me, man,
repeatedly
you know
ask
that.
you, are Hamas a terror organization and should they stay in power? And you are simply incapable of saying
I'm not.
that they're a terror group and they shouldn't stay
The
in
most
power.
important
People will
thing-
draw their own conclusions.
The most
They'll draw
important
their own
thing,
conclusions.
how do
You
you
drew your
stop?
conclusions before
How-
you came
Anyway,
here.
how
let me
do you
conclude with this.
stop?
You've done a book on poetry. It's
we
called,
gave you a copy of.
Poetry for the Many. I appreciate it. Thank you very
you.
much. Wonderful poetry from wonderful people, encouraging the working classes to embrace and enjoy culture, poetry and music for the many. I love poetry. We can agree on that.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
What the fuck? What did I just watch? What the actual fuck? Grolix says, thanks for the 199. Corbyn is exercising strategic ambiguity.
Loaderbox, you smarmy
Yeah.
cuck bastard.
It's that it's not that strategic, is it? Bro. I watched some debate terrorism. I don't even know what terrorism means, but okay. Wow. Wow. Does terrorism usually apply to non-state actors, or can you be a state actor and also terrorist? What's Hasan talking about now?
They're in the
He's
same
still
frame
talking
right
about
now.
Willie Mack.
Like, that's it. There's a sea of like the least talented motherfuckers on the planet that
That's
get
me. That's you
checks
guys.
cut out to them as long as they say things like, that it's actually really damaging to the third world if you don't continue fucking drilling for oil or some shit.
To be fair, as streamers and political commentators, we are all the least talented motherfuckers, but that's what we are. Anyway. Is that Felix from Chapo? Is that who that is? Okay. Damn. Willie Mack's next video is going to be about Twitter drama. Oh, shit. Damn. Wow, this Willy video must have been intense. Must have been huge. Why isn't he getting back to me? Okay, I don't know. Maybe we'll talk later. Who knows? Bro. I think I've got a list. I've got a list of things that me and Hasan could probably disagree about substantially. One state solution, full right of return, the refugee problem and how Arab countries play their role probably is a big part of it. Settlers being civilians or not, what kind of violence is acceptable, forms of resistance, the Hamas using human shields, oppressor oppressed dynamic, maybe that one, I don't know. So I know what we talk about roughly. Is he going to debate you? I don't know. I think he said he was more looking for that Willie Mack guy. So I think we maybe got some telephone from you guys saying he was willing to talk to me. But I don't know. I don't know exactly. I told him I would. So who knows? We'll see. God, you would destroy him.
Remember the
I
Hall?
don't really know if I would try to destroy him. I would just... Hugo L. Kraken, thanks for the sub. Get Willie to debate Hasan and you crash it. Yeah, I feel like if you've made a video about someone, you should probably be willing to debate them. You should probably be up for that, I would say. But... Damn. He also just called him spineless on Twitter. Yeah. Ooh. Think about what happened to Noah Samson. Yeah, I mean, making good quippy video essays doesn't necessarily mean you'd be good at debates. Yeah. Because if you want to talk about something at length, you need to have a bit more elaborate knowledge than just something you can squeeze into a half-hour video. So, and I've noticed that before. I was trying to look at these numbers for the amount of German settlers who were fucked off out of Europe, because I know that it was 12 to 14 million who left, but I think there were 3 waves, weren't there? There's the first wave that ran away as the Wehrmacht were retreating, as they knew the Wehrmacht were retreating. There was the second group that was actually evacuated officially by the Nazis. Like systematically evacuated by the Nazis. The ones who stayed, how many were left who had to get shipped off by the Soviets? Second phase was disorganized flee. Oh no, the first phase was evacuation. Second was fleeing. Third was expulsion after Potsdam. Okay. How many Germans expelled Potsdam? 1.9 million. I don't know why I thought it was 800,000. I don't think the Volga Germans. 430,000. Yeah, I don't know. Just completely brain farted the number on my last stream. Oh well. We try. We try. Would you consider yourself pro-Ottoman? No. I've thought about it, and no. Did I miss something? Is Lorna going to talk to us? I don't know, okay? Like, it's open on my end, okay? But I think I think he was more interested in getting that Willy on, that Willy Mac guy on. Should we watch the Willy Mac video? Should we just see what the banter was? Oh, actually, apparently I got mentioned in Cavernacle's new video. The Destiny subreddit absolutely hates me. I'm very happy the Cavernacle never took off. Has brainworms. Chubby Rizless twat. I don't give 2 shits about this pudgy neck beard. Oh no. Yeah, apparently I'm at the end. Let's see. Let's see. I almost started watching this in the morning, but I was like, nah, let's just chill. Let's watch it on stream, okay? Let's actually be productive. What is this? Need to organize my fucking windows. Ugh. Come on! Okay. Let's go. I think you're in the other one too. I mean, what other one? The Willy Mac one? Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, let's see what he said here, because I know I reacted to his video, but I don't know if he knows that. Let's see.
I do like that term, debate perverts, or debate pervertry, or whatever someone sent me today, which I found really funny, because it just sums it up so much. I'm actually going to try and find the tweet, actually, because I feel like this person deserves a little shout out.
Oh.
I posted this. I just posted my video.
Okay.
People have seen this. If you watch the Hasan stream, you might have seen it as well. And then this guy says, "Talk to Lonerbox."
That's me.
I say no, like question mark. Like, why am I gonna do that? Like, we don't like. I don't understand. Like, why? Why we don't know each other? We don't have beef. I didn't talk about him in the stream. And I said no. He calls me pussy, and I say, "I'm sure your life is great, dude. If this is how you spend your time trying to get some random YouTubers to talk to one another." And he said, "Took maybe 5 seconds to send you the tweet. You spent who knows how long making a disgusting video full of inaccuracies while touting you are learned, I think, or you learned on the issue.
Learned, how learned you are. Yeah.
Despite over and over making insane, unfounded claims about Hamas carrying water for their actions, which again I didn't do." And someone say, "You and the Wikipedia streamers you follow aren't authorities on this topic." But here's what the problem is: he has not offered any rebuttal to what I'm saying. Like, he's not talking about what I'm wrong about. He's just saying I'm wrong, and if only you talk to Lonerbox, then maybe he could prove you wrong because I can't do it. And
true.
Someone said, like, he thinks he's Kevin Feige trying to set up this made me fucking laugh. Reply guy thinks he's Kevin Feige. He's trying to set up crossovers. And then I said, I've been getting a lot of these comments telling me to talk to Destiny, which I find pretty fascinating. Like, Destiny and Lonerbox haven't said anything about me. I haven't even spoke about them. And I said, but because I called out liberal takes on Palestine, their fans want me to talk to them because while they can't actually make an argument against me, they are hoping their fave creator maybe can. It's the weirdest parasocial shit you will see. So, and then I really like this comment. Debate pervertry is at its best. They just want to see a boxing match. They don't give a shit.
Does this guy just make content like off the cuff going through his Twitter? And I should do this more often for the main channel as well. God, why don't I do that? That sounds so smooth. Just not offer any takes or nothing. Debate Fedain. I mean, I did react to his video. Maybe I could summarize it here because, yeah, I think the react was I think I was being a bit too mean. I think I was being a bit too mean in the react to someone who's never really spoken to me or about me. Maybe I could just summarize my issues that I had with his video, shall I? For one, he kept on saying, what was like just one example? Because I think there were about 4 or 5 of these throughout the whole video. Let me find it. This was it, right? He was reacting to this tweet, which is apparently someone with no understanding or whatever. Hamas doesn't give a fuck about Palestinian people. They use their people as human shields. If you claim to be for Palestinian people, you should be against those that use them as human shields and escalate shit to the point peace becomes basically impossible. Again, like he was talking about, I think he was describing this take as Islamophobic or something, like, or racist, even though it's Hamas, right? It's an organization, and again, people always act as if Hamas's behavior is just this authentic expression of Palestinian frustration. It's not that, though. Hamas were elected mostly on an anti-corruption platform. The people who voted for them didn't necessarily all approve of Hamas's actions towards Israel. I think 3/4 of them when they wanted the unity government, said that they wanted Hamas to change their position on Israel. So it was anti-corruption was their big climb up. But also just because I think there was something he said about this with the human shields for one. Let me find the transcript. I think he just dismissed the human shields thing flat out, but he did it in a really strange way. Yeah, here.
But then if you're just some rando guy who grows up there, you're not even going to think it's bad, and then your fucking brother, dad, or your whole family gets killed by an IDF bomb. Are you really going to start going around thinking, oh my God, Hamas are holding me hostage? And
like there, for example, he was being quite coy about just what people in Gaza think about Hamas. We saw the polling before October 7th. People in Gaza had quite a lot of not nice things to say about Hamas. Like, I think there was even that one poll that was suggesting that people were more interested in bringing the PA back to Gaza. Definitely most of them wanted the ceasefire to stay in. There was this one, which was very, very soon before October 7th. I think this was probably the most recent one before October 7th. How much trust do you have in Hamas-led government? None at all, and then not a lot were the two most popular answers for all ages above 18. It's like, and not to mention the amount of strikes and protests there had been against Hamas that they'd had to clamp down on by torturing their opponents and all that shit. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why he wasn't really willing to bring that up. But yeah, the human shield, sorry.
Human shields thing is absolute bullshit.
Sorry, we'll go back.
My God, Hamas are holding me hostage. And the human shields thing is absolute bullshit. Israel attacks them no matter what. It doesn't matter. They're bombing hospitals, schools. They're not looking for Hamas. They want to, and that's what I mean. They fundamentally
like this is
don't understand it. These liberals, they think this is a war. It's not.
These liberals, yeah. It's again, how can you say that sentence as someone, because he does spend a bit of this video talking about how clever he is and how much he knows about the conflict because he studied like Middle East in university or something. But again, I don't know how you could take that position not knowing about the schools and the hospitals. I don't know how you could do that. I'm not misunderstanding what he's saying here, right? Like,
what? It doesn't matter. They're bombing hospitals,
sorry,
killed by an IDF bomb. And the human shields thing is absolute bullshit. Israel attacks them no matter what. It doesn't matter. They're bombing hospitals, schools. They're not
like Israel attacks them. They're not like
not looking for Hamas.
They're not looking for Hamas. They're bombing hospitals and schools. But does he not know the whole case that people make about the human shields thing is that Hamas uses schools and other civilian infrastructure for their operations? And that's what people mean by human shields. Not human shields in like the narrow legal sense, but just as a way of explaining what they do to hide their activity. This is from The Guardian. Anecdotal and other evidence does suggest that Hamas and other factions have used civilian objects, including hospitals and schools. Guardian journalists in 2014 encountered armed men inside one hospital, and sightings of senior Hamas leaders inside the Shifa hospital have been documented. During the 2014 conflict, the UN reported weapons were found inside 2 UN schools, and there have been numerous reports of Palestinian armed factions in Gaza firing rockets and other weapons from close to protected civilian locations. It is also clear that Hamas has operated from residential buildings. Remember, we saw that from it was the IDF statement from the International Red Cross. The IDF delivered their report to the International Cross and to the Red Cross. They said a bunch of claims about Hamas, one of which was that Hamas so the IDF, they presented a bunch of claims to the ICRC. The ICRC pushed back against some of it. One claim that they didn't push back upon was the fact that Hamas were commandeering homes, like individuals, people's houses, to use as temporary bases. So that's why that's why schools get hit. That's why hospitals get hit. It's not because, as far as we know, I don't think there's proof that they have a policy of just target a hospital, even when there's nothing going on in it, like apart from people just doing healthcare. Like, we don't have that established. So yeah, it's just weird that he said that. But there were quite a few of those in this video. So I just thought, I don't know, maybe it'd be, if he ever wanted to, it would be an interesting thing to talk about, you know? Many such cases. I think Iran as well. He was what was this?
The Palestinians for what's happening, basically. And this notion that Hamas are some sort of like Islamic jihadi mafia that won't let Palestinians be free is insane to me. Hamas is the government of not Palestine, is the government of Gaza. Like it or not, the same way, you know, Iran is ruled by the Ayatollah. If you don't like that, then that's fine. But that's just the reality. Hamas runs the territory. And they
again, Hamas also has had a history of violently suppressing protesters. They torture their political opponents. They have no one would stop them from holding their own elections in Gaza because they're clearly disconnected from the PA. They could allow opposition parties to stand up to them, but they don't. Yeah.
Were elected to run the territory, so acting like Palestinians are victims of Hamas the same way.
They also were not elected to run the territory. they won an election. They didn't win like a full majority. So the people of Palestine who voted for Hamas and Fatah, like 44-42, they wanted a national unity government. The national unity government was probably never going to happen because one side wanted to negotiate with Israel and make peace. The other side didn't. Hamas didn't. And with that impasse, it was only logical that they were going to fight. And that was when Hamas launched their preemptive attack on Fatah in Gaza, and then they took it over. They threw they threw Fatah members off of buildings, and then they took over Gaza, and that's been the case since. But they've never, again, they're a de facto government of Gaza. Yeah, they could hold elections. No one would stop them. But since 2006, that's been their prerogative. They've wanted to hold elections across all of Palestine, which the PA doesn't want to do because they're afraid they'll lose. But I don't know, like Hamas is, yeah, they're kind of bad to their population. Okay, like
they are victims of Israel is literally Israeli propaganda. And you're basically implying with this take, if Israel could simply not kill civilians, but just kill Hamas fighters, the Palestinians would be grateful. They wouldn't be, because it fundamentally doesn't understand the situation. And this is another take I keep seeing, and I think it's both motivated by Palestinians have to do this or they'll be labelled terrorists if they try and bring nuance to it, and liberals are just fucking idiots who don't understand that most people fighting right now, the Israelis, have grown up in Gaza under Hamas control. They don't see Hamas as evil Nazi ISIS. They just see them as the fucking government. And if you want to fight the Israelis, you join them. It's as simple as that. It's like the Ukrainians, right? If you're there's Ukrainian anarchists fighting. They don't like the Ukrainian state, but they join the Ukrainian state to fight Russia. They join the Ukrainian state's army to fight Russia.
It's also, if you're willing to accept that Hamas's attacks on Israel don't really help people in Gaza. If someone wants to tell me why they do, they can present that to me. But if we assume they don't, then it gives Israel carte blanche in the international community to blockade the Strip. And it gives Egypt carte blanche to blockade the Strip as well. And to close the border crossings so that you have those like really horrible stories about farmers trying to bring their produce across the border, but because there was an attack there 3 weeks ago and the border's still closed for security reasons, they can't do it. So the farmers have to dump their produce into the field. Like, And it's not like Gaza doesn't get a lot of aid. They do get a lot of aid. It's just that somehow it seems to be that Hamas gets a lot of resources to make weapons and to make rockets, but that's not really much else going on there. Lots of economic problems, lots of unemployment, and some of that you can absolutely hold to Israel because of the blockade and all that. But again, it's like we know that materials that can be used to make weapons in Gaza will be used to make weapons. So, and Hamas brags about that. Yeah.
So you understand that, but you don't understand why a 17-year-old, 16-year-old kid who's grown up in an open-air prison, no electricity hardly, like barely any access to clean water and food, cannot fucking leave. Why would they join Hamas? And acting like Hamas hold these people hostage is just insane racism.
This is true. It's absolutely understandable why people join Hamas, because if you're a kid growing up in Gaza, you're probably going to get PTSD. You're probably going to know other kids who die. That all makes sense, but that's not mutually exclusive with Hamas not being good for the people who live in Gaza. It's also not mutually exclusive with Hamas viciously and violently suppressing their opposition. So
shows you don't understand anything about the conflict. Like, you literally don't know fucking anything.
Damn.
You're an idiot. You're just a fucking racist. You think Hamas are ISIS. And that's why Israel say it, because they know
Wait, where's the Iran
like
part?
This, who believe this shit.
Oh, yeah.
They know they think Hamas are ISIS. And here's another thing as well. People saying Hamas are Iran proxies also don't fucking understand the politics of the Middle East, because historically, Hamas have not been backed by Iran. That's Hezbollah. They're not the same thing.
See, this is not true. Again, this is why I was being so mean to him, because he keeps on talking about how these liberals, they don't know anything. They're not educated. They're just racist. But then saying Hamas have not historically been backed by Iran. Yes, they have. Since at least the 90s. They had a brief pause over Syria. I think Iran withdrew their funding from Hamas for like 3 years, I think, between 2011 and 2014, because Hamas wasn't backing the Assad government. I think that's what, or was it the opposite, the other way around? Yeah, they didn't back Assad, yeah. And Tehran was not happy about that, so they cut Hamas's funding. But I mean, by 2014, they were back on course again. Hamas and Iran rebuild ties 3 years after falling out over Syria. Rebuild, as in, I don't even know if this connection was ever formally dissolved. It was just that Iran froze funding. And again, the people of Gaza suffered for that because, again, Iran doesn't give a fuck about Palestinians. And they only care about them insofar as they can use them as a bludgeon against Israel. A pawn, I would say, actually, rather. Yeah, this is the 1st of January, 9th of January, 2014. Here. So I guess he's going to say they get funding from Iran, they get funding from Qatar, they get funding from, I think Islamic Jihad gets support from Russia. I don't know if Hamas does, but
Hezbollah was created by Iran. Hamas has traditionally been funded by Qatar and also by the Saudis and by covertly all like Sunni nations because they're a Sunni group. Hezbollah is a Shiite political group. Hamas is Sunni. They're literally completely different sects of Islam, and they were backed by rival powers. Iran backs Hezbollah. It's completely.
There's no way you would have this analysis while saying that you know a lot about the region. We all it's been the oldest story in the book that Sunnis and Shias don't necessarily they will work together, especially when the common enemy is Israel. That's just so, yeah, there's nothing mysterious about that. Yeah, of course, because again, Hamas and Hezbollah, that's why they applaud each other's actions, right? That's why the Hezbollah attacks on Israel and the led up to the withdrawal from South Lebanon in 2000 was so inspiring to Hamas, and why they was celebrated by Hamas is because they both hate Israel. That's why Iran, a Shia country, supports Hamas, a Sunni organization, because the enemy of their enemy is their friend. It's just so. Yeah, that's just a few examples of the issues I had with this video, and that's why I reacted to it. But I don't know. Cavernacle. Yeah, I think you said we don't have beef. That's true. If you want to talk about this, sure. I'd be interested to know why you have these conclusions. You know, civil discourse with a certified debate horsefucker. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. How does this end?
About the actual issues, which I completely agree with. So I found this all like really funny, but it's also just like insane. It's like if I made a video that Destiny and Lonerbox are wrong and here's why, and then their fans were like, you should talk to them on stream about this, then that's one thing. Making clipping a live stream where I talk about 2 tweets which have nothing to do with any of them, and then telling me that I got to talk to these people. Again, what I said, they hope that the person that who's their fave can debunk me and beat me in a debate or something.
Smash.
Rather than they do it, because they don't actually know what they're talking about. They just think I give them bad vibes. That is actually it on YouTube. If you give someone bad vibes, they declare you like tanky, like fascist or something.
Well, I know how that feels. Okay. Maybe I'll upload that segment. I think that was maybe a better response to what he was saying than the first one. Might be having a Willy Mack and Hasan debate. Oh, no. Where? Let's go. Debate serial killers. Let's go. Why is my Discord so busy? Look, all the people in VC. That's so cool. Discourse. Wow. You should moderate it. Stream chat. I'm looking at stream chat. Maybe you're about to put something in. Debate gaslighters. Debate xenogenders. I'm sorry. That's not good. That's mean. That's a joke. Mixolydian, thanks for the 2 New Zealand dollars. Do you like happy hardcore or pop punk? I think I prefer pop punk to happy hardcore. You'd be a good moderator for real. Yeah, I suppose so. Oh, so what am I looking for? Stream chat, tequila. Where the fuck? Oh, God. Oh, stream chat. I'm in the wrong thing. I'm so sorry. I'm so stupid. He's asking for the link. Ooh. Ooh. He was. Let's go.
Like the Labour Party when Jeremy Corbyn was leader, over whether they should adopt like some fucking international body that I'd never heard of before, their definition of anti-Semitism, which of course like included anti-Zionism,
Yeah.
anti-Semitism. But it's the same function. It's to attach some sort of like institutional legitimacy to something that like, if you know anything at all,
Too many tabs open.
Smarmy,
It's fucking with my head.
fuck bastard.
Oh, this Willy Mac guy wants to talk.
Yes.
It seems your boyfriend responded. What is this? Willy no show. All right, give me the link. Ooh. Ooh.
Are those my gifted subs or Hassan's? They're
Should we talk to
Hassan's.
this
All right.
guy? You wanna play? You wanna be a part of this?
All right.
He wants
If you
to
don't
double
want
team
to,
the
if you
guy.
don't want to, we, can, we don't have to.
Well,
No
I have a
way.
guest here.
No, I am.
You know internet.
I'm an ent J.
An int J.
Yeah,
Listen, the thing
an
is,
ent J.
the thing is,
I think that's
you
what
are,
I am, but
I don't know.
I've been told.
I'm
that
glad he
anyway.
found some talking points. He'll claim it's 2-on-1. No, Felix is an impartial
Yeah,
observer.
no, I'm a moderator. I'm
Also,
like Xi Jinping.
neither Willy Mac nor myself are Jewish.
That's a good point.
See?
That's a very good point. I dropped the captain.
Yeah. You know who is though? This guy.
Do you know how I've barely been checking my message requests because they're like a cesspool. Every like Zionist,
Shall I type in his
like a lot of Israelis, they do not think I'm Jewish. It's not even like I
Because you're Armenian.
right? No, it literally is literally they like
Debate tokenizer.
Classic.
They
classic.
think I'm like Muslim.
Classic Muslim Armenian last name Biederman.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have my last name up there on
A Lebanese Christian would have been an even better moderator. Why? Because Lebanese Christians hate all of them. Is that why?
person. I don't know. Yeah, it's just
No, dude.
Yeah.
My favorite is like what I like to call the Meghan McCain moment, where like you're as a Christian Zionist, you like decide who's Jewish and who's not Jewish.
Yeah.
When you're like, I've defended Israel a lot, which means you're not Jewish any longer. I am.
Yeah. I like that's kind of what Amy Schumer is doing, and I have a lot of things to say about that.
Let's not,
that are probably
dude. There's a
TOS.
lot of people in here that are literally waiting for the opportunity for you to say some shit so they can fucking get me banned. Okay, so don't.
Yeah, that's you guys.
Don't say anything about Amy Schumer, please.
Okay.
I'm joking.
Please don't.
No,
it wasn't going to be
don't
that.
do that.
It's still no. It's I know what you're gonna say. No. Let's not even talk about Amy Schumer.
Well, I'm not
go.
going to say
Come
the stuff
on.
that some of my friends have said.
Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
know.
Anyway, so
Let's go.
as we were saying, as we were talking about, so the IDF has a special unit,
That's
a
not
sperm
happening, is
retrieval
it?
unit. The health ministry has set up a special unit that works 24/7 with the IDF and 4 hospitals housing sperm banks. And to notify the families of the option of PSR and set it up as quickly as possible following the death of their son or husband. Sperm must be retrieved in 24 hours after the death to increase its chances of viability.
Do you think the sperm retrieval unit like posts videos like the same way the Qassam brigades are, where they put like
They put a red dot.
triangle over the guy's balls? they rewind it, like putting the syringe in.
I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know how the fuck this is like a real thing.
Am I gonna have to destroy? Am I gonna have to clap my YouTube chat because Twitch is so underrepresented? Look at that. There's only like 120 wankers in Twitch chat. We need some activity. Oh God. It would be so funny if Willy adds Dustin. Do you think that's why he said yes? Is he going to Sam Cedar him? Oh no.
For the things that he was going to say about Amy Schumer. All right. So that's one aspect of the propaganda. This aspect of the propaganda is my favorite, doing bodies in space.
This is such a throwback.
Yeah.
People posting about Israel and Palestine, given their uninformed opinion about the subject. And I realized something.
Yeah,
I would
true.
like the confidence Like legit, I would love the confident people who have the most basic, narrow understanding of this conflict, who go ahead and post information with such a determination. People who have zero understanding of the Middle East and the ripple effect that happens every single time you take any action in this region. Like you watch 2 TikTok video and 1 Instagram post and be like, I'm down. Now I can weigh in on one of like arguably complicated conflict that exists in our world.
Yeah, it's so complicated,
This
dude.
is, I mean, it's already such a throwback.
I think it's pretty complicated. What foreign policy issue is more complicated than this? It's complicated, not because of Israel Palestine. That's not that complicated. But every other country being involved is kind of complicated. Yeah. I would say it is actually. Shit.
Really fucking racist.
Yeah.
And there's no way to defend it. So they're like, you don't understand. It's a really complex situation. And a lot of people don't even want to read a little bit about it. Okay? A lot of people don't even want to read even a little bit about it. So they just go along with like, oh yeah, it must be complicated. It's not that complicated. The solutions are complicated due to, the horrifying violence that Palestinians have been subjected to, right? But as far as like the morality of the situation, it's not complicated at all.
You got a full-on Nazi posting in here. Oh, and Twitch. Oh, is it this fucking user 8th? Oh yeah, this fucking retard. All right, let's get rid of him. Ban. Bye-bye. Twitch chat lost control. God.
Right, wrong, bad, not allowed, okay?
Where is she going with the ripple effect thing?
Yeah, I think it's classic. She's going to say, I assume, I only saw like bits and pieces of this, but she's probably going to say like, oh, well, the Holocaust happened and that because of that, we need to have a majority, like Israel needs to be a majority Jewish ethno-state. There needs to be a place.
Hey, thanks for the 5 gifted subs, Anonymous. Really appreciate that.
There's 20 different Arab ethno-states out there or Muslim ethno-states out there. Why can't there be one Jewish one? Why can't we have our own? That kind of thing.
Remember the Holodomor?
Like if you cannot tell me why Yemen actually
Elgin, whatever the fuck that name is. Thanks for the sub. Elgin, no way. Sorry. Get a better name.
What? I don't even know who she's shadowboxing with. I don't even understand.
Yeah.
El
also,
Generic.
I wonder who she thinks.
El Generico's favorite orphan.
What she thinks people are saying about Yemen. Like, I mean, I don't get it. Like, yeah, I know why they're doing it.
analysis on this conflict. But more than everything, I would like the audacity. The audacity of people coming to my page, a Black Jewish woman, and try to educate me about my own experience. Like, yes, Karen from Minnesota.
You're doing the Karen thing? Oh my god.
Anti-white racist. Oh no. They like her now. They're gonna like her now.
Oh, that's
God,
good.
This sucks so much.
Yes, Karen.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's so sick.
I really needed your education about my own experience in my own country.
Ooh, shit.
Talking to me about social justice and racism like you care about Black people in Israel?
I'm just waiting till one of these people talks about the fact that she got sterilized by Israel or some shit.
I love standpoint theory because it's like okay, forget the fact that they like sterilized a bunch of Ethiopian women at the border.
Yeah,
they did not sterilize them at the border.
It's a vaccine. I had a good time, so fuck you.
Yeah.
I nothing like pisses me off more.
I don't know. I'm pre-watching this live stream.
Oh, you really think you know what it's like, you asshole in America? It's like
it's weird, right? Because I've never seen this guy before, and I've just seen through the matrix of his brain, because he sees this Ethiopian. I assume she's Ethiopian or a Black Jewish person in Israel, and it's like you just know that his brain is going to go to what? Okay, wait. I can't call her a white colonizer. How do I discredit this person in one line? Oh yeah, the sterilization thing that definitely happened. Why would they have a policy of sterilizing people who they have decided to bring to their country. Why would you want to population control a group who you did not have to bring to your country? She's bluish. Yeah.
Israel utilizes the foreign workforce and won't actually pay them. Foreign workers in Israel often have to pay exorbitant placement fees to secure work in the country, which has left many of them with too much debt to leave, or will
Yeah, this is bad, but like Australia does the same thing. Yeah, there's lots of problems. Yeah.
until they do leave when their time is done.
That is actually something that the whole
He's
like
from
guest
Chapo.
worker
Okay.
indentured servitude program. That is something that is.
Oh yeah,
it's
wait.
pretty-
That Ethiopian girl, that black girl is probably Why are they? She's not a migrant worker. Is it just because we're going down the ethnic minority path? We're just going for all our talking points about ethnic minorities.
of
Yeah.
But it's like codified in a way in like pretty much any Gulf Cooperation Council nation that you can think of.
Yeah. But anyway, let's keep going with the standpoint theory.
When you actively don't, because you care, you will talk about the fact that you're literally being slaughtered out here. But you don't. The only time you talk about the experience of black people in Israel is when it fits your political agenda.
Ooh, like the
When you
Ethiopians.
use and abuse our pain, our struggle to promote your ideology.
Oh,
You exploit.
Wait, is she talking about like the Ethiopian Jewish women being sterilized? Like, is she saying like don't use that against Israel?
Yeah, like
I don't get what she's
like,
saying.
I don't know if she's saying like, yeah, it's pretty unclear. Like, is she saying don't talk about like how racist Israelis are if you're going to use that to criticize Israel?
Yeah.
Mixolydian, thanks for the 2 New Zealand.
think that's
Hassan
what
is the
she's
soy
saying.
inquisitor. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
experience, Our struggles to promote an ideology that we don't agree with. And the same people posting these things will never tell you that black people in Israel feel like this is their homeland, that they have bled and sacrificed and fought for this country.
I love when they also do this with like a Druze person too.
Yeah.
Like they'll always have like the one Arab guy in the military to be like, you know, I love Israel. I don't know what you're talking about. Like they treat us so good here. Please don't say that they don't.
The sterilized story is that I think there was some conflict
Loner box.
in Ethiopia, maybe like a civil war. I don't know
bastard.
exactly. Wait, what was that? Wait, let me just double check. I should know this by now. Ethiopia, like, is it 2013 or something? What was happening in Ethiopia in 2013? There was a crisis, right? Or was like a war or returned migrants. What happened in Ethiopia in the 2010s? Civil war. That was in the 90s. That's not helping. 70s, 90s. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay. What the fuck happened in Ethiopia? Was it just persecution? The last flight of Ethiopia to Israel. Why did this happen? Migration program. 450. Was it just like a right of return thing? The origins are murky. One theory, they're the offspring of the Jewish king Solomon, of the Ethiopian queen of Sheba. They fled Jerusalem. Whatever the history. So it was an immigration program. Some of the Israelis said they're not Jews anymore. Ugh. Okay. Converts. Okay. So they had an immigration program for Ethiopian Jews. And when they were in transit centers, still in Ethiopia, I think it was still in Ethiopia because it takes a while to move people. When they were in transit centers, they were given these injections of a birth control, not sterilizing, a birth control every 3 months. The side effects of that birth control is it can cause long-term fertility problems. But I think it's like fairly standard birth control in that area. The problem was, well, the reason they did it, first of all, it seems to be the reason that they were doing that was because you don't want people to be giving birth in a transit center. It's not a good place to be giving birth. Depo Provera, yeah. You don't really want to be giving birth in a transit center and like caring for a child. So the problem was they didn't speak Hebrew. There were language barriers, and a lot of the women who got these contraceptive injections didn't know what they were getting, so they felt like they were coerced. They didn't feel that they didn't have informed consent. And I think as soon as people found out what was happening, they stopped. And also because it happened in the transit centers, doctors in Israel, when they got to Israel, carried on doing the same thing because they just thought this had been agreed upon. Whereas the Ethiopians thought they were just getting like flu shots. So once people realized what was happening, they stopped. There was never a policy. As far as we know, there was never a government policy to limit Ethiopian births, because if they were doing that, why would they take them at all? They didn't have to bring Ethiopians to Israel. So if you only do forced sterilization if you want to control the population of a group. Why would you control the population of a group if you've chosen to bring them to your country when you didn't have to? It's not sus at all. It's just there might have been people who were there might have been bad actors in the transit centers. That might have been the case. But people say this is like an Israel thing, like the state. Not that there were bad actors or like racist fucking nurses at this, or inconsiderate nurses at this transit center. People are saying that this was like an Israel thing. And that's just, yeah, it's stupid. Yeah. So it was a transit camp policy that was continued back in Israel outside of the transit center. Why would it continue if the entire reason was birth in transit centers? Because it seems to be that the way it was communicated was that this birth control thing is like a fairly standard birth control in that area. So when they got to Israel, the doctors will have heard that they were getting thought that this was just part of their thing. Like they felt like the people had been consented to it, so they just kept on doing it. And I don't even think that happened as often as it did in the transit centers. So I guess like you're a doctor, you get someone's file or whatever from someone else, and you just think that's what's happening, right? You just think that's what's been agreed upon by someone else. But misconduct, like 100%. Racism, pretty likely, yeah, almost 100%. Not a government sterilization program to limit Ethiopian Jewish population. No, that's a bit different. That's quite a rare occurrence. Debate eugenicist. Funny how Israel is always misconducting itself, poor little thing. It's just, there's no engagement. There's just no engagement. It's so, why? Why are you like that? I don't know if you've noticed, but you know how like every fucking government on earth does misconduct, right? We do it over in the UK, Americans do it, the French do it, probably the fucking Finns do it, as good as they are. They probably do misconduct at times. It's just, eh. They would be given Depo-Provera as it would be too difficult for them to give birth in Israel, or 35 women from a community for the film, and found that 25 were still receiving contraceptive shots from healthcare providers. I don't think this was even that many people. It was like, yeah, 35 interviewed. It revealed that women were started on a course of contraceptive jabs while still in transit camps in Ethiopia, some without being told they were being given birth control, and many having no idea of the side effects. When they eventually arrived in Israel, doctors continued the treatment unquestioningly. But the critical question remains unanswered as to who instigated the policy, with neither Israel nor Ethiopia willing to claim responsibility. Oh yeah, in the transit centers, were there not Ethiopians working there? I didn't even know about that. Yeah. Yeah, it's just... yeah, I just don't know where that story, like, spiraled out from so hard. Yeah. Where's Willie Mack?
You think this was going to play out?
Yeah, like, literally, you...
Oh.
If you've talked to...
Oh, I thought that was Willie Mack talking.
Pro-Israel guy in the last, like, 4 years... You know that's not flying. Like, it's not 1999.
I don't get it. Like, I don't know why he thought that this was going to be, why this was going to be different. And
Who are we talking
also, here's a conversation that I had. Hold on, let me see if I can. With Tommy Vitor, who was like very worried that the "we need to kill 4,000 more babies" rally was going to look bad if they brought this prominent speaker on. He said, "This will be a huge mistake." I no disrespect to Tommy. I'm friendly with the Pod Johns. Okay, he said the announcement today. This is Rabbi Jill Jacobs, who runs the like liberal.
Okay,
Zionist,
whatever. Why am I watching this? I don't need to watch this. Someone tell me if the epic debate comes up, and I will smash into it. What do I want to do though? I want to watch Hunter Avallone fighting with ex-liberals or whatever. I almost spelled Jubilee like Jew. My mind's getting fucking rotted.
I'm not going to participate. I'm not going to participate in your delusion. You'll never meet a Republican that uses pronouns. It's just a fact. It's only
Everybody
the left.
uses pronouns. Just
Everyone
some people choose to
uses- Okay, well,
announce
my
their
pronouns now for the rest of the time are pretty princess.
That's
And
not
if
a
you-
pronoun.
What do you mean?
Those are not even pronouns.
Okay, so what are your
That's
zizes,
Those are just like adjectives and nouns. Hey, what a nice one.
zer, ishi?
We are approaching the 150th episode of Middle Ground, and we need your help to continue making more episodes. Join our Middle Ground Patreon community and make Middle Ground with us.
God, the fucking music.
My former political views were cult-like.
Oh.
Can the agreeers please step forward?
All the former liberals. I like it that Hunter's not going in for this one.
I was gonna say, I think both are just two separate cults, because which is so funny. And I think also sides have like ironically kind of switched, because as a Republican now, I'm like so anti-war. I'm anti-sending money to all these different countries that are not ours, while people are sick from the water and children are starving. Anti-pharmaceutical, anti-big government, anti all these things. And I'm like, that is original liberalism. So I'm like, I think I'm more like independent, but I register and I vote as far right as I possibly can and always will.
I think both sides are very tribal.
Yeah.
But in terms of cult, at this moment in time, I think the left is more cult-like. I was in it for 20 years, what's known today as the woke left, but we used to call it social justice left, progressive left.
Known by conservatives as woke.
Right, but here are some of the characteristics that I think make it more cult-like than perhaps the conservative side. One is that if you had questions, you had to check your privilege, or there was always some line that they would use to get you to stop asking questions.
Wait, I'm sorry. Was this really? I feel like check your privilege. I only ever hear it from... I only get the idea that this was from conservatives doing a caricature of progressives. Yeah, when we had questions, when we just asked questions, they told us to check our privilege and to shut up and listen to marginalized people. Oh, God. And they smacked us on the head with a copy of fucking Angela Davis's last book.
which is sort of cult-like. And then the other thing was there was this encouragement to separate from people who didn't agree with you. And so I slowly over time like whittled my world down to just people who were in the social justice left. And there was really, for people who left.
You guys are saying it's real. I don't know. I just haven't been around universities that often. Universities were quite normal when I was there, so at least the one I went to. The one I went to was full of conservatives though, because I live in an oil town. Yeah.
Which I did eventually, which was a long process. It's a bit like you become an apostate. You don't just leave or have different opinions. It's like once you leave, you can't come back.
That is a cult. It's like Scientology.
Well, I have perspective because I came from
Privileged
a
sex
really
do happen?
religious background,
Okay.
and
Well, thanks,
there's a
Nico
lot of
PFA. Thanks for
shame
listening.
around believing something other than what you're taught. Because of that, it makes you feel like you can't express any questions without being told that you're going to hell, you're going to be exiled from your family. And so when I started thinking a little bit outside of the lines of what I was always told, family members literally to this day will not speak to me, will not look at me in family gatherings where you're just supposed to be like, you're my family, aren't you supposed to love me endlessly? And in turn, they've exiled me because I don't believe the things that they believe.
And I think that's horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
By
agreed.
the way,
Agreed,
I
yeah.
am ironically like pretty far known as far right in my community, and then ironically very leftist at times because you can't please everyone. But I have never cut off a person because of their political beliefs in my life, but everyone on the left did it to me.
I will say from my own experience, but coming from the opposite. So especially when the George Floyd incidents were happening, it was kind of, a consensus that you should be BLM, rah, 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 all cops are bad. And just me questioning that within my own circles, it's like there's a lot of pushback and it feels a little awkward because I'm just, it's literally just asking questions. If I did have to, point a finger, I would point it at the left or the liberals for feeling attacked by words that are said on the other side. Because there's not a lot of, conservatives that are like, oh, you said there's more genders, I'm offended. I'm personally attacked by that.
That's literally only one side.
Yeah, it is.
Can the disagreeers please step forward?
Let's go. Hunter.
I honestly think that both sides have very tribalistic
Both
tendencies at a
sides?
time. As far as the question, were my beliefs personally cult-like? I don't think that I was in a cult. And I mean, I think you mentioned that conservatives don't get offended by speech as much, but conservatives get offended by pronouns. They got offended by Mr. Potato Head. They get offended by all kinds.
Really stupid things.
Yeah, they get very triggered also. And
Yeah,
for
they
me,
do.
when I left the right, that was something I noticed because I started off as anti-SJW, triggered feminist stuff, and I'm like, the right is kind of becoming this way too a little bit with some things, very offended and triggered.
I would like to push back a little bit about conservatives
Triggered.
being offended by pronouns. I think it's more so that they are being forced to acquiesce to the pronouns of other people, which is a form of controlling speech.
Well, don't conservatives get really mad when the whole pronouns in bio thing?
No,
They're
like,
oh, look, you have pronouns.
I get what both of you are saying, because my thing is why would I ever care if you have pronouns in bio, but I will never call you by
I think it's
them.
more that people just view it as a tribal signifier. So in the same way that someone might view, oh, that person has a cross in their profile.
Yeah, I mean,
faith.
I've definitely, if I see pronouns in someone's bio, I'll roll my eyes. It doesn't mean that I, hate the person or not, but it is going to signify to me, in 95% of cases, I'm going to know exactly what
I know exactly
host
who
of
you are
things
almost,
are.
so I'm just going to stay away
Or
from
you're
you.
gonna assume that you know a bunch
yeah.
because someone
But
has
why,
pronouns
though?
in their bio.
Because I'm not going to participate in your delusion, and my thing
Because
is
it's-
you'll never meet a Republican that uses pronouns. It's just a fact. It's only
Everybody
the left.
uses pronouns, just so
Everyone
they choose to
okay, well,
announce it.
She means oh God. She means neo-pronouns, right? They're putting pronouns. Fucking pronouns. Fucking Karen dying that. Where's the guy? Can I find the guy really quickly? There's a Starfield. Starfield pronouns. If I put that on Twitter, will he show up? Come back to me. Okay, not that. That's just. I just want him. I just want him the organic. Stop. Whatever.
Pronouns now for the rest of the time are pretty princess.
That's
and if
not
you
a
didn't-
pronoun.
What do you mean?
Those are not even pronouns.
Okay, so what are your
That's
ze,
grammatic.
them, zer, he, she?
Yeah, I think that pronouns.
Those are neo-pronouns, which I don't think... Stop. Go on, Hunter. Let's go.
Sorry, I want to pull it back to cult.
Yes.
Okay.
Circling back to the cult idea, we kind of straight in went to pronouns, which I think is, again, it's like a kind of a hot topic. The media really makes you believe that
Wait,
once...
why does... So YouTube gets effed in the chat, but Twitch doesn't. Whenever I'm on this dual streamer, why is that? What's that about? Do I just need more bitrate? Temporarily blocked.
Remember the Holodomor?
Jimsy, thanks for the sub. They don't want me watching Jubilee. You can't react to Jubilee. Oh shit. Oh no. Content ID matching. Let's give the Twitch link. That's insane. That is so crazy, chat.
Remember the Holodomor?
Thanks for the sub. There you go. Did I get
Remember the
banned? I didn't
Holodomor?
get banned. Thanks for the Twitch sub. Cereal is family friendly. Really appreciate that. It's not personal. Jubilee does it to everyone. I didn't know that. That's new. That's new to me.
Remember the Holodomor?
D-Worm 301, thanks for the sub. Punish Loner Box.
Remember the Holodomor?
Thanks, Lucky Grey Owl. Really appreciate that. I've moved off it though. I'm not on the video anymore. Why won't it give me my shit back?
Remember the Holodomor?
Rebellious, thanks for the sub. Well, thank God that at least I got the buck for it. Oh shit. Oh, now I've got like 700 people on Twitch.
How
Nice.
many people did he murder?
Let's go. Havo Games, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. It's back. We're so back. Okay. Damn, the Twitch viewership's nice though. Look at that. Look at you guys go. All right.
Remember the Holodomor?
Aleph, thanks for the sub. Let me what?
Remember the Holodomor?
Z-Borts, thanks for the sub. Shall we watch Hasan versus Willy
Remember the
Mac?
Holodomor?
Smart Chimp, thanks very much.
Remember the Holodomor? Remember the Holodomor?
Cobalt Wolf, thanks for the sub. Okay, wow, we're gonna Twitch rampage now. Okay, hang on. Fuck, I need to focus. Focus, learn about. Do I want to watch President Sunday?
Remember the Holodomor?
Or do I want to watch Phoenix? Thanks for the sub. Do I want to watch or Willy? Let's watch the Willy Mac video. Let's go. We've done it. Okay, we've made a decision. Strong decision.
Remember the Holodomor?
It has been 1 week since we've talked about Hasan's terrible political career.
Krillslover, thanks for the sub.
Full of hypocrisy, misreporting stories, and shifting
Oh,
the
no.
goalpost when he's wrong. All while villainizing anyone who disagrees with him.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking
Wooty McWoot, thanks very much.
weaselly little Liar, dude.
After criticizing Hasan for his React content, a lot of Hasan fans criticized me for my React content, shaming Hasan for stealing content while you're literally stealing
Calcifer, thanks for the sub.
Hasan's content. Interesting. It should be obvious, but me only using the necessary parts of Hasan's content to make my point is not the same as him reacting to an entire video, barely paying attention, leaving partway through.
Faith, thanks for the gifted sub.
Twice. And then coming back completely lost on where he is or what's going on.
Wait, what did I? Did I accidentally go forward or backwards?
If you don't know, it probably means you weren't paying attention and what you're doing isn't fair use. You never mentioned that Hasan gets permission.
Lonabox, didn't the UN consider Sabra Shatila an act of genocide? I think they did, yeah.
Remember the Holodomor?
Sidetracking, thanks for the sub. I don't know if it's ever been described by historians in that way, though, and I wonder why. I mean, on the part of
Holodomor?
On the part of the phalangists, it definitely was. I don't know if there's evidence that Sharon was actually like, maybe? Wouldn't surprise me, but I don't know. Thanks for the sub. I don't remember.
Remember the Holodomor?
Thanks for the sub.
From creators to watch their vids. Dude, if you're gonna do a hit piece on someone, don't lie or omit the truth.
The phalangists definitely hadn't. Yeah, of course they did. Yeah, the phalangists were just like, yeah,
Remember
yeah.
the Holodomor?
Slobodan Brolosevic, thanks for the sub.
It is true that Hasan says he only reacts to creators he has permission from.
Like, don't leave the video running when you get up.
100%.
Rhythm and below, thanks for the sub.
That's like pretty basic stuff.
You stop doing that?
What about Sharon and the phalangists? As in, it seems to be the case that the phalangists had genocidal intent when they did Sabra and
Remember the
Shatila.
Holodomor?
It seemed to be that they just wanted to reduce the number of Palestinians in Lebanon. Like, they just wanted to fucking... But I don't know. Do we? Has there ever been any transparency about the phalangists and who was commanding them and who was telling them what to do? That there was like... Or was it just an impulse? Was it just they just went in with fucking carte blanche with a fucking impulse killing? Like a revenge killing? Because I don't think revenge killings are in and of themselves genocide. I think it's like... But I don't know, because as far as I know, I don't think any phalangist ever actually got in trouble for that. But maybe they did. I don't know.
Remember the Holodomor?
That's probably one of the, like, if not the grossest attack in the entire conflict, though, between, like, at least involving Israelis and Palestinians. It wasn't even the first massacre that the Christians had done. They did Quarantina before that. Okay, sorry. Vlasp, thanks for the sub. Sprugdug, thanks for the sub. Deb's Universe, thanks for the sub.
Remember
Folkish
the
Cat, thanks for
Holodomor?
the sub. Federal Bobby Inspector, thanks for the sub. Artosk1, thanks for the sub. Okay.
I only do it with...
Wasn't it after Bashir Jamail was assassinated? Yeah. But it's also after the PLO had committed a massacre against Christians. Because the PLO were taking revenge for a massacre that the phalangists had committed on Palestinians and Shias and Syrians, yeah. Lebanese civil war was pretty grim. It was a pretty horrendous act. Quick call. Okay.
Hey, how you doing?
Mr. Sunday.
I can
meet
barely
again.
hear you. One
Remember
sec.
the Holodomor?
That's weird. Why can't I hear you? Let me boost your audio. Yeah, sorry. I was just looking up the. It's weird. I was reading about this just the other day. I'm just pulling up Rashid Khalidi's statements on it. I found him to be a pretty fair source. So he's got some notes here. I haven't had time to actually like find them yet. But he writes here, as is noted in chapter 3, Sharon spoke in detail about Tal al-Zattar at a closed meeting of the Knesset Defense and Foreign Affairs Committee. It's Knesset, right? That's how you pronounce that?
Yeah.
According to a Mossad report dated June 23rd, 1982, Bashir Jamail stated to Mossad representatives at a meeting attended by 6 of his top advisors that in dealing with the Shia... oh, hang on. Sorry, here we go. Bashir Jamail asked Sharon if he would object if LF used bulldozers to remove the Palestinian camps in the south. Sharon responded, "This is not our business. We do not wish to deal with Lebanon's internal affairs." And apparently there was a lot of exchanges about the demographic problem, and there seems to have been acknowledgments by Mossad intelligence that demographic balance and demographic change always was understood to mean physical elimination of populations. So it seems like there wasn't anything in the way of like an overt order, kill them all. But it seems like there was more or less an understanding that this is what they would do, and they led the LF into Beirut to do the mop up. There's an account in Khalidi. It's anecdotal, of course, but they talk about how they observed from wherever they were staying Israeli troops dropping flares, but no like sounds of combat, which is typically what that would be used for. It's for dealing with for assisting with night combat, and it seems like the implication is they were guiding them into the camps. So
so like the things that aren't controversial is that they shot up flares, that they blocked the exits, and that they let the phalangists in. But as far as I remember, Sharon's public stance on it, or the orders that they gave, was that they were going in to root out PLO militants, because they said that they had intelligence that there are loads of militants here, but basically all of them had left by that point, and that's why and also Sharon knew that they were wanted revenge for Gemayel's assassination. He also knew that they'd committed massacres in the past. I don't know if Sharon, so I think the McBride Commission, which is what ruled it a genocide, I don't know if they ever said that Sharon committed genocide rather than that the phalangists had done it, like that they were the ones who actually will have been told by someone above
I
them
can't remember.
to
I
carry
can't
out.
remember he himself was censured for it. I don't think anybody involved was ever like specifically charged, or
unfortunately,
I don't know if anybody lost office. But it does seem like there was it was pretty clearly understood. But yeah, I don't think at any point was there a public statement by Sharon.
The Israeli Commission found him personally responsible because he should have known full well what would have happened with that amount of with that particular group.
I think the most damning one. Sorry.
They made him resign as defense minister.
Yeah. Okay, that was
to
okay.
agricultural.
I think the most damning one is he was asked directly if he would object to LF using bulldozers to remove the Palestinian camps in the south. This obviously isn't referring to PLO. This is referring just to the refugee camps themselves. By this point, PLO troops had all exiled themselves. And he says, "This is not our business. We do not wish to deal with Lebanon's internal affairs."
Yeah.
So it sounds like there was more or less tacit approval of whatever LF did generally.
Yeah.
And of course they trained them and armed them. So
I mean they were there for 36 hours at least before they stopped them. So and they were not that like I've been past those two neighborhoods as a kid, just like very briefly, because you have to drive there from the airport to get into like up into the middle of Beirut. So I very vaguely at 13 remember my dad telling me like this is where like some bad shit happened. Like not a very strong memory, but it's not a very big area. It's not like massive. So where the IDF were, like I think they heard what was happening. They should have like. There's no way they didn't know. But
that's interesting.
It was just allowed to carry on for that long.
So it's not like a situation like in Gaza where you have this dense, confusing, just morass of stuff. It's like people know and hear exactly where stuff is going down, kind of thing. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the butcher of Beirut, they call him Sharon.
Wonderful.
There's all this kind of like urban mythology about, because again, like Arabs talk a lot, but there's a kind of urban mythology about him basically wandering around. When he was liaising with these phalangists, apparently he would like grope women in restaurants and shit. Yeah, apparently he was notorious for that, but who knows?
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, well, apparently no more than I do. So never mind.
We're just piling up the evidence. Okay, we're piling up a case against this man, this bastard.
What sorry. So did Jubilee suspend you on YouTube for covering their video, or
no? They don't suspend you. They just block your stream until you go back to something that's you're allowed to stream. So they have an auto thing that you can. So you can do this for your channel as well. Anyone can do it. You can basically shut people down if they're reacting to your content until they stop.
But that's just for streams though. So for like.
Well, I guess if it's enough that it's not fair use, right? If it's just like a one, because I think I was watching for about 3 minutes or 4 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, as you were.
Mm-hmm. Was Jamail involved in the massacres? He died before the massacre. That's why there was like a revenge massacre. So yeah. That's why Sharon was very, very, very naughty for allowing those guys into that camp, knowing full well what had just happened and who they blamed for it.
I usually only do it with my videos that I know are from my friends, like Noah Samson, Second Thought, things like that.
But he's bold-faced lying. He does it to everybody's videos, not just his friends. Lamino, whose video was reacted to by Hasan, where he left twice, said that he's never given Hasan permission.
I don't mind people reacting to my videos, but I do mind when they play the entirety of my video. A face cam in the corner or the occasional interruption does nothing to address that issue. My video is still being played from beginning to end in someone else's stream or video. You know, they could do the bare minimum and ask for permission. Something that none of the major reaction channels have ever done when they've streamed or re-uploaded my videos.
So don't call me a liar when he's the one lying to you. If you're a Hasan fan, he does this to you constantly. I don't know why anybody would want to get their news through this guy. Wouldn't you want somebody who's consistent, reliable, and stylish? Like Ridge. I think we all know that one person that's not easy to buy gifts for. Maybe they've been carrying around that fat, bulky wallet for over 10 years. Well, Ridge might be the perfect gift. Ridge simplifies the wallet game without sacrificing form or style. Coming in over 30 different colors and designs, even having their own take on that classic leather wallet, my favorite, giving you the ability to personalize it with images, monograms, or text, all while being made from RFID blocking materials to protect you from digital pickpockets. But Ridge isn't just upgrading your wallet storage, they're upgrading your key storage as well. The Ridge key case organizes up to 6 keys in a compact jingleless way, from wallets and keys to backpacks and phone cases.
What if I like my jingles? What if I like smacking my ass and the keys going?
Is the perfect gift for this holiday season, all with a 99-day risk-free trial, so you can give the perfect gift worry-free. And if they somehow don't...
Have you seen Waltz with Bashir? No, I've seen the end of it because I'm fucked in the head. But I will watch the whole thing one day. I don't know. I tune out of films very easily these days.
Love it, you can get a full refund. Shop the holiday sale by going to ridge.com/WillyMaxShow and get up to 30% off through December 20th. Use my link and you get a free chance to win a Ridge bundle worth over $4,000. Thank you, Ridge, for sponsoring this video.
But it's really frustrating that, like, this is a fundamental thing I believe in and I advocate for and I practice what I fucking preach, and yet motherfuckers still always say that I am actually fake.
A lot of Hasan fans are mad at me because I called Hasan a fake socialist, a hypocrite. Aw, socialism man has money. Socialism man bad. You are not allowed to critique capitalism if you have money, LOL. No iPhone equals socialist?
Not
Please
this again.
read just a crumb.
Not this discourse again. Oh my god, it's so... LSF posts. Hey, Destiny's wallet ad.
Do you ever walk around, go into the store, and someone tries to make you buy something, and you're like, oh, hold on, let me get my dumbass fucking wallet out. Oh, look at me, using a wallet like a dumbass. Do you ever get embarrassed when the ladies look at you in line and like, ooh, the trifold, like how 1990s, like, man, this guy Serge a fucking loser. What a fucking virgin nerd. And then the security guards come and they beat you up and they throw you out of the store. Don't be this guy. Be this guy. Get a Ridge wallet. With a low cost of only $75,
$75.
Solid pieces of carbon fiber and or titanium alloy stripped together using highly elastic and flexible bands that allow you to take your cards out in style. It's very minimalistic. It's very sexy and it's very cool. It's the
Okay, that's good. It's good that it's good that I'm not the only one who can't advertise. Okay.
Please, I beg you. I never called Hasan a hypocrite.
Wait, wasn't Lav's husband the Ridge wallet guy? Wait. Is that real? Is that facts? Oh no. Oh no. What have we stumbled into? This is crazy. So, he did ads for Lav's husband and then... Wait, I was going to watch this. What's this? I bookmarked this because apparently...
you know, there are certain...
Oh, is she spilling tea about Mr. Girl? Oh, no.
You know, there are certain boundaries that I set, like, stop calling me your daughter. it makes me uncomfortable. And he was just like, no. And I was just like, okay, well then I don't want to be in a friendship or a relationship with someone who does not respect my boundaries or who lets me weigh in on what the relationship expectation should be. Like, that's not fair.
He tried to save her and she betrayed him. Oh no. Oh no.
And so I ended the friendship. And I feel better, feel good about it. And so for months we don't talk, basically. And then he calls me his daughter a couple weeks ago on stream and all over his Reddit still. And so I text him and I say, Max, stop. Like, I ended our friendship over this. It makes me uncomfortable. Please, I'm asking you to stop. And he was just like, I'm your dad. And was like, so good to hear from you. And I was just like, I like can't. It's like hopeless.
Oh no. It's funny because that story has like probably a 50% chance of being true. Oh shit. I'm trying to think which one of them fucked around and found out more. Lav. I feel like this relationship vocal fry yeah,
because he's rich.
That's probably how that conversation went.
Hasan a hypocrite because he advocates that companies should profit share with their employees while he pays his employees absolutely nothing.
As a socialist, right? Does that carry over to your Twitch?
Guys, he's doing all the greatest hits here, isn't it? So socialism, man bad, Gideon, being wrong, coping and demonizing, radicalized audience. I don't care about Gideon or socialist because we've done that too many times. Let's go with being wrong, coping and demonizing. That sounds fun. Thanks for the sub, Pondy Sama.
Right, guy. I spent a large majority of my last video criticizing Hasan's poor news coverage. And since then, has he taken the criticism in good faith, becoming a better political commentator? No, of course not. It's Hasan. He's delusional. He hasn't changed a bit. He will still sit there blindly saying stuff about Gaza while the article on stream is proving him wrong.
After the takeover, Israel and Egypt imposed a blockade over the Strip as a way to stop them from importing weapons. And also any secondary materials that could be used to make weapons. Just by their own admission alone, we know that they have the... He didn't like that. But again, I feel like Hamas are quite proud of the fact that they can... That they're like... What was it John Lennon said? I'm an artist. You give me a fucking tuba, I'll get you something out of it. That's Hamas, but with rockets. I don't know. Capacity to produce their own weapons with support from Iran.
Yeah, no, I don't. I think that's bullshit too. Again, like that's what Israel claims, and that's the reason why.
That's what Hamas claims. That's a really smart edit because he went in from my video to his. He went in from his react to my react. That's really clever. Wow. Claims.
The receipt is right in front of him. And despite his bias being on full display, describing himself as a self-propagandist.
Make no mistake, the posters are propaganda. Of course they are. But just like I do propaganda, right?
Will at the same time claim that his coverage has been even-handed.
Since day one, I have been incredibly even-handed and incredibly tempered in my coverage.
What's that music?
I've been incredibly even-handed and incredibly tempered in my coverage for obvious reasons, even though inside of me a fire burns, okay?
Hasan is very talented at making his mistakes seem inconsequential. And if somebody proves him wrong, he twists that into them being the bad guy. We all know Hasan jumped the gun when it comes to the Gaza hospital being bombed by Israel. And when his chat corrected him, he demonized them.
You bet.
Apparently, the IDF are about to enter Al-Shifa. It's because, and Twitter said, this is a deleted tweet. Are they really about to enter Al-Shifa hospital? I'm not convinced.
Bad faith, apartheid defending, bloodthirsty genocidal freak.
He then goes on to speculate missile technology because that's easier than admitting he's wrong.
If there's a deployment like an activation.
Willie Mack is on the Hasan stream. Let's go.
All right. So you
Did you watch the videos?
No, of course not. I have a policy of not really watching videos such as that one, specifically because it will frustrate me, and then I will have to
You want to debate
to
about
it.
a video you didn't even watch?
Oh no. Willie Mack's a debate, bro.
You made the
Willie
video.
Mack's a
I'm not,
debate
like,
horse
debating
fucker.
a random person about a video I didn't watch. You made the fucking video. So let's hear.
I know, but
what
that
your
kind of like
gripes
that kind of
are.
links up to like my big criticism with you is that you don't actually put in the bare minimum effort to research anything before you jump to conclusions. That's why you're like, hey, I want to debate Willie.
Do you really consider me watching a fucking dumbass YouTube video from a drama farming channel to be doing research? I don't need to do research
this is what you're
on a
talking
video.
About. You're going into a topic you don't know anything about.
Brother, just give me what you want to say. Give me what you want to say. The video's about me, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
sure,
fucking talk to me about what the fucking points of the video are and let's discuss it. The fuck do you mean?
My main criticism.
Why would I have to research a video about myself? Like, oh man, I can't believe I have to. I have to watch.
I have no doubt you didn't.
I have to watch a fucking dumbass talk shit for 25 minutes and jerk off like all the fucking talking points.
Willie Mack can say, "How do you know I'm a dumbass?"
Over and over again.
Okay.
Incredibly stupid. Give me the fucking takes and we'll talk about it. Okay, go on.
Yeah. My take is that you have a pattern of behavior where breaking news happens. You jump to wild conclusions, talking way too confidently.
Okay, give me an example.
Who disagrees with
example.
you.
Give me an example.
All right,
are you going to talk about? Okay.
There was reports that Ukraine was going to be invaded by Russia. You confidently said no, it wasn't, despite all the reports. Then Russia invades, and then instead of apologizing and correcting the story, you then
I didn't apologize and correct the story.
You justify the invasion.
Wait,
right?
I didn't apologize and correct the story.
Let me finish my.
Wait, hold on.
No,
this is important.
This is the pattern of behavior.
Because you said you. Wait. Hold on. You're the one who doesn't do his research because I did apologize and I did correct the record. You just didn't fucking see it.
He did correct the record, but he also said, "Oh, but they're never going to attack Kiev, right?" Didn't he say that? I covered this.
Look at fucking clip
It's in the video. It's in one of my videos.
So why did you just now bring it up as though I've never apologized?
Oh, this is so like Hasan. And then the worst part is when people call you out.
Why did you just bring that up as I never apologized?
It's all out of context.
Why did you just say I never apologized for it when I did?
The hook on.
You claim that's all out of context.
Why did you say I never apologized? Why did you just say I never apologized?
Justify more. You then make more outrageous claims.
I'm sorry. Why did you say I never apologized if I did and you just repeated after I said...
He's going to hold on to that for, like, he's going to debate pervert the fuck out of that. Why
close, and you tried to fucking act like I was just backtracking.
I didn't move the goalpost, dude. This is exactly my criticism.
You did. Stop saying this is exactly my criticism. Okay, but then your criticism is
video,
fucking stupid.
Your apology is in there.
Okay,
you just didn't watch it, so you're just making shit up right now. That's what you're doing.
No, I'm going off of what you're saying.
Because you didn't watch the video, because you don't research anything, which is the whole criticism.
Why would I watch a fucking stupid video that you made when I'm talking to you because the video is about me? You said with your words that I didn't actually apologize.
Oh no!
You said with your words
that I did. Is this what you're going to do? You're going to talk over me when I'm giving you the answer?
No.
I'm giving you a very straightforward answer. I did do that.
Okay.
I did cover your apology.
So you said I did apologize, but it wasn't good enough for you. Is that what you're saying?
And I showed you apologizing for making your completely, like, fairly baseless claims, jumping to conclusions, and then you followed that up by making more baseless claims, jumping to conclusions.
Okay. Go on. What are the baseless claims that I made that I jumped to conclusions
that they weren't going to attack
even though
Kiev,
you originally said...
Right? Hang on. I'm going to show you right
Russia
now.
Would never invade Ukraine, which is true. I did say that.
This is what bothers me. So, hang on. I'll find it. Sorry.
Stupid decision for Russia, okay, which I claimed would be impossible to occupy Ukraine, a country with 44 million people whose entire national independence movement has revolved around literally trying to escape from Russia for the most part, regardless of the Russian-speaking population.
This was the issue, right? This was the issue. Hasan already admitted he was wrong here, didn't he? Well, kind of. The next day, he uploaded a video entitled, "I Was Wrong About Ukraine," where he does concede that he didn't expect an invasion. However, In the first 60 seconds, he goes on to once again challenge the US State Department, this time on their warnings about Russia moving beyond the separatist regions and attacking Kiev.
Because there's been a lot of information that has been wrong, completely wrong, and there's still a lot of information that the Western State Department is pumping out by way of mainstream media about like Russia is going to go and overtake Kiev and they're going to go into Ukraine. Yeah?
Like that was the next. And then what was this?
I would look like Tim Pool after that 49 state landslide L if, you know, there was a bombing, active bombing currently happening on Kiev and like Ukrainians were being murdered.
Did I just show a fucking rocket going off after them saying that? Bro, that's pretty dark.
At this moment. I would be that way if America was like, we're going with a full-throated, this is a full-blown invasion, and yet it hasn't happened.
Damn, I was on fire. All right.
Ed, what's the second point? What is the lie that I told about Ukraine?
It's not a lie. It's just you made more claims. You made more basis.
Like what?
Claims.
What is the claim?
I gotta go pull it up in the video because you didn't.
You didn't prepare for your own
anything.
fucking. You didn't prepare where you were literally coming on here to talk about not Israel Palestine, mind you, but about Ukraine, and you didn't even fucking prepare with talking points.
I'll talk
really?
to you about Israel Palestine. That'll be the next point. It's you doing the same thing again. Well, dude, how do I hear you impromptu ask me to a debate
Felix.
this minute? If I had a day to prepare, I would have everything, but you didn't. You just completely you blew
Dude,
this whole
it's your
thing up,
video.
so
It's your video about me. These should be so simple for you to be like, this is where you lied. Just say it. We already established that the first thing. The first thing you did was wrong.
All right, you got to give me a minute.
Okay.
Let's go.
Are you trying to link me your video? I'm not going to watch your video. Just say it with your mouth, with your words. Go ahead.
You want to show him the clip,
I have to watch my video to see what my receipt is because this is a year old. Right? I didn't know I didn't know where this
You don't even know your own video. You don't know the contents of your own fucking video.
I made it a year ago, bro.
You think you're doing a good job right now? Do you think you're doing a good job right now defending your position? Like it's such a profound position.
You're doing
It's such a
exactly what I
profound
expect you to
position
do.
that you don't even fucking remember your own talking points. Oh my lord.
Dude, I'm trying to find your talking point.
I'm
trying to find your talking point.
I know. My talking points that you claim are wrong should be, in the chamber for you to fire off. You came on here because you thought, let's have a conversation about these fucking videos that I've made.
Do instantly right now, right? When I was out.
Stop complaining. Give me the talking points. Come on. Stop.
Shift the goalpost around.
Stop complaining. Tell me what it was. Stop bitching. Tell me what it fucking was. You started the conversation by talking about Ukraine. Why did you bring up Ukraine if you weren't fucking ready to talk about it? Your first point that you brought up was that I never apologized for it. I debunked it within fucking seconds.
Listed out and all the receipts right here, but you said get on now. Willy No Show.
Okay, go ahead. Come on, Willy No Show. Come on. What's the second talking point?
Yelling in my ear while I'm pulling up the receipt.
Willy No Show. Give me the second talking point. If you're not this fucking passionate about the subject, then you're basically admitting that you're a fucking bottom-feeding drama farmer who has no interest in.
This is
you're just gonna look retarded because I'm gonna pull it up when I make my video.
Pull it up. Pull it up. Stop fucking complaining about it after the fact. Go ahead.
He's a debate concentration camp guard.
In truth and research or whatever. You have this wonderful opportunity. You have this wonderful opportunity to ask me personally.
To pull it up. I'm trying to listen, but I'm hearing you twice. Once from my video and once from you just bitching in my ear.
Oh my god.
So you gotta wait. Yeah, that's how research
This is the greatest.
Loner Box is feeding him. I'm not fucking feeding him, you retard. I'm just watching the video.
I'm muting myself. Go ahead.
Not
watch
feeding
your video,
anyone.
and then you can come back.
It's
Okay?
Osbald Jones.
Holy moly,
I'm just watching.
Dude.
Just enjoying
Lord
myself.
Mercy. I muted myself. He can't hear me, so we can find his
Sounds
own
like a
talking
perverted
points in his
J-Dub.
own fucking videos. Jesus Christ, dude.
I didn't even get to any of my moderator questions.
I know. Every
Adam
time Felix
Spooky
is here, we got to do
with
a
the
fucking,
999. This
we
is
have
so
to have
perverted.
the
Thanks very much.
conversations like this. It just has to happen. I love that he's like, I don't remember my talking points. I have to watch my own YouTube video.
Well, I was going to suggest like a new topic. I was gonna like
Maybe I'm feeding Hasan.
If you don't want to watch the video, like Wall talking to him, and he doesn't have the Google Doc. I was actually gonna ask a series of questions.
Should help
about
poor
Amy
Willy
Schumer.
out.
No,
it's
no Amy Schumer. We can't do that.
My questions are fine. They're like no one in the world would think they're bad.
All right, I got it.
All right, he's got it. He's got it. All right, let's hear it.
I got it.
All right. All right. Thank you, Willie
your
Mac No
claim
Show.
was you said people. You said let me watch this one more time.
Bro,
it was in your video. It was in your video. I was wrong about Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
And you said people are acting like Kiev's getting bombed, like that would never happen, and then it's literally did happen.
Okay.
So it's you just again making more you're making your apology video about being wrong and making baseless claims that you know nothing about.
This is your take.
Wrong. It's a pattern of behavior.
This is your take from February 22nd, 2022.
Yeah.
Another thing that I was
again. You've done it since then.
I've done it since
several
then.
times since
People
then,
are acting like Kiev's getting bombed. It did happen. You're right about that.
Did, and you said it wouldn't. So
do you
it's
think
just
that I didn't
another
cover?
example of you
Wait,
being
hold on.
wrong.
Hold on. Do you think that I didn't cover Kiev getting bombed? Like I hid that or something?
No, you did, but it's your accusation saying it doesn't, saying it won't happen. There's no way it'll happen.
Yeah. Do you think that? Do you think that bombing Kiev specifically, it was what Russia did? Do you think that that was a good thing for Russia to do?
I didn't say
it was from the Lorna box.
Do you have any genuine
you
opinions?
Don't think it was a good thing.
Do you have any genuine?
I think his video might have come before mine.
Russia's involvement in the Ukraine.
My opinion on that is that you shouldn't be talking about shit.
Brother,
you know
hold up. We're having a conversation about Ukraine and Russia. We're having a conversation about Ukraine and Russia, and I'm asking you a specific question. I'm asking you a specific question.
My conversation's about you.
Brother, do you have a whole research team behind you? Because you're not
me. I actually did research just now, and you could barely be patient.
This isn't my internet. I think this is this is definitely the Restream software. Get on Twitch, idiots, pedophiles.
You personally do not have an opinion on Russia or Ukraine at all.
It's not my internet. My internet is showing everything fine. There's no drop frames. YouTube is fine. It'll be fucking Restream that's fucking up going to YouTube. Because I'm only sending it to Restream. It's their fault, okay? Don't hate me.
When you can't do the
Willie No
basic
Script,
shit.
listen to me. I've taken accountability
Willie
on the
No
things
Script.
that I have said that are incorrect. Of
That's
course,
not
on
true.
the editorial perspective, on the editorial side of my coverage, okay, on the editorial side of my coverage, if I make a prediction or a speculation, it can sometimes be wrong. That speculation is always going to be on foundational analysis that is solid.
I got another one too. Hey, I got just more examples.
Do you have an
more
issue with
recent.
do you have an issue with my analysis of the situation? Because I can't
Well, we could go
possibly
into that.
do research on things that haven't
Debate
happened yet.
molester.
I can simply
No, you just
speculate.
make it up.
And
You
this
just make up
entire
stuff.
Hermit
do
Kai,
you think
thanks for
when
the
I
sub.
say, guys, I don't think that Russia will bomb Kiev is actually in
that's not what he
your
said.
opinion like me making up something? Or
He said you would look like Tim Pool after the 49 state landslide if they were bombing Kiev.
Sendingly about people who think that could happen. That's the clip.
okay, but you're yeah, okay. You don't
Yeah,
so
why
is
are
this
you-
all
why
just
are you
tone
doing
policing?
You
Is
don't
that
know
what it
the fuck
is?
you're talking about.
Is this all so all of this is just you personally tone policing the way I'm
No,
covering
it's
the
not
fucking
tone
news?
policing. It's about your
Do you have
poor
any
reporting.
genuine interest or any curiosity in like Russia and Ukraine at all, or is all you do fucking drama farming off of clips? Because over the course of this entire conflict, I've dedicated tens or hundreds of hours into my coverage, and the analysis in and of itself comes from a solid foundation. Now, the predictions might be wrong, and it certainly was, which is something that I took accountability for, even though you said I had not. So here's my
you really
question to you.
didn't. You then just did the same mistake again. You did the same criticism.
Did you look into, okay, what sources I was looking at and where I was getting
Mearsheimer,
this opinion from?
I don't know where he got that
there
opinion
was
from.
sources and
Beyond
opinions
just
for
like
you to-
looking
for you
at
to
beyond just
view
like
on that.
looking at YouTube clips and regurgitating.
It's because he didn't believe U.S. intel. That's why he thought it was ridiculous. Yeah.
neoliberal
It's me. It's all
neoliberal
coming through me.
commentators is the same fucking 5 clips that you are going to
Bro,
present
you
here.
think
and
Destiny's
tone
secretly
police on
behind
it.
this? Is this what
And
you're crying about right now? Is this why you keep saying random
Does it sound?
shit?
Does it sound like I'm?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
crying
it
to
does.
you?
You just said, yeah, it does. You're talking about stuff that doesn't matter.
Brother,
and you're trying to shift
you
the
said-
goalposts
you
away from the
said-
criticism, which is your poor reporting. You bring me on to debate. You let me pick the debate topic, and now you won't engage. It's
Okay.
incredibly frustrating.
I am
and it's really
trying
sad. It's
to I am
really just
trying to
classic
engage
Hasan.
with you. I am
You
trying
aren't.
to
You're talking
engage
in
with you.
circles about
I'm trying
stuff
to
that's
engage
not
with you.
important.
I'm trying to
That's what
engage
you're
with you
doing.
in good faith as best as I possibly can. And all you've done so
is a-
far. Yeah?
I would look like Tim Pool after that 49 state landslide L if, you know, there was a bombing, active bombing currently happening on Kiev, and like Ukrainians were being murdered left and right at this moment. I would be that way if America was like, we're going with a full-throated, this is a full-blown invasion, and yet it hasn't happened.
Yeah, there we go.
Your tone was off. Okay, well, my tone was
It wasn't
off.
your
You don't
tone,
like it,
it's
but you
the
haven't
tone.
brought up, I was being condescending. You
actually
haven't
your
brought up
recording.
Oh my
the
God.
actual research or the
DGG
actual
was really upset that I
analysis
paused the
led
debate.
to
Holy
these
shit.
conclusions. Part of the reason why you
Send
haven't
Willy
done
your
that is
video.
because you have
No.
no idea.
I
what these
don't know
sources
who
are.
Willy is. I'm not
Since
doing
you're
that.
just talking in circles on this,
He
can I
should
just go to
have
the
this. I
next
think
one?
I've seen his video on
I'm not
this.
talking in circles on this
You are.
whatsoever, but go ahead. Let's talk about the next point.
I also...
All right, the next one.
But for the record, I am not
Gaza
clairvoyant. I
hospital.
cannot predict the future.
Let's
I
get them
cannot
up here.
predict the
I
future.
think we need
I
some
know,
I just want
company.
to point that out.
But you're
I don't wanna
you
look at this
talking on
Chapo
breaking
guy.
news like you know what the fuck's gonna happen and you don't. You're talking completely out of line. So
Wait,
all right,
wait,
the
wait,
missile hit.
Hold up.
Can I just go to the next point?
Hold up.
Hold up.
My speculation on what may happen, okay, in the future is not always going to be correct. Everybody understands
It's
this.
usually wrong. Yeah.
It's usually wrong. The only
It's
example
wrong a
you
lot.
brought
you
over.
said the CIA is why Iran bombed the U.S.
Do
base,
you
bro.
do you know how many?
said
Do
the
you
only
know
reason
how
the
many
protest-
hours?
Protesters are
Do you
taking
know
down
how many
pictures
hours?
of Israelis is because it's a psyop to make Palestinians look bad.
Uh-oh.
Wait, hold
Like,
on,
this is the
hold on,
fucking
hold
shit
on,
you
hold
do.
on. What base are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about with the Iranian thing. What?
Iran struck a U.S. base, and then you said it's the CIA. No shot, it's the CIA. Complete because you were like, oh, there's a nuclear
We're gonna need a
deal.
receipt.
Why would Iran do that? No way, no shot. 100%
receipt.
confidence. Iran then takes credit for it, and then you cope, mauled, and seethe to your audience.
Wait, I'm so.
I know you don't know
I'm-
because you use so much bullshit all the time. You can't even
Yeah,
remember. what it is.
perhaps.
Oh shit, he's
perhaps
recovering.
The reason for why
He's back from the
you,
ropes.
Are maybe the reason why I'm confused and the reason why you're a little bit confused on this is because in every single circumstance, that every single thing that you've brought up, there's almost always a correction that comes after the fact. You, on the other hand, do not see the correction, or you, on the other hand, see the
No, I
30
wait
second,
for the full
30
information to
second
be out
to
there, and
2
you don't.
minute,
I do
30
like the
second to
responsible
2 minute
reporter thing.
videos,
You
which
don't.
is enough for you to try and develop a
Dude,
consistent
this is
narrative.
from your whole live stream, by the way.
I don't know if like media ever actually says like it's alleged that Iran did this strike. Oh, no fucking way though. The CIA. Welcome to BBC 6 o'clock news. Now for the weather. No, that's not how it goes. All right.
Your own mouth. Go
Can
do
I-
the research.
can I ask you
then-
something? Can I ask you something?
Keep
Can I ask you
reading,
something
DGG.
really
Watch the
quickly?
fucking
Okay.
Twitch stream. You absolutely. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Sorry. I just need to deal
This
with
is
this
important
fucking
for you to comprehend.
I'm sure.
disease.
Do you think
We'll go. Hey,
that over the course of thousands of hours,
go there.
thousands of hours of coverage, okay, thousands of hours of coverage, especially when something is like being immediately brought to my attention, okay, immediately brought to my attention, which I don't even know what you're talking about, but
Yeah, I
don't
know,
really-
'cause you
I
just
don't,
use
I don't
so much
exactly. I don't
bullshit,
remember
we
what you're
can't
talking
keep in
about.
mind.
But over the course of thousands of hours of coverage, when I, for example, read something in the chat and respond to it, okay, do you think that this is like reporting, or do you think that I'm giving like immediate
breaking
commentary?
news you cover. This isn't a random chat comment. This is breaking news that's happening.
Okay,
I think what most
understand
people,
that.
you should do what most people do and
What
wait
is-
for the story to be out there before you start spurging out,
Okay.
making wild accusations.
Spurging
Here,
out.
can I go to the next one?
you need to limit your TOS worthy takes here. This isn't
that a
fucking
TOS word?
YouTube or
What is my
whatever
TO?
you're
What
talking
TOS did I
about.
break? there?
You can't use unfortunately, I know, and I used to do this in the past as well. You can't use ableist language, but go
Oh,
on.
like the R word. I got you. My bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm glad that you're
So,
a fan though.
Well, yeah. I don't.
Thank you
You know,
for-
this
thank you
is
for
this
watching.
is this is both. This is your job. I don't want to
Okay.
ruin that. So for instance, like the missile hit the Gaza hospital, both sides blamed each other. That's the breaking news, right? And
Yeah.
instead of waiting for more information, you jump to conclusions saying it was 100% Israel. 100%.
Okay.
You were so
Good-
confident.
good
You're, like,
point.
demeaning all the
Good
chatters.
point. Good point. Can I ask you a
Can I
question?
go through the whole thing before you
Can I-
go?
No. Hold
Before
on.
we
This
get
is
off
important.
topic
This
and
is
derail?
important. I have a no. We're not jumping. We're talking about this. Okay. We're
Okay.
talking about this specific thing. Finally, now we're talking about Israel and Palestine. When I said that, I didn't just go, oh, I have no other opinion on this matter. I simply think Israel definitely did this because
Wasn't that the title of his
I
stream?
want Israel to have definitely done this. The reason why I said this, and you do this regularly, okay? When I say something on this stream, okay?
Sounds like a
oftentimes,
J-Dom argument.
especially if it's
Did
a
you watch the
developing
video?
story.
Like, how do you know I say this stuff?
Especially if it's a developing story, when I say something on an issue that is happening, I look to all of the circumstantial evidence on the matter, and I look to everything else that is going on thus far. Now, we're two adult individuals here. Do you think it is unfair to say Israel blew up the hospital, like Israel bombed the hospital?
I think when there's a claim like that, you wait for information, right? I mean, there's
Okay.
a million things.
The information is that there was.
Can I respond? There's a million things to criticize the IDF for. That's right out there, right? You know this. I've seen you do it all day on stream. You get them on shit that they 100% deserve. But when there's something like that, and instead of waiting for reports, while the report is literally Israel and Hamas blame each other, right? You don't know what the story is. You don't know who did it or not. And you say 100%, they 100% did it. That's a huge disaster, bro. That's like
At that point, first of all, who do you think blew up the hospital? Like the hospital courtyard, rather. Who do you think bombed the hospital courtyard?
I think most investigations point towards it being either the Islamic Jihad or Hamas, right? It's like a misfired rocket. And then what you did in response to that was, instead of being like, yeah, I think since most of the reports are going this way.
Why do you think it's wait, hold on. Why do you think it's Hamas or Islamic Jihad and a rocket misfire?
That's just
what most of the investigations turned out.
Hey.
So
I know Channel 4 had a different one.
Because you're bringing
Channel
this
4
up,
was in the air,
and this is really
wasn't it?
important to understand. One, all of the circumstantial
You say that
evidence
every
at the
time, but it never is.
Okay, all of the circumstantial evidence at the time, of course, after the 6,000 bombs that Israel had dropped on Gaza, a densely populated open-air prison, the 6,001st bomb, understandably, was going to be an Israeli bomb. To this day, we still do not know whether this was an Islamic Jihad rocket that was misfired or whether or not this was actually
I need to get the two headlines where Hamas said they had fragments of the rocket, of the Israeli bomb, but then they said it had disintegrated. I need to find those two bits. If anyone has both of those stories, that's just so...
Because freaks that disagreed with
you don't actually watch the content beyond...
You demonize them.
Because... First of all, because they
Just
are.
like you do every time,
because the
by the
Israeli
way. You
government
do
is
this all the
genocidal. What the
time.
fuck are you
This is
talking
your
about,
thing.
you dumb
This is your
fuck?
fucking thing.
4,500 children have been ruthlessly slaughtered. You think that's not genocidal?
Shift the topic again
Oh,
to
the
something
one
I didn't
hospital
even
might...
say.
Wait, Willy, shut the fuck up and listen, dumbass.
Yeah,
do you
yeah.
really
Go
think?
on, do it.
Do you really think that if one fucking hospital wasn't bombed by Israel and this was a fucking actual misfire, that all of a sudden means that like... that all of a sudden means that like
that protest was like this story was huge. Anyway,
dude, just fucking answer my question. Do you think that the ethnic cleansing campaign, if you take out the bombing, okay, if you take out the one time that this hospital's bombed, okay, if you take that out, do you think out of the equation, do you think Israel is all of a sudden not doing ethnic cleansing in Gaza?
No, that's not what I said. This is what you're trying to.
I'm asking you. Okay, then
I just said no.
Okay, good.
Dude,
I'm glad. Okay, so what's your
reports?
Okay, got it. No. Got it.
Look at the reports.
Got it.
And you go ahead and they side with it. You continue to call them genocidal, even though that's the fact of the info. That's what most of the info says.
When I cover these kinds of
ignore the
stories,
news, bro. That's the point. You just like lie and come up with your own
I don't
shit.
ignore the news. You ignore the rest of the fucking coverage, because on the day of the hospital bombing, I personally said, okay, that the highest likelihood of this hospital being bombed is from
No, you also
Israel.
said it was 100%.
Just shut the fuck up and listen,
what you did,
okay?
bro.
Shut up
no,
and
keep
listen.
shifting the
I think Hasan knows he fucked up here, and he's
It's my own
You
coverage.
are.
I'm giving
Angry.
you additional feedback. If you actually genuinely
Cock
cared about the
bastard.
truth,
Thanks,
instead of
Yellow
fucking
Swag.
chimping and drama farming,
This guy sounds
you
like
would
a J-Dom
understand
right
that
now.
on that
It's like
same
right there.
day,
You could go watch
on
the
that
full clip.
same
It's in my video.
day, over and over again, I said the highest probability of this is that this is an Israeli bombing campaign. part of the reason why I said that.
You also said that
and
was
I
the
also
highest
mentioned
probability
multiple times
after the investigation.
I also mentioned
the investigations don't agree with you.
I also
doubled
mentioned
down on that
multiple
point.
times. I also mentioned multiple times.
We just
that
again
the
ignored what I
reason-
said.
Dude, just listen to what I'm saying.
Well,
You-
you're
I know it
saying's
doesn't.
irrelevant,
I know
though.
it
You're
doesn't
just saying
correspond.
both, like, you're
no,
just
it's not
like
irrelevant
waffle.
because
You're
you're making a
waffling.
video. You're making a video to massage
right.
a
You should
certain
watch
narrative, to create a certain narrative.
It's a
okay?
true narrative. It's like
to create a certain
100%
narrative,
right.
and that narrative, when it doesn't
You can't even
correspond to the
disprove it
narrative
right
you're
here
trying
when
to
I'm
make,
telling it to your face.
when it doesn't correspond to the narrative you're trying to make, you go, oh, it's irrelevant. Of course, it's not irrelevant. Do you think that my coverage of this bombing is irrelevant? Why are you fucking
No,
making a
it's
video
actually- it's
about
actually
a
what I'm
30-second sliver of the
criticizing, that you
content if
I
you don't
criticize
actually?
that you jump to conclusions, and now you're saying, yeah,
I'm
I
losing
did,
my
but
mind.
like, look, at this 1.8 hours in,
Willy,
I have this
Willy,
100%
it's not 8 hours
I
in.
actually
It's not
said
8
it
hours
was
in.
mostly
It's
like
not
I have
8
the
hours
one
in.
that they,
It is not 8 hours in.
Have nothing left of the
What
news.
will it take?
But where's the
for
one
you
that said
to
they
go?
did have it?
Okay, you know what?
This is
I was
from
actually wrong.
October
He actually had a
22nd.
much more even-handed approach to the subject matter.
If
Or
my
have you
take
already
was-
made your
yeah.
preconceived biases,
No,
and
it's
you're
not. It's
simply
like the
looking to
facts.
reinforce
It's
them?
The facts of what happened, and you have yet to disprove it. If my criticism is,
I said on the day of the bombing, Willy,
what have you done to disprove that? You jump
I
into
said
conclusions.
on the day of the bombing,
Yes.
of the bombing, I
Yes,
said
like the most hilarious part. Like it's the day. This is breaking news. And
Yes.
you jump to
Derailed
the
Joe
conclusion that's
Biden's Middle East
100%.
You're right. After
Out of your
6,000
mouth.
bombs, the 6,001st bomb,
Then
I should have
after
been
the
like,
reports
guys,
come
hold
out,
on. Let's not
You
talk
just
about
call
this.
everybody genocidal.
Shut the fuck up and
That's
listen.
what you do.
Shut up and listen, dumbass.
Go on.
Listen.
Oh, go on.
Okay,
That
thank
night,
you. Holy fuck.
Islamic
You're
Jihad
just simply
claimed
proving
to
how
have a
bad
missile
faith you are and you
fragment,
don't give a
but have
shit.
not
I'm
produced
Yes,
not.
I'm
You're
covering
not
the fucking
engaging.
news.
You don't
yes,
engage.
Okay, go
I'm
on,
covering
both.
the news. In
Yes.
America, when we have like
bad way.
mass shootings and
Remember
whatnot
the Holodomor
happening,
door?
I have a policy of usually not diving headfirst into that news coverage because
That's not
it is
true at
not
all.
the
You
same
title
as
your
the
shit then.
consistent war coverage. The only reason why I usually talk about whatever kind of breaking story is happening, this is
You
not the
just
same for
cover
Israel
a
and it's not the
shooter,
same
like
for
a mass
Ukraine.
Shooter? Wasn't your stream titled that the day of
Listen,
the shooting?
listen to me.
I mean, who are we
listen to
kidding
me.
here?
The only thing I cover in situations like that is whatever the mainstream media's, whatever mainstream media has reported on. Oftentimes, we just simply look at the live stream of the police force when they are talking about how many victims are there. That's it. Now, having said that, is that the case for Israel? No, it's not. Is that the case for Ukraine? No, it's not. And it wasn't. Okay. And in that circumstance, there are times where, of course, I'm going to get certain things wrong. But this is an 8-hour news coverage. If you look at a 30-second, if you look at a 30-second broadcast,
That's the criticism. It's not 30 seconds. You keep saying that. It's
okay,
not
if
30
you look at a 5-minute
It's not
portion
30
of a
seconds.
fucking
You're fucking
brother, you're not listening to what I'm saying.
By Israel.
On the very
Gaza
same
hospital bombed by Israel. 800 people dead. That was your stream. What
800.
did I do to title it that? I didn't do that.
Okay.
I didn't clip that out of
Can you
context.
please listen
that
to
was
me?
You.
Can you please listen
take
to me?
any-
Can you please listen to
any
me? Can you please listen to
accountability?
me?
What will I
Can you
have to
please
show
listen to me?
What
Are
will
you
I
gonna
have to
listen?
show you for you to own up to this criticism? that you
Okay,
jumped to
because
conclusions?
you're not listening to what I'm trying to say. First of all, I never said
Because
800.
what you're saying
I
is
don't think I
irrelevant.
said
You're just
800.
going
That's
on
so
about
fucking stupid.
random shit.
Okay, I was literally repeating what the BBC coverage was. Not only that, but also because like I don't have a direct
the BBC
on the
coverage
ground.
was that the health
was-
ministry
What
said
Was
it was.
Did the BBC? Hold on, I might have this wrong. All right. Did the BBC say it was 100% Israel when they blamed each other?
The BBC's original assessment, yes, was that it was
no.
most likely an Israeli
No,
bombing.
they said that
Yeah, but they
the
blamed
health
each other in
ministry
investigations.
claimed.
No. That was literally
then
the
when-
reason why
and
they had to
then when-
rescind the coverage.
Was the title
That
Israel?
was
Came
the
out the
reason
next
why they
day,
had to rescind the
they
coverage
changed
and
their
apologize for it. But also,
my God.
what you're failing, you didn't do your research. Shut the fuck up. What you're also failing to fucking comprehend here in your dense ass mind is that once again, and I repeat myself, I said, here is what I will believe. Here is what I will believe. If there's a third-party investigation,
breaking story?
given the fact that Israel has lied routinely about the bombing campaign, and specifically had in that very same morning, the Israeli Air Force said we had no bombing
there
campaigns
has been
happening in the
third-party
region.
investigations.
We have no bombing. Just listen, okay? We have no
but
bombing
why do you
campaigns in
say-
the region,
alright.
which was a lie. They were bombing in that region, actually, as a matter of fact. That's number one. Number two, Israel also personally brought forward inconsistent testimony, inconsistent statements as to why this was definitely an Islamic Jihad rocket. Okay? And the reason why we're having this conversation and how it's so fucking
what were the
stupid,
inconsistent statements?
okay, it's so insanely idiotic, is because Israel is currently, while we're having this conversation, sieging the main hospital in Gaza. Israel, at that point, had 420 medical incidents, according to the World Health Organization. If you get your fucking news through clips, you are not going to understand why I said what I said, including that unless there is an actual third-party on-the-ground investigation, I will, of course, believe, given the circumstantial evidence mounted, that this is yet another Israeli bomb or some type of Israeli munitions, that I'm going to assume that, yes, Israel blew up this hospital just like it had blown up the cancer ward at that very same hospital 2 days prior. Did you see that part of the coverage? No, you didn't.
You know what you're doing right now and what you just did? All right?
Info dump. He's going to call it
I
info dump.
criticized you for jumping to conclusions, right? Which, by the way, a lot of streamers didn't. A lot of new streamers didn't, right? I would have been down to make videos on them. Some did, but a lot didn't, right?
No, you wouldn't, dumbass. You only do this because it gets you fucking views. You don't give a shit about Israel.
All you did was justify the bad, justify why
Israel
you should be
claimed
able to
that the
report
BBC
things
was
badly.
doing modern
You
blood
won't let me
libel.
talk. This is what you just said. All you did right there was justify why you should be able to report things badly. And then you dismissed it all saying, well, Israel's attacking Gaza right now, so none of it matters if I got it wrong.
Because,
That's what you
of
just
course,
did. It's fucking
because
embarrassing.
the point that you're trying
It's
to argue
embarrassing.
here without actually saying
the point
it.
is that you should just wait and fucking do a good job reporting. Why were you
Dog,
jumping to conclusions,
dog,
making
the
concrete statements you know nothing about? That's the same
Okay.
criticism. You haven't disproved that.
Doesn't
at all.
really take. He's not really owning. He's,
Listen to me.
I'm
Okay.
losing
Quite
my
easy
mind,
to
bro, 'cause
concede.
it's
Yeah,
just
I fucked
like
up. Shouldn't do that.
One,
Yeah.
you're holding
information
me to a
throwing at
fucking higher standard than the fucking BBC, which the Israeli
No, I'm
government said
not.
was
They
blood
actually
libel
apologized.
for
They actually
arriving at the same
rescinded.
fuck. You know why I didn't apologize? You know why I didn't apologize?
You haven't done that.
You want to know why I didn't apologize? You want to know why I didn't apologize? Do you care?
Why don't you let me
Do you
talk?
care? Do you want me to tell
People
you why
in
I
chat
didn't
are saying
apologize?
it's tone
I
police.
know why you didn't apologize, because you
The
never
Suns community doesn't care. They don't care.
ship the goalposts.
Wait, I don't apologize?
This is
I
what
don't
you always
apologize?
do.
That's
You always
crazy
ship
because
the
you said I never
goalposts.
apologized about being wrong about Ukraine, but I did.
Yeah,
and you
yeah, and
fucking
then you-
lied and said that,
But
oh,
then you
well,
I didn't
actually, you
lie.
were just
It's-
backing
it's
away.
Very consistent. I'm very consistent with it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're consistently wrong, you dense fuck. Listen.
I haven't. You don't even watch the videos. How would you know if
Why
I'm
would
wrong?
I
You
watch
don't
your
even watch
dumbass
the
drama
video. It's
farming
crazy.
videos? You don't give a shit about anything. You don't give a shit about this conflict.
right
You don't
here,
give a shit
you
about this
not watching my
beyond it
videos.
pushing your fucking
You
personal.
not watching my videos is the same level of reporting that you give Israel and Gaza. It's the same level of reporting that you give Ukraine.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you think
and just
you are
watch the shit.
revealing,
Just
you're
watch
revealing how stupid you are by claiming that watching a fucking YouTube video is the same as like reading news reports
I'm
and
not
talking
saying
to
it's the same.
on-the-ground
I'm saying
journalists and
you-
forensic analysts.
No, I'm not. I'm saying you won't even do the bare minimum, and you won't even do it for a drama video.
I'm
You won't
losing
do
my
it for
fucking
anything.
mind. Why would I
You never
care
do
about
it.
your drama video, dumb fuck?
Yeah, you do. That's why you invited me on. And now
I
you're just, like,
invited you
sitting here
on.
coping.
I invited you on because I thought that you genuinely had a perspective that it was at odds with mine on Israel-Palestine. You
Yeah, my
said,
perspective-
never
that's-
mind,
hold on,
it's
I'll
not
give
what
my
we're going to
pal-
talk
can
about.
I
We're
give
going to
my
talk about
perspective
my
on
videos that I've
Israel-Palestine?
made on you. So
Can I give
now
my
we're
perspective on
stuck
Israel-Palestine?
having this fucking stupid conversation.
Doing
when
well
I
for a
cover shit
YouTuber.
like this.
Doing well for a video
Just
essayist,
watch the
yeah.
video.
If that's what he
Willy,
is, yeah.
Willy.
Classic hospitality
Okay.
journalism.
All right, I'll
On the
ask
ground
you
journalism.
questions. I'll ask you questions. In your video, do you, I don't know, at any point bring up any of the resources that I'm using? Like
Oh shit! Did I get effed in the chat now? Oh no.
including the BBC,
Okay.
which you
Yeah,
said.
yeah. I showed the tweet you used. Yeah, I did. I showed the
Which
tweet,
tweet?
you used of a missile striking the ground, going, doesn't that look like a JDAM? That actually
That-
looks a lot
yeah.
like a JDAM.
Yeah.
It's your epic reporting. Those
my
are your
God.
epic sources, bro.
Yes. My
Oh,
epic
shit.
sources. That was the only
Yeah.
verified video of the strike at the time. What are
I
you
know,
talking about?
like you're a
Do you know where I
missiles
got
expert,
that?
though. Like you know how to interpret
Do you know where I got that video
at
from?
all.
Do you know where I got that video
Sounds
from?
like a J-Dam.
Where?
The Washington Post. That's where I got that video from.
Yeah, but you don't know how to interpret what that missile is.
That's
You're
really
just-
interesting
you're
you
just
say that
sitting
Did the
there.
because at the
Washington
time I
Post
was
say-
talking.
did the
I know
Washington
time.
Post
That's really
did the Washington Post say it sounded like a J-Dam? No fucking way. No.
Time,
Someone show me
I
that.
was
know at the time you
talking
it was
to
breaking news,
I was
so you
talking to
report that.
open source
What the
intelligence
fuck?
people
Narrative.
and also forensic analysts. That's what I was doing.
No
and I
one
still
said
do
it sounded like
when
a
I'm reporting
J-Dam.
on this kind of thing,
No.
especially when it's outside of my immediate like expertise or whatever. I go to people that are making real-time assessments.
Who
One of the
said
things that
that?
I'm
That was
sure
a
you didn't
Twitter
mention
account, I'd
was
imagine,
the
right?
geo-confirmed Twitter thread. The geo-confirmed Twitter thread that originally was incredibly viral pointed to
Does
this
this all
being
exonerate you for jumping to conclusions? 'Cause it
no,
seems like it
dumbass.
doesn't. Yeah,
Over the
so
course
that's
of
the
8
criticism. So
hours,
you're
I am
shifting the
parsing through
topic.
misinformation.
You're shifting the topic
Over
to
the
completely
no, I'm
random
not.
things.
I'm not shifting.
You know
We're
what?
still talking about this bombing. We're still talking about this bombing.
By the way, hold on. Can we move on? Because this is just circles. You're just
Wait,
repeating
whoa,
yourself.
whoa. No, we're not fucking moving on just because you feel
Okay,
like
go on.
this conversation is completely out of your fucking depth because you only
It's
look
not.
at
It's
clips.
very basic. The
Because you only
conversation
look at clips.
You jump to
Listen,
conclusions, and then you jump to conclusions, and now you justify.
It was a
one
few
thing that I
tweets.
do,
That's
one
what
thing
this
that I do
conversation is.
in breaking news stories is to parse through, okay, all of the information that is accumulating online that is going viral. I do this specifically for
Didn't he call someone like a
whenever
genocide
there's a mass
apartheid
shooter, some
supporter?
fucking psychotic right wing
For disagreeing with him on
weirdo
that?
will turn around and be like, "Oh, the mass
Shit.
shooter actually is trans or whatever the fuck," right? Now, in this circumstance, I can't believe we're still talking about this, by the way, because every
know, 'cause
single
you just
every
bring
single
up irrelevant
information.
shit.
Does anyone
every
have the
piece of
tweet
information
title?
that
I don't know if he
Israel,
said
as the
800.
official
Let's do
account,
some research.
has brought forward.
Let's
has
investigate.
been an abject lie
Hasan, I got a question,
that have
bro.
been disproven by the very same authorities that you claim are totally on board. Okay. Are totally saying like no it definitely has to be an Islamic Jihad rocket. Every single person I've talked to,
It's not me trusting them,
every
it's
single
their-
person
it's
I've talked
third-party
to,
investigations,
from
by the way.
forensic analysts that work at the New York Times, that work at Washington Post, all the way to open source intelligence analysts that I talked to from a broad variety of different ideological backgrounds. The conversations that we had
LSF?
revolved around some of the other open source intelligence community
Don't have that in stream chat,
members
the stream title.
basically
I can't see
fucking
it.
bringing forward incredibly stupid conclusions, like how this massive casualty-inducing rocket that was actually a cause of an intercepted missile that fell on the hospital. Every single point that was brought forward in the immediate aftermath of the hospital was actually completely incorrect. But you didn't make a video about that. You made a video about me. Because if you made a video, because if you made a video
about you, yes, you finally get it.
Stop.
The video's about
Listen,
you, bro.
listen. Let me finish. You didn't
Go
make a
on.
video about Geo Confirmed and how viral his fucking thread was. You didn't make a video about how wrong most of the news outlets were for directly reporting what the fuck,
Because the
directly
video's about
reporting
you.
what the fuck Israel, directly reporting what the fuck Israel says as though it's God's honest truth. Okay,
I don't report
They
like
got
that,
everything
actually.
wrong on that subject, but guess what, dude? They
Did
got
they
everything
correct
wrong,
it
but you didn't. But
afterwards?
there was no Willy Mac video on that because why
Did
would
they
you make a
correct it? Hold on, did they correct it?
Wait,
did they correct it?
No, they haven't.
They haven't. They've just doubled down on it.
No, I'm talking about all of the fucking false testimony that they brought forward about how Israel, most of these outlets that literally just repeated whatever the fuck
I
Israel
supposed to-
said, just went along with it because it goes along with the overarching narrative.
Right, but
okay?
but how come I gotta make a video on them just because I made a video on you? Like, that
Because
doesn't
you
make
said,
sense.
wait, hold on. In the beginning of this conversation, you literally said, if someone else had gotten information wrong, I would have done a video on them too. But only you got the information
I didn't say
wrong.
that. If I made a
You did
video
say
on
that.
somebody, if
You
I
did
made
say
a
that.
video on
You said
somebody
that.
else,
You
All
said
right,
those
then let me
exact
correct-
words.
Let me correct it because that's a ridiculous statement, right?
But you did say
I spent
that. If you
what
care
I
about
mean-
misinformation, maybe you should, I don't know, make the next video about IDF and all the times that they fucking
But
lied
how-
about every
but
single
look,
bombing
So
campaign.
you're saying because I made a video on you, I now got to make a video on Israel? Like,
No,
what are
you
we
don't have to do
talking about,
anything.
bro?
But you
This
can't
is
also
ridiculous.
maintain a position that you care about the truth and honesty in journalism like you're a fucking Gamergate holdout being like, oh, I care about the ethics in video game
If I-
journalism. That's why we have to dox these fucking female journalists or some shit.
I didn't dox anybody, bro. What are you talking
I
about?
didn't say that. I'm using, do you know what a fucking analogy is, dumb fuck?
Yeah, hey, I got a question. If I go ahead and let's say like you referenced in that big long rambly rant that lasted like 5 minutes, right? You referenced that you later in the stream got a story right and that I should have talked about that. because you covered some things right.
Looks like he said
Does
death
that
toll at
mean I can't
500.
criticize you for when you're wrong?
IDF
No,
bombs
of
hospital.
course you can.
Death
The
toll at
entire
500
point
in
is
single war
framing
strike
something
so far.
incorrectly.
I think it's the fact that
if
it's a
there's 8
strike
hours
that
of
took out
coverage on a
500
particular
people is quite a
matter,
big thing.
and
yeah.
throughout that coverage, I'm actually personally
This is
talking
all
about
just
how
cope
the
and
red line
excuses.
I would draw is on the
So why do you
ground.
think you're wrong?
If there is an on-the-ground investigation where they look at ground soil analysis, one factor of the forensic analysis on whether or not this was a misfire is actually seeing the impact, right? You have to look at the crater.
criticism
And the
of the
crater in and
bomb-
of itself, immediately, once the dust settled and we saw the crater, I said, while I originally
Yeah, and you
looked
sounded
at
like
the
really
while I
depressed
originally
about
looked
it.
at the
You were
video,
disappointed.
can I please explain what's happening
Yeah.
here, or
Yeah,
do
go
you
on.
just are you just in here to fucking cry? Okay,
Well, it sucks because you're going on about irrelevant stuff.
okay.
It's not relevant.
If your ultimate statement is that my claims are baseless, then you haven't done your research
My
because
claim
none
is
of
that
this
you
is
jump
baseless.
to conclusions. You jump
Brother,
to conclusions.
Of
He's
course,
he's
yeah,
getting quite
I jumped to the
focused
same
here.
conclusions that the
still coming up.
BBC
did too.
He's
And I
focusing on the
also
point.
said,
But they corrected it. You don't.
no, but you're failing to understand is I, even on the same day, immediately after this, said I might be wrong on this, and if I'm wrong,
Okay.
here is how I will be disproven. Okay, if somehow we end up having an impact crater analysis and soil analysis to see
Soil.
what kind of munitions was used in this process, and it is consistent with an Islamic Jihad rocket because we know what kind of rockets they have, and this most likely, and I said this the day of as well, was a possible batter rocket, the BADR rocket, okay, that Islamic Jihad does have. If that is the case,
That's the only way
then
you will
the
admit
ground
that
soil,
might be
the ground, yes, chemical testing on the ground would prove that to be true. Hamas also, and I brought this up as well, which I thought was suspicious, could not find anything beyond the impact crater, could not find a possible shrapnel from the missile.
They
Because the
said
missile
they
doesn't
had it,
perish,
though. They said they
okay?
had it, and then they
So
said it
what I
disintegrated.
said
Yeah.
is in situations like this, and I showed like an earlier event like this
Yeah,
where
Channel
Israel had
4.
lied, okay? In situations like this, usually they will bring forward a piece of the fucking missile, okay? If you're engaging in this, if you're engaging in my content in good faith, you would have seen all of this. I don't just like repeat whatever fucking thing I'm thinking about out of my ass.
You
okay?
do all the time. That's what
That's
the video.
not
you should
true
watch the
because
video.
I'm
You should
telling
just watch
you.
the video, dude. Hold on. In the same stream,
I'm
when you
telling
say it's
you, I'm telling
100%
you
certain,
where
calling
my
everybody-
analysis
hold on.
comes from.
Look
Talking
how
to
you reframed this entire thing.
brother, you have literally complained
Brother.
here
Psycho.
about
Brother.
one hospital bombing that
No,
is
it's
still
not. It's about your pattern of
proven.
behavior
One
of
hospital bombing that is
misreporting
still
things.
not proven to be an Islamic Jihad rocket
I know, but
by
you,
saying
the criticism
third-party
is
forensic.
You say 100%, and then everybody who says otherwise, you were calling genocidal.
I still think
That's what you did on stream. That's what
yeah,
you did.
I did.
mean,
I
these
did
are
do
the-
that
the
because
clips
they
right
are.
there.
If you're defending Israel, you are genocidal.
Jesus.
Right, but if you simply are
Wait,
telling
do you
the
think
truth with this
defending
report,
okay, let's
if
talk
you're
about that.
simply
Do you
telling
think
the truth
defending
when it comes
Israel,
to this
do you think
report,
defending
that
Israel's
makes you-
actions,
Look how
do you
look how
think
you're doing this now. You're now saying
okay,
I'm genocidal.
I'm
for
because
just simply
you brought up a
saying
new
the
point.
truth
You
of
brought
this
up a new
situation.
point. We're
The truth
moving on.
matters.
We're not going to watch your shit ass video. You brought up a new
I
point.
know, 'cause you don't want
you
the
think
actual truth.
okay,
You
do
don't
you
wanna show
think
everybody
do
the-
you
the
think what
context.
Israel is engaging in is ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement in Gaza right
Yeah.
now? You do.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. Do you think defending this ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement campaign would be defending genocidal acts then in your own assessment?
Oh, don't do a Lorna box
Yeah.
moment.
Okay, so we agree. All right, got it. Thank you.
I
We can
know
move
the
on from
criticism is your reporting. It's not that, bro.
Yeah, got it. You care more about
Yeah.
you
I
care
care about-
more
I
about
care about
the
doing a
truth
good
in
job 'cause
journalism.
you
Okay,
ra-
got it.
you do.
I'm
You're
glad we agree on it at
radicalizing
least.
people when you're
I'm glad
wrong.
we agree on
You
it. I'm glad we
radicalize
agree on
people
it.
when you're
Okay,
wrong.
move on. Next point.
Jesus Christ.
Are you just gonna like? Should I now bring up the next point?
Well, I don't know
Yeah,
what the
yeah.
fucking points are. Go
or,
ahead.
or are you gonna go on more about like irrelevant?
And here, by the way, for those for if you don't know, we do have an automatic Fossabot timer usually for breaking news, especially when it comes to like mass shootings, which includes the main mass shooting, which you claimed I was covering immediately or whatever.
Yeah, you
it was
covered
entitled.
the same day, didn't you?
I don't remember if I did, but if I did, it was
I think I
specifically
remember
just
you
the
did.
police. It was probably just the whatever the police testimony was at the time. But
Okay.
here is the Fossabot from that day for the record. Get automatically timing out someone who is trying to bring this up.
So
Anyway.
your chat's not allowed to talk about it, but you talk about it.
So you're gonna bring up second thought?
No, chat is talking about it so I can actually talk about it myself. And this was the day after. No, I actually didn't cover the main shooting at all that day, and I barely talked about that the next day, as a matter of fact.
Okay, fair enough then. I haven't watched those streams.
Okay. I don't think you watch a lot of the streams, because if you did, you would understand where a lot of my analysis is coming from, and you wouldn't be fucking making erroneous
Don't really
claims
analysis,
like this.
bro. You kind of do bro politics and just shoot from the hip. It's
I'm
largely what
sorry.
you do.
Okay, okay, got it. What kind of politics do you watch, or what kind of politics do you actually engage with then?
I mean,
I have a style that. Wait, I don't get it. I have a style that you don't like. Okay, the end. That doesn't.
Yeah, but it's you. The style is you being wrong about stuff. The style's about you doing wrong. Like, it's the same criticism. We're just gonna talk in circle again, dude. Do you feel like you radicalize your audience when you get stuff wrong on these this sort of reporting?
Explain. I would love to hear what you mean
So,
by
like,
this.
for instance, like
You could say mislead there. But radicalizing is a
you
much
and Ethan
taller
on, like,
claim.
Israel, right? He's 100% seems like he sympathizes with the Palestinians, right?
Yeah, 100%. I agree
Comes
with
on
that.
stream, yeah, all that good stuff.
Okay.
But then when he goes ahead and he's like saying stuff like, dude, your whole chat's calling me racist. Your whole chat's calling me a genocidal freak, right? Are you going to do anything about that? You don't. And the reason why they do that is because you sit
It's really interesting you said that. Do you think
you won't let me finish?
every single day up until that
You won't
very
finish.
moment,
No,
every single
I'm
day,
going.
every single day up
Okay,
until
go
that
ahead.
very moment, I told my community,
Yeah,
if you
I'd be
actually
scared
did
too.
watch beyond the clips, you would know that every single day, since the Leftovers broadcast, including the immediate aftermath of the Leftovers broadcast, the first time we talked at the Leftovers at the H3HU studio, I told my community that Ethan is sympathetic to Palestinians and that he is not your enemy. To yell at him in this situation would be fucking fruitless, ridiculous. Plenty of people try to find
why
drama.
your audience? The reason why your audience does it is because
hold on. You asked me what
Yeah, but you
kind
didn't
of
let me finish.
community
You didn't even know what I was
cultivation
gonna
I
ask 'cause you cut
engage
me
in.
off. You didn't even know what I was gonna ask because you cut me off.
Okay, go ahead.
That's what you fucking did.
Okay, go ahead. I'm being very rude to my guest, by the way, but go on. I'm sorry, Felix.
Am I your guest? Who's your guest? All right, I was just saying, do you feel like you radicalize your audience because your audience calls
No,
Ethan
he's talking about me.
racist?
Thanks for the
though he's
499.
pro-Palestinian,
Did you make sure to
right?
face Gaza and condemn
And
Hamas
the reason why
5
they
times
do
today,
that is
Luna
because
Box?
whenever anybody just reports like a basic, a basic fact, like
I mean,
Israel
yes.
likely didn't do the Gaza hospital bomb,
Uh-huh.
right? Your response is to freak out and call that chatter genocidal and say that they hate all Arabs.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why they do. You feel like you're radicalizing them to do it. I mean, they do it for a reason. They learned it from
Are you taking, are you in your own assessment here, taking things out of context over the course of an 8-hour broadcast where
No,
you
it's
think
all
maybe
in context. It's all in context.
No, you don't know
You
the
gotta-
context.
you gotta prove to me
because
that
you
I
can
took
look
it
at
out
it
of context.
because you can look at a fucking banning that is occurring on a stream and not recognize that banning is happening because it might be a sock account. That banning might be happening because someone is bad faith.
is
That banning might
irrelevant.
be happening because I'm sorry. We're talking about how I cultivate my community and how I moderate my community. How the fuck is me telling you how I moderate my
listen
community
to what I
irrelevant?
say.
Everything
Listen
it
to what I say,
seems
then.
that
I'll
goes
repeat
against
it.
whatever narrative you want to frame is irrelevant in your opinion. So yeah, no wonder you want me to
because
just
you
watch the
didn't answer
fucking
my
YouTube video and sit in the goddamn
didn't answer my
shadows.
question.
Everything is
My-
irrelevant. You're asking
my
me questions
question-
about how I operate.
Radicalize
This is
your
supposed to be your
audience.
research.
You're going
This is
out
supposed to be
about
your research,
socket
isn't it? Are
You're
you
going
not
out about
supposed to be
socket
doing
Jonas
fucking
for
research
the
right now
9
on your
DKs.
subject matter?
Damn,
what's
the big
irrelevant?
bro Hasan has returned.
You're asking, hold on. I just said, are you radicalizing your audience? And then you went on a rant about sock accounts. That's not relevant.
No, because I'm talking about how I cultivate and how I moderate my community. The entire conversation is within the framework of how I moderate my community. And what I told you is you don't have any understanding of why I'm banning who, for what reason. You're just watching in small increments without recognizing
no, it's not small.
that in a
You want it to
political...
be that way. It's not. I have entire streams downloaded. It's your whole stream. for the
Okay,
day.
that
I don't know
still
why you
doesn't
keep
matter
saying
because you
that.
don't know why we make moderation decisions. That's why you were wrong on the fucking shooting
And
in
why
Maine.
have you
That's
not-
why you
why
were
have you
wrong
not
on the
banned
Maine
everybody
shooting
that-
too because you
Ethan
can't
racist?
comprehend what is going on behind the
I haven't
fucking
been wrong about
scenes.
anything.
So
This is
why don't
crazy.
you ask me if I'm your subject matter here, which
You didn't
it
even
seems
answer
you
my
watch all the
question,
fucking
Joe.
streams instead of making up your own mind about how these streams
You
go.
just changed the subject.
What?
If the
I'm not
subject
changing
is
the
about
subject.
you radicalize your audience and Ethan's the example, why are you going on about banning why you ban people
Loner box.
and making it sound so complicated?
Do
when
you
it's
think
not?
I'm
It's pretty straightforward.
radicalizing my community against Ethan when I told
No,
you
no.
time and time
I think
again
you're-
that I have kept my
Do I
community in
have to
check
repeat
over
what
and
I
over
say
again?
for a third time because it's very straightforward.
Brother, you ask me questions, I answer. You don't like the answer because it goes
No,
against your
because your
narrative that you're
answer's
trying to
not-
fucking
your
fulfill,
answer's
and then you
not
go,
answering.
"Oh, it's irrelevant." It's not irrelevant.
I'm answering you about A, and you give me number 3. It's like completely a different fucking thing. I say, Hasan, let's do run, and you go, I swim. It's not fucking relevant.
It is absolutely relevant. It's
No, so
absolutely
you
relevant.
go ahead
Do
and
you not
criticize
think?
people.
Do you not think that my moderation is what we're talking about? You literally brought up Ethan.
What we're talking about is you attack people that talk about the facts, right? Like you go ahead and you're like, you're a
about the
genocidal freak,
facts.
blah, 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 blah. Or opinions. It could be facts or opinions, right?
Uh-huh.
When it comes
Do you know
to
how many people? Do you know how many people we ban
again, you're
on
gonna
a
just
daily
cut me off
basis?
instead of hearing the question.
Okay, go ahead because you're not fucking asking a question. You're just like ranting. Go on. Sorry, I'm sorry. Give me your.
All right, I'll keep the
incredible
question
take.
short.
Yeah.
When you criticize chatters by calling them genocidal freaks for having opinions that really are pretty nuanced, right? On a subject that is fairly nuanced, right? Why are you surprised? Or you shouldn't be surprised that your
He's
chatters
farming
do
you,
that to
bro.
Ethan.
He's farming you. Oh shit.
Like you're the one that radicalized them into doing that. They're doing it to Ethan because you do it
If
to
my
everybody
word,
else.
if my word is so gold that a chatter is repeating what I'm saying in a moment's notice, then why are they not repeating what I'm saying or hearing what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, when I tell them over and over again every single day since Ethan and I had our leftovers broadcast, that Ethan is actually an anti-Zionist,
Why don't
that he's
you ban
sympathetic
them
to the
then?
Palestinian plight.
You ban
that
everybody that links my video. Why don't you ban them for doing that to Ethan?
Oh shit.
wait, what?
It's
We
the loner
literally
box
had
treatment.
Ethan as a blocked word for straight up weeks at a time.
Yeah, but
What
why
are you
not
talking
fix
about?
the problem? The problem is they're calling him racist, not that
Wait,
Ethan's
wait,
a
wait,
bad guy.
wait. I just told you how I personally said time and time again, every single day, whenever a chatter tried to bring it up, whether they were drama farming or whether they were genuinely concerned with something that they misunderstood from Ethan's perspective. And even in that same conversation that I had with Ethan, that I believe that he's a very empathetic person and that I believe that he cares about Palestinian people. As my co-host, I said this time and time again. Okay? Here is the question for you. Beyond that, what other mechanisms of control do you want me to bring forward,
You should
or are
ban
you
them the
just
same way
engaging
you
in
banned my
bad
video when people
faith?
link it.
Because I do, and I
You don't.
did. Yes, I did. I told my own moderators, because you don't know this. Again, after Ethan saw
Your moderators are the one doing it, by the way. Like your mods are.
yeah,
people
I
that
went
are
back and
also
looked at what
pushing
they
these
had
same
said
things.
as well. By the way, for the record, I know that you said this.
Okay.
I love that.
Oh,
the
so you
most
did watch
common-
my video?
No, I know that. What do you mean?
Oh.
No, I didn't watch your video at all. Why are you getting so fucking excited? I'm
'Cause
saying.
you just mentioned something. You said you
Oh,
saw
okay,
that
my
I did
bad.
this.
I misspoke. I apologize. This is something that every single person has brought up in this situation, including Ethan even brought up. Okay.
I don't think he
Jesus
actually.
Christ, you got excited. Okay. Anyway.
No, I was pumped because I thought you were a secret Willie Mack fan.
No, I did not watch your video.
Thanks for the
and
gift.
I'm
It's
most
up.
likely
Real
will never
odds
watch
around
your videos.
journalists.
But
Walden.
anyway, listen. First of all, I'm not a journalist. I've never said I'm a journalist.
You
When
do.
I
You
talk
said
about
you do reports from the ground, bro. That's what you said.
wait, when I said I do reports from the ground, where
Yeah.
is that from?
About
Do
Dylan
you
Burns,
have
wasn't
a,
it?
do you have a clip? Oh,
Yeah, it's
How
before
do I
you
know
said-
all
you
these
said you wouldn't
clips,
go on
bro?
Piers
Like,
Morgan.
I guess it's what people give me
Can
on
you send
fucking
me-
stream chat.
Can you send me the clip? Because I think it's probably a miscommunication. Like, I've never said I do on the ground reporting. If I said that, I probably misspoke.
I mean, it's more me being facetious, but if you want to watch it, we can watch it. Let's do it.
Oh, so you're admitting that you are
Everyone knows
lying
you're not
and saying that I'm
ground
on the
reporter.
ground reporter.
You just sit in your fucking house. Everybody knows you don't actually report from the ground.
Yeah, which is why I would never say that. So I don't know why.
You
So
did
wait.
say
Oh
that,
god,
though.
there's so much
That's what's
pervertery here.
funny.
Debate
I probably
Caligula.
was talking about how I work with on
Thanks
the
for the gifted
ground
sub, Mozart's Ghost.
reporters. I don't personally engage in
Someone in
on-the-ground
chat saying
reporting.
you definitely
so
said
it probably was a moment where I
Oh, shit.
misspoke. I've never
Okay.
said that
He
I do
misspoke.
on-the-ground reporting.
Yeah,
Good.
I
unless
know. I
you're-
know.
I've heard that
Everyone
one.
knows you don't actually do on the ground reporting.
Wait,
He's
so
just-
why did you bring that up then?
I was just giving you shit.
Wait, so I don't understand. So where is your supposedly quote-unquote journalistic integrity in this situation? So it's like, so
I mean, it's
all
a
you
video
do-
that's also entertaining. So sometimes I just making fun of you, and other times it is
Oh,
actually a
okay,
serious
got it.
allegation.
All right, got
Yeah,
it.
I mean,
Yeah,
you make
no,
jokes
I
on
wasn't.
stream. I mean,
Yeah, I do. Which then you
Mask
apparently,
off
or if I
his
misspeak,
chat.
apparently you fucking use it in your commentary as though it's like super serious. So anyway,
I didn't name one example that I did that.
I don't
When
know.
did
I don't
do
watch
that?
your videos, so
Yeah, so
I-
don't make shit up. Here's a classic example.
Don't make shit up. You just said I
You just
fucking
did
say
it
I'm
right in front of me.
reporting on the
You did
ground
what
when
I
we
criticized
both
you
know
of
I didn't.
exactly right
And
in front of me.
also, on top of that, you literally started the conversation by saying you never apologized for fucking being wrong
don't.
about Russia invading
You don't.
Ukraine.
You usually double
The
down or
fuck?
shift the goalpost is what you do.
That's what? That's not
Yeah.
true. I
Then
literally
dude,
said
that's just what we talked about for the last hour, bro.
none of this
Come
was
on.
shifting
Bro,
the goalposts.
bro.
You just don't like
A
it. That's
drama
it. You
streamer
want me
voice.
to be
Shifted the
wrong.
goalpost
That's
this
it. You don't want
conversation.
you
This
want me to be wrong.
conversation, the
That's why you keep
question-
saying you shift the
Hold on.
goalposts.
The question I asked you was, do you feel like your audience acts that way towards Ethan because you act like that towards everybody else? And you just go on about moderation.
Okay, if my audience is acting that way towards Ethan, okay, but
Do you feel
my,
like
but
it's
my
because you play
audience,
a
so
role
they're
in that?
so they're getting their points for me. They're getting
Where are
their
the
anger
turtles?
for me.
Thanks for the
So
subs.
why don't they hear me out when I talk about how Ethan is not
Because
someone
you
that you
radicalize
should
them
be
into
yelling at
everybody
all?
having a different position has to be genocidal.
Oh, got it.
That's
So
why.
like they don't listen. So they don't listen to one thing. They listen to whatever favors your perspective in this matter, but they don't listen to the other thing
Yeah, they
when it
all
doesn't
think you're
favor
being
you.
too soft
Got
on
it.
him.
So you
That's
get to pick
exactly
and
it.
choose on what I get to do, or maybe
No,
let's be
it's
real,
really
you're
simple to
completely
understand.
oblivious to
Oh,
how much.
Willie Mack could say it's because they're politically and ideologically consistent. You're not. That's what Willie could say. Because he's nice to Ethan because Ethan's his friend.
Truly
Yeah.
cares about Palestinian people.
Is
Maybe
that
that,
why you
has
were-
some.
You were kind
because
of.
it doesn't go
I don't
along
know,
with your
I'm gonna have to
narrative.
watch the
My
debate,
point is
but
this.
From what
My
I've
point
seen,
is
you were
this.
kind of bad faith
Stop
in your debate
muting.
with them. It wasn't
Watch
exactly
the
like a very
fucking
nice debate
link,
you had.
cunt.
Brother,
I can't wait to go watch it. I'm gonna go find out myself. but-
Okay. Well, have fun watching
enjoying
it.
himself.
This was the most unproductive. The most
I know, because you're mad I disagree with you, and you're mad that
No,
just
I'm not.
mixing
I'm not
around
mad that you
words
disagree with me.
doesn't
Plenty of people
change
disagree
the
with me.
facts.
I yell at my chat every fucking day, dumbass. There are people who disagree with me that have been in here
I
for
know, you
5
all
fucking
fucking
years.
demonize them all
Shut
for
the
having
fuck
different
up.
opinions.
No, that's not true. There's a difference between disagreements. There's a difference between disagreements and someone who is just trying to cut drama as hard as they fucking can. You don't
Hold on,
know
if
anything
somebody-
about
if
Israel or
somebody gives you
Palestine.
a
You don't
real
give a shit about
report
Israel or Palestine. You're
and
just
you
trying to
call them a
fucking make money
genocidal
by cutting
freak, I'm
drama,
like,
which
what
you've
is that?
shown. Which you have
What
shown.
kind of conversation is
what
that?
you're interested in. You spread a fuck ton of misinformation, and
just
you
code.
also literally
What
refuse to hear
misinformation
the
did I
additional
spread?
context
Name it.
behind it. You refuse
Name
to
it.
hear the additional
Show what
context
I took
behind
out of
it,
context.
and you just sit
Debate
there and you say,
parachuter.
Hasan, you must not be talking to open source intelligence community people. You must not be talking to actual journalists on the ground or literally actual forensic analysts that are working at Washington Post, New York Times, and the like. You must just simply be making this up. When I tell you, as I am the source matter here,
majority of
right? I'm the
investigations
subject
say
matter
otherwise.
here.
Why do you
If I'm the
push that
subject
out
matter
there?
of your commentary, I'm giving you what I do, what my process is. And instead of going, okay,
I know
maybe
your
I misunderstood
process.
how
It's
this
not
works,
competitive
you've turned
process.
around and tried to fucking yell about all this shit. I've tried to show you that the circumstantial evidence presented
I'm
at
gonna
the
type in
time
his
and
Twitch
still
chat.
to this day greatly favors that this was most likely another Israeli munition. Okay, I said this, but you don't give a shit because you
No,
don't
you
care
said
about the truth.
100%
You just
is
care about
actually what you
fucking
said.
stirring shit up. It doesn't matter if I say 100%.
It does
Okay,
matter,
on the
actually.
same fucking day,
The truth matters.
in the immediate moment after that, I have
It wasn't
said,
the immediate moment after that.
"Oh my fucking lord, dude."
Oh.
Well, you're
on
just
the
lying.
same
I might just-
exact
What are you you
coverage,
doing?
on the same exact coverage of the bombing of this hospital, regardless of the actual regardless of how overwhelming the evidence was that this was yet another Israeli bombing campaign, which, by the way,
There really
still
wasn't that much
Debate
evidence. All the
paragliders.
evidence-
Yes, it
everybody
was.
reporting on all the people reporting on it.
Okay,
said we
okay,
should-
no. We
said they
can't have
should
this
wait for
conversation
more
then.
info.
If you legitimately think that there isn't enough circumstantial evidence that all pointed to Israel literally bombing the same vicinity, Israel bombing the hospital 2 days prior,
think you
if you
should
think
wait.
that is
That's
not
the
enough evidence that
criticism.
Israel was bombing the hospital again,
Not
including the fucking
100%.
doctors,
Not
including the
100%.
doctor.
Like
Wait,
type
what?
Debate
Not
phalanges.
100%. I don't think it's
Including the
100%.
fucking 90%. I still think it's 90% that it's Israel.
Yeah, you
so
s-
how about
you
that?
still think it's 90%.
Oh, so that's the
90%.
With all the other
difference.
evidence.
So that's the difference. I didn't say 90%. My bad, brother. Sorry.
No, you
Next time
still
I'll say,
it's 90%,
guys, it's
even with all the
90% Israel.
investigations. You
What?
still claim it. You still double down and say the exact same thing.
Because of the evidence
You
that
didn't
I have
correct
presented.
anything. You just double-
Every
you just
single
moved the
point of
goalpost.
evidence, every single point of evidence that Israel presented was discredited instantaneously. The only fucking evidence we have is the circumstantial evidence. I said all of these on the same fucking day of the coverage, okay? I said all of the evidence is circumstantial, but of course circumstantial evidence overwhelmingly says that this was yet another Israeli
What
bombing
circumstantial
campaign.
evidence
We
is he
looked through
looking
the
at?
same-
Any evidence
We
out,
looked
bro.
at
There wasn't
yes,
that much.
there wasn't any evidence? There was no evidence.
Almost
There
2000s.
was
Let's
circumstantial, but you
go.
think that's enough to go off of when it's breaking news and they're going to
Well, it's kind of crazy that you say that because I did mention that it was circumstantial
like
at the time,
nearly
and that it was
700 on Twitch as well.
overwhelmingly.
That's crazy.
So you do agree with me? Got it.
Dude,
Okay,
when you-
so
when you-
circumstantial evidence overwhelmingly favors that this is Israel. Got it. Which
don't
was my
think
commentary
that's
on the time.
true.
So now we've proven that you fucking
This is-
found a 2-minute
That's how
a
you
2-minute
debate everybody. You didn't
segment,
prove anything,
a
bro. That's
2-minute
not what
fucking
happened.
segment,
2,000
a 2-minute
viewers. Holy
segment
shit. Like the stream,
on
like the
the
stream, like
day
the stream.
of to fucking clip and go, this is what Hasan
It's actually
said.
2000
He's
September.
clearly in the
I could
fucking
just
wrong.
watch
He's so
7K.
stupid.
Whoa, debate
catch
keto.
you in the
Whoa.
slide, right? I could just like do it. It's gonna be like really. It's gonna happen. I mean, what can I do here?
What do you mean? You what,
I'm just
I
gonna go
welcome you.
watch the broadcast and show you lying.
Okay, go ahead. That's great. Watch
Okay.
the broadcast. You're most likely going to do the exact same thing that you've done thus
don't
far.
even know what I did. You
Which
didn't
is,
watch
over
the
the course of
video.
a fucking 8-hour
You
broadcast,
fucking idiot.
you're going to find
You don't
another
even watch
fucking
the
moment to be
video.
like, see? He read the chat.
How do you
he
know
did
what I did?
this.
You
He
didn't
did
even
that.
watch it. It's
There is, over the course of an
you
8-hour
right now
broadcast.
is the same thing you always do. I'm just saying,
No,
like this, you're
just
doing
stop
it in
saying
real
the
This is
same
some
time.
thing you
debate
always do.
cannibalism
Doing it in real
happening
time,
here.
bro.
Over the course
Okay.
of an 8-hour broadcast, if you look to literally 3
How
moments,
come
you
nobody
can
else
find me.
fucks
You
shut
can
up
find
as much as you, dude? That does 8-hour broadcast.
because no one has the most psychopathic fucking fandom like idiots like you who fucking sit through every minutia to find a
called
clippable
research.
moment.
It's
To
actually
find a
Don't go Manu.
clippable
Thanks for
moment.
tier
to be
one
like, he
subs.
sucks. He's
Research.
bad. That's
You
the
make
reason,
research
dickhead.
sound bad,
all right.
bro.
Anyway, I gotta go. I'm being rude to my guest. I can't believe I made Felix sit through this.
Remember the Hall of
I can't believe I made Felix sit through this. Okay.
Uber, thanks for the $5.
Oh, my guest has a question for you.
The big cock.
go
Thanks
ahead.
for the sub.
Don't you think it's weird how like Anne Hathaway like isn't Jewish? I just found that out like last year.
I don't fucking know, bro.
Doesn't she like kind of like look like Jewish? I always thought that. I was like, let's go. That's one of
the
ours.
fuck?
But apparently she isn't. She's
Are
like
you
the
Jewish?
opposite. Yeah.
Nice. Shalom.
Are you?
No, I'm not.
I was about to say Willie Mack.
I'm just
That
a
name
Midwest
isn't
kid,
in the
bro.
Bible.
Yeah. All right, take it easy, man.
Felix,
right.
do you have any questions for Willie Mack?
That was the question.
That's it?
Yeah.
No.
I just found out about the
Does he
Anne
like him?
Hathaway thing
Well,
like this
It's,
year.
it's breaking news. I'm sure his
Billy-
son's looking to do it.
Willie Mack, thank you so much for your ethics in video game journalism or your ethics in conflict
Thanks
reporting.
for coping by
I'm
just
sure.
sharing stuff on
I'm
the
sure.
content.
Okay, yeah, you got me, dude.
Oh,
you fucking
shit.
Okay, thanks for
Yeah.
coping, he says. All right, Jesus Christ. Bros, YouTube
Debate
channel is nothing
sodomy.
but Drama Farm, absolute fucking loser. Why'd you have him on here? Because I legitimately
goodbye,
thought that I could have a
Dustin fans.
conversation about like
In
the
you go.
actual sourcing, but it didn't go in that direction at all because
It's your little
it
gnome
wasn't-
corner.
That wasn't what he was trying to do. Never put us through that again. I know. This is why it is kind of stupid to just like argue on what my coverage looks like, but instead on actual issues, which we never got to.
That was a fun debate.
But,
I like that debate. That
we
was
found
so
out that he
entertaining.
really, really, really wants me to watch his videos.
That was
apparently.
absolutely banging.
Anyway.
He didn't even know the
Loader
Anne
box.
Hathaway
You
facts that I knew.
smarmy.
Yeah, I know.
Fuck
It's pretty
bastard.
fucked up.
Has a
It's really crazy though. Like
Decrepit
I really,
debateophile.
Like my entire life, I thought that, even though her last name's Hathaway. But
Yeah.
apparently, she's like completely descended from like people who were on the Mayflower.
What the fuck?
It's the one time that I've been wrong about something like that.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I like this guy.
Okay, so his points were 1, you're tone policing. 2, there's no other point. What did you feel about that? Do you think
I'll
that
never
there
be able to
was,
take the
anything
political
productive to
drama
learn from
farmers
that
seriously,
situation?
Lamau.
No, not really.
Yeah.
As far as I could tell, he makes like, you know, that style of YouTube video where it's like, this guy really fucking stepped in it this time.
Yeah.
And it's like an outgrowth of how
Yes.
people would make those videos about someone.
Drama
like,
videos.
I don't know. Like, I don't want to get you in trouble by mentioning anyone, but you know, like the classic figures of the internet that people make fun of.
Yeah.
It all started with like Chris Chan, right?
Yeah, no.
Like the
It's a
classic.
It's
figures.
a
guy
lolcow
really
operation
stepped
for
in it.
sure. Like I
Right.
think that dude, those guys literally all come from that background where they're like, Pokimane is wrong.
Right,
Like, they do
right.
They do shit like that all the time, and I'm like the other target. I'm the only male target, I guess. Beyond.
Right, like that kind of content does really well. So like, there's like an entire economy of people who make videos like that are just like tailored to whatever a specific demographic like hates.
Okay, let's watch the video. let's do some research.
That Israeli munitions have that can detonate way before it impacts the ground.
This is such a joke. He has no clue what he's talking about. Hasan now has to deal with his fans clowning on him because he based
The
his
way this
opinion
guy,
off
I didn't actually know he would talk like this just off the script as well. That's so weird.
absolutely nothing, but instead of owning up, he decides to
Remember the
shift
hole
the
in my door?
goalposts. Now it suddenly doesn't matter if Israel bombed a hospital because they're
Hug Nice Man 69, thanks for the sub.
killing people either way.
Like ultimately, even if it wasn't Israel that bombed this hospital, which I do maintain it is, okay? But even if it wasn't, okay, 500 of the last confirmed kills did not come from Israel. So what? Are you just mad only when Hamas kills
Look at this
people
guy.
then? Because that's what you're saying
Peeking
at that
over.
point. You know what I mean?
That's
You're
weird.
saying literally, I do not care when Israel kills someone. I only care when Hamas kills someone.
No, it is not. Look how he demonizes and strawmans people who correct him for being wrong.
If you're going to get mad and be like,
I'm gonna get some.
dude, I can't believe the counter rocket barrage from the Hamas teams on the ground actually
He won't
caused
mind,
these
will he?
500 people.
I think he'll get the joke, right? I think he'll get the joke.
To die in the fucking hospital, then what the fuck are you saying? What about the 3,000 people that died in the fucking week prior by Israeli bombs? It makes no sense. It makes literally no fucking sense. What are you saying?
The original claim was that Israel flattened a hospital, killing 1,000 people. It started riots and protests around the world. Hasan even knows it matters because he titled his stream after that. He acts like criticizing him for poorly covering a story is the same thing as justifying all of Israel's other attacks. It's not.
What about the 3,000 people that died in the fucking week prior by Israeli bombs?
He's hiding behind the deaths of Palestinians so he can't be criticized on the internet. Real brave Hasanabi journalism at work. It's pathetic. You got it wrong. You can be held accountable for it. Stop shifting the goalposts. This thing he does where he gets mad at everyone but himself when he's wrong is embarrassing and he should be criticized for it. I'm glad Ethan is doing it.
You just mad only when Hamas kills people then?
I'm mad when all people die, but I don't think he or many people seem to care when Hamas kills a bunch of their people. I mean, that's what I'm seeing. I don't understand the theory that like the truth doesn't matter.
This is not the first time Hasan has done this. When Hasan was wrong about the invasion of Ukraine, he coped by spouting Russian propaganda.
Regardless of whether he wants it or not, he needs it as a buffer state. Exactly.
Dylan Burns, an actual on-the-ground journalist, this guy is currently in Ukraine, would then show everyday Ukrainians these clips and they'd respond to it.
Russia annexing its own territory that it's had, that its own territory full of its own people is not the same as NATO being like, we're going to turn your country into a base and put literal military bases and rockets into your country.
Most offensive thing, annex its own territory. Excuse me, what is Ukraine even? So this is the imperialist talk for supposedly anti-imperialist leftists who is like all about fighting colonialism and imperialism when only the West does it.
He's obviously not anti-imperialist, right? Because
He claims he is.
Well,
that's what
he claims a
yeah.
lot of things, but he
Yeah.
claims he cares about Ukrainian lives too, which I don't think is true.
It is a 90-minute video blowing up Hasan's ridiculous rhetoric.
Like that you say that they should secede territory to a fascist invader.
It's not even secession of territory. It's like prior agreements that neither party has held on to. The real Ukrainian...
I'm sorry, we had prior agreements before Minsk agreements.
That's false equivalence.
He's referring to agreements where it obviously benefited Russia more
Yeah, it was Croatia.
as the agreements that we should stick to, rather than the agreements that we had decades before that was fair on all accounts.
This video from Dylan came out a week ago. Hasan's response was to lie, claim that it never happened, say that it was all out of context.
Those of you said, chat, has he responded to Dylan Burns' post, by the way, before getting clapped? If you think that I would entertain such a psychotic thing ever in my life, I don't know what to tell you.
How is having actual Ukrainians engaging with your arguments psychopathic? It's objectively good for the online conversation, but he frames it as bad because they disagree with him.
There is nothing more perverted and psychopathic than literally putting Ukrainian people in Ukraine that are being bombed, okay, by an invading force that is unjustifiably occupying their country, making Ukrainians sit down and watch my clips out of fucking context in a way that you have framed it to have them go, oh, wow, how fucked up this guy.
He'll never show what's out of context because nothing is. He's just lying again. And because it's Hasan, he then...
Okay, yes. Let's go. Okay, I'm gonna watch this while I eat my granola.
Has to demonize Dylan for doing actual on-the-ground
Dylan.
journalism by calling him a war
I'm seeing Dylan this weekend.
tourist pervert.
I don't know what to say. It basically betrays the position that you have. Like, oh, I genuinely care about this. That's why I went out there.
I missed the 800 number. Where? Oh, God, I don't care.
Not because I'm like a fucking war tourist pervert.
It's the exact same response that red pillars give when they're under legitimate ridicule. Claim that it's all out of context, hoping their own audience doesn't go and actually look it up for themselves. And to some degree it works. I've received many comments claiming I took things out of context, but never actually showing what it is. Why? Because nothing's out of context. It's cope from him and his entire audience. If mainstream media is expected to correct stories when they're blatantly wrong, why shouldn't Hasan? He's the largest left-leaning political streamer. He has more live viewers than the BBC. His blatant disregard for actual reporting has consequences. When talking about a 23-year-old German girl who was last seen stripped and mutilated in a Hamas photo, Hasan's fans disregarded any news surrounding her potential murder, saying she wasn't stripped, she was wearing the exact same outfit in the truck as she was at the rave. I genuinely believe Hamas carried her out of the concert to get her to a medical treatment center. The outrageous claim that she was raped
I don't understand because I feel like the people who say this are also the same people who will say things like, oh yeah, if they did kill them, it was based because they're settlers. I don't know why they have to hold both positions at the same time.
is absolutely not true. This guy gets his evidence from the same place as Hasan. They completely fabricated. It's a widespread belief on Hasan's Reddit that what Hamas is doing isn't terrorism. His Reddit mods are banning people even calling Hamas terrorists, saying it's a prejudiced statement against marginalized groups.
Prejudiced statements against marginalized groups because you claim to know what Hamas wants and would do in a hypothetical situation, and you assume they would be brutal and violent even if material conditions change. Oh, God. Don't forget the material conditions. Again, why does Iran support Hamas? What material condition is making them do that? Or Qatar? or Russia. Try Marxism sometime. If it was just material conditions, if that was all it was, the work permit system wouldn't have peaked with the first Intifada, when like half of Gazans had work permits and they were making like 3, 4, 5 times as much money in Israel as they would have made in Gaza, and the economy was actually going up. But again, there's more than just material conditions. There was self-determination was a problem, that they didn't have self-determination. They were angry about that. They were angry. Anti-Semitism would have played a part in that because they didn't like Jews. There would have been, and also the fact that the more extreme people were being funded by Iran. That's another, or other powers at that time. So there's different reasons. Like it wouldn't have been Iran in the 80s. Iran was 90s. They started funding Hamas. But yeah. So yeah.
Even calling Hamas terrorists, saying it's a prejudiced statement against marginalized groups. My favorite part is the mod hitting the band guy with, try Marxism sometime. It helps a lot with understanding people and the things they do. Okay, dude, only on Hasan's Reddit could that be considered an own. Hasan's audience acts just like Hasan. Shocker. Hasan's Twitch mod has gone on the record saying that Israelis should dodge military service, otherwise it's the equivalent of the Nuremberg trials, which was 24 of the worst being put on trial after World War II.
I'm just personally not a fan of, you know, I had to do it, I was forced to do it. I feel like you start getting really close to like Nuremberg trial type shit there.
So she's trying to compare anyone drafted into the IDF mandatory conscription to being a fucking Nazi.
I'm not surprised his audience feels this way. His reporting is factually lacking, demonizing, and emotionally charged. It radicalizes people. When Ethan confronted Hasan about his audience nonstop calling him racist and genocidal, Hasan said he can't do anything about it.
Like, do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate.
I don't think that is a Hasan mod, is she? She's like a adjacent person, like an orbiter, right? I thought she was going to talk to Ethan about that. Did he not accept it? Oh, she got mod. Okay.
That
I
at
have
all.
not looked at my chat at all, but you
I
have
just
to
opened it, but don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about me?
30, you literally implied that Jewish Voice for Peace would be akin to a capo in this circumstance.
Oh, you are fucking so bad faith for saying that.
Jewish Voice for Peace can't really be a capo because I don't think the majority of their members are Jewish. Actually, you know what? Forget I said that because I haven't properly looked into that myself. I've just heard. I haven't done the research myself. I do know that one of their Instagram accounts posted a screenshot, a picture about the myth of Israeli civilians. A capo was someone who did admin work in the fucking camps, but who was also a prisoner. That's a capo.
And fuck you for even like putting that out in the world. I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child called?
Jewish Voice for
I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
Yeah, if you have time to ban everybody in your chat who links you to my video.
Let me see. Where was that thing that I found? It's probably my desktop, isn't it? Whoa. This was from Jewish Voice for Peace Detroit. The myth of civilian Israelis. In the aftermath of any act of resistance by Palestinians, many hastened to condemn the, quote, barbaric act of killing, quote, civilian settlers. In complete disregard of the systemic violence that Israel commits against Palestinians on a daily basis, and in a blatant attempt to distort the truth that Palestinians are the only civilians to have ever existed in historic Palestine. Zionist settlers are either current or future soldiers in the IOF's reserves or veterans. Golly. I guess being a future soldier, like if you're a kid, like if you're a fucking little sperm cell. Ouch.
Video, then you could ban people calling Ethan a racist. He doesn't because he's okay with that narrative. His audience, instead of engaging with what I say, demonizes me, calling me a Zionist, saying the only reason I would criticize Hasan is because he supports Palestine. I'm gonna guess you only care about him now because he's anti-Israel. If Hasan was anti-Palestine and his coverage was just as bad, I would make the same video. He covers news for a living, meaning he should put the bare minimum effort in. Hasan likes to push the narrative that you can say horrible stuff about Palestinians, but not Israelis, because the news is only ever pro-Israel.
You cannot be callous in your celebration of Israeli civilians being slaughtered, but you absolutely can and always are callous and bloodthirsty when talking about the plight of Palestinians. And you say whatever the fuck you want, like they're subhuman animals, they're Nazis that all deserve to die, all the Nazi babies. This double standard exists. This double standard will always exist.
It's not a double standard. Pro-Israeli people are facing tons of criticism. Ben Shapiro gets ratioed every day. Disney is constantly being taken out of context by Hasan's
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. Like it sounds really shitty, but like I think.
Okay, I'm gonna say, wait, we're at DGG. Where are you guys? Oh God. Here's a first. If you ever want to become a streamer, okay, just don't say you're pro-genocide ever. Just don't do it. Stop. It's just such a difficult thing to work back from. Like, anyway, I don't know. Big misstep. Yeah.
That Israel should just draw up its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can
TGG
go live
reporting for
in
genocide.
another place.
Ethan Klein, who's
He likes F-tier optics, IDK. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if I had to guess, I'd imagine he probably regrets saying that, but I guess we all say things we regret. Yeah. Now he's going to make an edgier take.
super supportive of Palestine gets called a racist on the daily. His even-handed coverage would continue when people would hang posters of Israelis that were held hostage by Hamas, leading to pro-Palestinian protesters tearing down the signs.
These guys are putting up posters down. These are innocent civilians in Israel. Fuck Israel, bitch. These are our
Holy shit.
We have family there. Fuck you.
This was wrong for these girls to do, but the video received massive support online.
Uh-oh.
People are acting nuts on this issue all around. But
Zane Howard, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that.
what's worse is Hasan pushing the notion that the only reason people would care and hang photos of hostages is to bait Palestinian protesters into looking bad.
The point of these posters, the real point of these posters is so that someone goes and fucking tries to rip it off so they can fucking film it and go, look at these scary Arabs. They hate it. They have no interest in Israeli lives.
It's always a race thing with him. People only do things because they're racist. That's his logic.
These girls were interesting. Apparently they were victims of Israeli bombing in Lebanon. Okay. So it's just, why would he say that it was, maybe there's context to that. Who knows? That they just did it so that they could get people to overreact. Like, yeah.
This conspiracy, like most of Hasan's breaking news coverage, is backed by absolutely nothing. He then tries to start an actual psyop to bait pro-Israeli people into looking bad.
So the worst thing you could do in that situation is rip up the posters, okay? Because you'll be caught on camera. Best thing you can do in that situation is put the many different names of the Palestinian children that have been slaughtered. Put posters of them up everywhere. Have Zionists come and fucking try to rip those off. Do the same thing, but in reverse. That's it.
He makes defenses he just doesn't need to. He argues that Hamas, the terrorist group, doesn't hide behind the civilian population.
That's why it is fucking ridiculous. The idea that like they're human shields is such a fucking insane thing. How much do you believe the human shield stuff? No, of course I don't believe the human shield stuff. What do you mean? I've told no, that's ridiculous. There is.
I wonder if you don't believe the human shield stuff. I hate that word because it's not exactly what it's not legally what they're doing. But does anyone So I don't know. What's I'd be curious what Hasan's been thinking about the news recently with the IDF surrounding this hospital. If you don't believe the human shield stuff, do you just think the IDF are like fucking dribbling over this hospital for no reason? Like they just really hate Palestinians getting medical treatment. It just makes them really fucking angry. Is the convo with you and Hasan still on? I told him I'd be up for it, but I think it was like I think I got a bit of Chinese whispers that he was more interested in the Willy Mac guy. I said could do something in a day or two if you'd rather. That's what I said to him. Because they're raiding the hospital right now. I know. Why the fuck would I cover that now when it's happening, bro? If they don't find any if there's no tunnels for them to show us afterwards after that raid, if there's nothing there, if they're just wandering around and there's a few fucking sick kids playing with those things where you put the cube across the little line and put it the other way, like across the little noodle, and they're just like, "What are you doing here?" And the IDF's like, "Oh shit."
No, even if I were to believe that they are like purposely fucking putting humans in front of rockets, okay, it's ridiculous to actually shoot through the hostage.
When confronted,
That's why I don't like the fucking human shield phrase, because people just imagine grabbing a human and just like, "They'll never get me. You better hope you've been working in your aim, striker." Like, fuck me.
on just being wrong about this, he makes up a new reason, saying that it's densely populated, implying there's not enough real estate.
When you say, why does Hamas mix their infrastructure with
Like,
civilians?
there's a fucking it was airstrikes, right? So you just like, oh shit. Hey. They're just wandering around with like a suicide bomb vest, but it's not bombs, it's just babies. It's just a little ring of babies.
In like the most densely populated open air prison. What the
Maybe they can show us more calendars. Bro, I wonder if that's the orders given by the IDF. They're telling the fucking soldiers, the generals, just like, listen now. Listen, private. You need to bring me back so many calendars. The press won't believe us, okay? The international community won't believe us. They don't like us because they're anti-Semitic, okay? I want to see an ungodly amount of calendars with highlighted words. What are they saying? IDF propaganda, let's go! IDF forces are carrying out a precise and targeted operation against Hamas in a specified area in the Shifa hospital based on intelligence, information, and operational necessity. The IDF is conducting a ground operation in Gaza to defeat Hamas and rescue our hostages. Israel is at war with Hamas, not with the civilians in Gaza. The IDF forces include medical teams and Arabic speakers who have undergone specified training to prepare for this complex and sensitive environment, with the intent that no harm is caused to the civilians being used by Hamas as human shields. In recent weeks, the IDF has publicly warned time and again that Hamas's continued military use of the Shifa hospital jeopardizes its protected status under international law and enabled ample time to stop this unlawful abuse of the hospital. Yesterday, the IDF conveyed to the relevant authorities in Gaza once again that all military activities within the hospital must cease within 12 hours. Unfortunately, they did not. Ooh. The IDF has also facilitated wide-scale evacuations of the hospital and maintained regular dialogue with hospital authorities. We call upon Hamas terrorists present in the hospital to surrender. Whoa. It's crazy, girl. It's crazy. On Diwali, Indians prayed for the Israelis killed and held hostage by Hamas terrorists. Yeah, why Indians love Israel, don't they? I don't know what's going on there.
are you saying? Where is the government supposed to be? It is a false notion. It is a...
I posted what Hasan thinks human shields are in stream chat. Okay. What's this? Oh yeah, you got okay. I'm gonna finish this video, and I think JStock is in my
complete
waiting room.
falsehood, a fabrication to justify the endless bloodshed, to say they're using human shields.
I don't get why he fabricates arguments for Hamas. They're very upfront with why they do it. It's not a secret.
The fact that you're down here in tunnels that have been built under civilian areas, you're launching rockets from civilian areas as well, doesn't that mean that you're endangering Palestinians you claim to be fighting for?
We are sacrificing ourselves and our times and everything.
Tab, thanks for the 6 shekels. Finally love some IDF carry on. Stop. I hate
we
you
do
so much.
in order to.
You're making me anti-Semitic, okay? Don't. I'm not. Yeah, maybe I'll become pro-genocide. Who knows? Maybe that'll be a thing.
Ensure a better future for our children.
But are you also not sacrificing the civilians that are directly above you?
Of course, we don't want them to get killed or to get targeted, but this is the only choice we have. This is what we can do, and they are supporting us.
Yeah, he doesn't really seem concerned about real estate here. Why deny the facts? Why not just criticize Israel?
I'm a propagandist.
Well,
For the record.
Just like I do propaganda. I need you to understand my goal is to parse through information and misinformation.
You are the misinformation. You get everything
Ooh.
wrong. And instead of correcting it, you shift the
Drama
goalposts,
streamer.
lie, demonize anyone who corrects you. Anyone else would have been banned by now, or forced to correct the record. That's the real double standard.
Can I please fuck you? Please, oh my god, I'm so desperate. I wanna fuck you so bad. I'm gonna fucking kill myself.
Hasan is terrible at his job,
The fuck is that video?
terrible at covering the news, racist to people who disagree with him, will outright lie to his audience over and over again, knowing they'll believe him. So why is he so popular? Because he plays to people's anger and emotion when it comes to sensitive topics. If you're angry about Palestinians' treatment, he will frame everyone else as genocidal for you.
Fuck you. Fuck you. You genocidal scumbag.
That's
you
me.
fucking piece of shit. You
That's you
garbage,
guys.
monstrous scumbag.
If you're angry about police brutality, you can watch him laugh at a cop getting shot.
Watch out. Are you okay? No, you shot me. Oh, God. Are you okay? Echo 781.
There's never going to be facts,
God, that
receipts,
laugh.
nuance, because he's only there to farm outrage. He should be seen as nothing more than left-leaning Alex Jones.
And rip the Palestinian flag.
Oh my god, he's crying.
Off of her.
What a fucking
These
bitch.
edits.
Subscribe to the channel. Also, my last video was demonetized,
Oh,
so
God.
buy a Ridge wallet or support me on Patreon so I could be a more independent creator. Phoebes, Crimson Glass, Riveter, Christina Vina, Mac Monkey, Drink Kobex, Bo Blacks, Necro Valley, Stefan Bildman, Friday 13, Abby Blackburn.
This guy's zooming YouTuber, 139k subs, 140. Damn, he's got like over 100k in the first day. What a wildcat, Willy Mac. Excellent candidate for the school of debate rapists.
Yeah, he's doing another one.
Oh, he's
going
watching
back
the
in.
video that we watched yesterday.
This will be interesting. Maybe they added shit for this one.
Between a hospital.
My favorite is
It's funny, man. All right, whatever. Bro, how do we... So, how 2,200 viewers? What the fuck? We need to farm some content with this kind of viewership, man. I didn't think it would last this long. Pressure Hasan to debate. I told him I was up for it, okay? We'll just see. We'll have to wait and see. What can I do for you?
Yo, just give me a
Hey.
second. I gotta shut your stream off here. I don't know. I was looking over some stuff last night and basically got told like, hey, this person doesn't believe human shields exist. And then I went and watched the clip of this person saying that like the human shields narrative is largely fake. And she gave all of her reasons for why, and I couldn't really dispute it. Like I couldn't find evidence. And then I went and tried to find evidence of human shields being used. Human shields here meaning
Like the
not
legal
just the
term
legal
where you actually
definition.
drag
no,
a
no, no,
civilian
no,
in.
not
Okay.
just the legal definition.
Okay.
I couldn't find third-party corroboration of even Al-Shifa being an operating base for Hamas.
Okay.
So have you found that somewhere?
I haven't looked into Al Shifa at all. No, I've seen. I mean, seen other evidence for other things. Are you talking about? Are you meaning they don't use civilian buildings at all, ever? Or
Nope. No,
okay,
no, no.
all right,
So
okay.
obviously, so the
Just Al
argument
okay.
is because of the population density, that of course, if you're going to launch rockets, they are going to be nearby civilian installations, no matter what. But I think what I thought was a given, what I assume was a given, was that they put military infrastructure, especially weapons caches and anything that would be like expensive, in their tunnel system underneath major civilian targets to protect them.
Mhm.
And I haven't seen any third party like NGO or journalist or anything that isn't specifically the Israeli government, or there's a CNN article that says US intelligence said this, but it's cited from an anonymous source that the CIA wouldn't comment on or confirm.
Okay.
So I'm just curious if you've seen basically anything that from a third party that confirms this.
So I've seen a few things. I mean, this is like just a really quick paragraph from The Guardian. I think they're referring to a UN report. So it's like, during the 2014 conflict, the UN reported weapons were found inside 2 UN schools. There have been numerous reports of Palestinian armed factions in Gaza firing rockets and other weapons from close to protected civilian locations. It is also clear that Hamas has operated from residential buildings. And I saw this claim made by the IDF in the ICRC report, and then it was also it wasn't confirmed by the investigation, but it wasn't pushed back on either. So to the extent that they do it, like they deliberately go into a school or a mosque or a hospital, that's maybe more in dispute. But I don't really. I know that like since their foundation, like Hamas operated from within mosques, right? The first time they were ever found storing weapons was in a mosque.
I do
so-
think that's a little different given their foundation, right? That seems like
but it's, okay, but I'm just
like
saying
it's
that
in a
we know
different
that
category to me.
that's how they initially had control over all these civilian pieces of infrastructure, and that's probably what. Yeah. But I mean, is this like a new thing to you, or is this are you saying that you were looking for something different?
No, I assumed so. It was my assumption based. I'd read it so many times that they did this, and I'd heard it from so many credible sources that I just repeated it. But then, because somebody like I find it to be intelligent disputed it like concretely and said like no, 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 there is like go look, there is no direct evidence of this. I was like, okay, I'll go look because I was positive I'd find some stuff really quickly, and everything I find is either like self-referential stuff or like the ICRC report itself. You know, there's a disclaimer at the top of it, right? That says, similarly in some of the texts used in the case studies, the facts may not always be proven. Nevertheless, they have been selected because they highlight interesting international humanitarian law issues and are thus published for didactic purposes. So it's like, I don't even know how to differentiate within this document what is proven.
I wonder if there was
It's 169 if you're looking for it.
No, I'm looking for here. Palestinian armed groups did not at all times adequately distinguish themselves from the civilian population among whom this hostilities were being conducted. Their failure to distinguish themselves from the civilian population by distinctive signs is not a violation of international law in itself, but would have denied them some of the legal privileges afforded to combatants. Yeah, that's the thing is like, whenever I read any of these investigations,
I don't doubt either.
Yeah, so whenever I read any of these investigations, I don't really know exactly the degree to which it's happening or how they're even finding it out because of the lack of access, right? So I don't really know what proof you would need. Apart from that, we know that they've stored weapons in schools. We know that they've operated from residential buildings, but yeah, it's just like it's where you find what that claim actually leads you to in the end. If you try to follow it, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so
I don't know how they get military intelligence by anything, right? Like with Ukraine or Russia or any other.
Yeah, like obviously, and even if we had, like realistically, the only other major organization that operates in the region is Hamas, right? So there's really only 2 primary sources of intelligence. I've seen some of the IDF videos, and like, given the narrative around the hospital, and I just thought I joined when you said you were like, oh, I really hope they find tunnels. Like they need to find tunnels under this hospital, or it's
How
going to be like
embarrassing would it be if they have nothing to show?
Yeah,
because they're obsessed with this hospital for like years. It would be quite strange that the IDF just had this fixation. Do you think? Okay, how likely, just as a percentage, do you think it is that there is significant Hamas operations in or underneath that hospital compound?
So before last night, I would have said 100%. I would have bet like
Okay.
I would have been absurd in what I would have bet on that being true. And now I'm more leaning towards like 70%. But I think a lot of that is just me not being able to get past the mindset of like this has been like a critical Israeli narrative for like a decade and a half,
Yeah.
right? So I don't know how much of that is just me not being able to move past what I've known for this long.
Yeah. You know what? I don't really know how US intel were deciding that Russia was going to invade, but they did. I'm kind of, I have realized
So
that because of all these different UN and Amnesty reports, I think I actually want to steer away from covering this kind of stuff that much more because there's so much contradictory statements and all these human rights reports. I don't know if you've noticed, a lot of them just are referring to each other. Like it seems like one report comes out. This was the same with the
yeah,
apartheid
it's
case.
all
One report comes out, then
circular.
everyone else copy pastes it, right? So yeah,
Yeah.
Amnesty will come up with a 250-page report, and then B'Tselem or Human Rights Watch, they'll just copy paste it and just like put it into their own words. Yeah. So like my confidence in just
It's
the general thing is kind of waning a little bit because I just see so much shit, you know?
Yeah, with regards to Ukraine, I don't recall. So I don't recall the exact timeline, but definitely we know now that the reason US Intel was so confident in saying they were going to invade, and I thought this got published with this, which is why some of the predictions that Russia wouldn't invade were so silly. It was logistics. They were moving field hospitals, like blood packs, a bunch of stuff to the front line that
Yeah.
are super expensive to move and don't really show, like they don't project military force. They're really only something you would move if you're actually planning to invade. So
Mhm.
that was how they knew, was they were tracking all of the logistics that were getting moved to the front line. And I think it would be really, to me, you just watched that Willie Mack thing too. I was watching that as well. So that would have been a criticism I would have liked to see him make of Hasan, was like, this information was here. You didn't actually. So Hasan was like, what's the problem with my analysis? Well, the problem with your analysis is you didn't actually read the articles of why US Intel was saying this. You just know the US is bad,
Yeah.
right? And so you disagree. That's why your analysis is bad. And that's why you're a fucking shill loser. Fuck. So,
Whoa.
so yeah, there are sometimes, obviously, when you don't have information, it might be best not to speak. Also, a lot of money for speaking, so fuck.
Yeah, I mean, there's, still money for saying you don't know when you're speaking, because yeah, like the problem I've got now, it wasn't so much the human shields thing. I feel like I've got enough evidence to suggest that they, at the very least, just don't care about civilian infrastructure when they're operating around it. But when it comes to the thing that I got stuck on is this claim that Israel targets civilians as a matter of policy. I've heard this claim from like Amnesty and a couple of other people. I've heard it in one report that got walked back on. I've heard people saying it's definitely not true. And I don't. It's hard to tell exactly how each organization is even coming to their conclusions. Do you know anything about that? Or
I don't. Like I said,
Yeah.
like I actually just kind of started looking into this last night, because it was just funny that you see a new pattern, and then everything, like I go and rewatch that IDF, where they're under, I think, a hospital there, and they're showing like
Yeah.
the bottles and stuff. And I'm watching that, and I'm like, I now have like no faith that this was done like on the fly. Like it's completely changed just from, like I said, the ICRC report, because that was sort of the primary piece of evidence I was using.
Oh,
And
yeah?
yeah,
Is
it's
that
weird to
because of
say
me?
human shields. I want to say, yeah, but me asking, I knew I trusted you on it, but like, yeah, it was your fault, unfortunately.
Hmm.
But I knew I trusted you on it because I knew you actually looked into it. But then again, I started looking, and it was just, I think realistically, it's not the human shields narrative that's totally wrong, because obviously you could probably argue any sort of insurgency or like guerrilla movement is using human shields just by
Yeah.
not identifying themselves and blending in with the human population. But I think the El Shifa hospital one is a major one. And yeah, using hospitals. I think hospitals are probably the primary thing where there doesn't seem to be a lot of indication that they're using hospitals as like primary meeting grounds or primary weapons caches,
Hmm.
which I think is a narrative that like I've heard and I just accepted.
Yeah. Primary weapons? Yeah, I don't know. Because I know UNRWA, they found weapons in that school, right?
So
but
I just linked you the Gaza school article in your stream chat.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah. Yeah, cache of rockets found in UN school in Gaza, right?
Yeah, yeah. And there's a link from today. I don't know if you want to click that. I have your stream up muted, so if you go over that, we could take a look at that real quick.
Is it this?
The John Kirby affirmed Israel's stance that Al-Shifa was being used for military purposes. That was the one I sent you. Someone, Surgeon, in your stream chat just linked a new one.
Oh, shit. 1 second.
From, I think, literally today.
From Reuters. This is what we're looking at. Is this one, White House says it has evidence?
That's, yeah. So
the Hamas is using Al-Shifa hospital to run military operations. Yeah, okay. Yeah, do you want to go through this with you?
Yeah, well, let's just go through it because, like I said, I just want the actual truth of this because yesterday I would have bet like my mortgage on this being the case, and then I sort of had my world rocked when I started considering it and started looking stuff up and seeing kind of contrary evidence.
Yeah, okay. So, Airborne Air Force One, November 14th. So that's yesterday. Well, it's 1 in the morning here. The White House on Tuesday said it has its own intelligence that Hamas was using Gaza's largest hospital, Al-Shifa, to run its military operations and probably to store weapons, saying those actions constituted a war crime. We have information that confirms that Hamas is using that particular hospital for a command and control mode and probably to store weapons, National Security spokesperson John Kirby told reporters aboard Air Force One. This is a war crime. He said that the United States had information that Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad were using some hospitals in the Gaza Strip, including Al-Shifa, to conceal or support their military operations and to hold hostages. He said that those groups were also prepared to respond to Israeli military operations against the facility. That information came from a variety of intelligence methods, he said, adding that the Biden administration had downgraded the classification level of some of the data on Tuesday so it could share its conclusions with reporters. Kirby underscored that Hamas's actions in the hospitals did not lessen Israel's responsibility to protect civilians, but acknowledged that it made Israel's efforts to root out Hamas more complicated. To be clear, we do not support striking a hospital from the air. We do not want to see a firefight in a hospital where innocent people, helpless people, sick people are simply trying to get the medical care they deserve, he said. We have been clear on multiple occasions. Hamas's actions do not lessen Israel's responsibilities to protect civilians in Gaza, and this is something we're going to continue to have an active conversation with our counterparts about, he added. Israeli forces have surrounded Gaza City's Al-Shifa hospital, the biggest in the enclave, which they say sits atop an underground headquarters of Hamas militants. Hamas, Gaza's ruling Islamist group, denies fighters are present and says 650 patients and 5,000 to 7,000 other civilians are trapped inside the hospital grounds, under constant fire from snipers and drones. It says 40 patients have died in recent days, including 3 premature babies whose incubators were knocked out. A Hamas official in Beirut said 25 of Gaza's 35 hospitals were out of use because of Israel's assault. The fate of Al-Shifa in particular has become a focus of international alarm, including from Israel's closest ally, the United States. Israel denies the hospital is under siege and says its forces must allow exit routes for those inside. Medics and officials inside the hospital deny this and say those trying to leave come under fire. Reuters could not verify the situation.
Yeah, so that's interesting. I mean, that's enough for me to trust it. I don't think US intelligence sort of vouching without showing any proof is going to be enough for a lot of people who are pro-Palestinian. But I'd say that's enough for me.
Imagine not believing US intel.
I mean,
cuck.
It's just literally been right forever.
Yeah.
Sorry, just for the last 20 years.
Yeah.
Wait, 20 years? When was Iraq? 20 years?
Barring a little blip. Yeah.
20 years. Good.
Someone's asking if the legal definition includes human shields by proximity. I don't, maybe. I'll have to look. I don't think it does. I think it needs to be like you force them to stay. But anyway, it's like a coercion thing. I don't know. Fuck. I want to do history again. This like military, who's doing what, how are the IDF choosing their targets? No one fucking knows that. No one knows if the chicken farm in fucking 2008 was like had a military significance or not. Like it's just
so
we never will.
Yeah,
right?
from
fuck.
from the very beginning, my only the only thing I tried to advocate two things from the very beginning. One was forcing humanitarian aid in, and the other was having U.S. oversight over not oversight, but literally just U.S. observers or UN observers who sat in on Israeli intelligence meetings and saw the same intelligence. And you could even say Israel has the final say, but just you should have somebody with military understanding who can go and see the evidence and say like, okay, you're not being insane. Like somebody who could just record it, basically, not even try to overrule Israel. Just someone who's there, like an observer.
Yeah,
and
because
I think the U.S. didn't get that. So
yeah, and I know that even Biden's been saying that Netanyahu's been taking like a bit longer than he'd hoped to respond to like the requests and all this shit. I wouldn't be surprised because I think that something I'm seeing quite commonly now is that Israel does not target with the same kind of precision that say like the United States did when they were fighting ISIS. Like their level of acceptable civilian loss, like civilian casualty, is much higher and looser than somewhere like America would probably do, at least in more recent years. So, and I think that's just them sticking to their old military doctrine, which is like, give yourself your very big military objective and just pursue it with reckless abandon. You know, it doesn't matter if a few fucking houses with blurry images in the drone footage get hit and they didn't need to, you know? And I think that's a problem because if the idea is to pursue peace after this with Hamas gone, how the fuck are you going to do that? Like after you've just behaved in the way you have in Gaza, you know?
yeah, I would say it's even further. Like it's a double problem given their history, right? Their history of sort of something bad happens to us, and we're going to hit back about 5 to 10 times as hard.
Yeah. But I just wish people could have that discussion rather than like, oh, they're committing a genocide. Blah! Like fuck me. It's just, ugh.
Yeah.
You have to know the enemy to fight it. I'm just, but I don't need to tell you that.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't want to take a bunch of your time. I just wanted to go over that claim. It was funny that I went through, I was researching stuff last night. I've only been at my computer for like an hour or two, so I didn't get a chance to go and look this up. But I have a bunch of other links of like evidence and stuff. It's just funny that came out 4 hours ago or whatever. Interesting. Yeah. Anyway, that's all I had.
All right.
Talk to you later.
Well, nice chatting to you, sir.
Yeah. See ya.
Bye-bye. Well. US Intel, come on. Don't let me down. Oh, shit. Farm content, boner. What, who? Who wants to fight me? What? What am I going to do? Hasan is not got bad to me, so he's got his own thing to do. Video on Lebanon would be cool. Oh, God. Bro, I'm trying to figure out one ridiculous country here, okay? Or two, I suppose, but need a few more. Vouch. Did you see President Sunday versus Destiny? Yeah. I did. Do you want me to watch it? Pretty impromptu, seems, because I fell asleep too early last night and I woke up at like 2 in the morning. So what did I have to do but watch President Sunday talk to Destiny, you know?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, what's up? Can you hear me? Barely. You sound like you're in a tunnel.
Tunnel. Yes. Yes. Join us in the tunnel. Yes. All right.
Right beneath the Al-Aqsa Hospital, you know? There you go. What can I do for you?
Hey, that's what I say when I answer calls.
Well, I don't know. Somebody told me you guys were talking about this stuff, and you said I was a big dummy dumb, so
Oh,
Thought I said did way not worse than stop that.
Will you bring up Ukraine if the Hasan talk happens? Yeah, probably, because there's a lot more contention over Ukraine with Hasan. Yeah.
I also called you short. Yeah, well,
Sorry, before I start this call, let's give someone some warranted attention. Food shops.
Listen,
I'm listening.
you have to defeat Quibbles. He is the most dangerous ultra Zionist debater in the entire Twitch poll sphere. He has become unstoppable.
The guy is like an Israeli centrist at best, right? You know that. He's actually
Yeah, I know. He doesn't support Netanyahu. I know. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. But I joke around and say that he's an ultra nationalist, ultra Zionist. Okay.
Okay.
Listen. Okay, I love him. All right. I believe that. Listen. All right. I just, dude. Okay. Listen. I just want to rustle his hair. Dude, don't you want to rustle his hair?
Well, I've got my own, so.
Yeah, but okay. Here's the thing. I feel like we talk about the politics of this matter because I argue with him all the time, right? Because he wants to expand the settlements. And
Wait.
we're.
Are you sure he wants to
What?
expand the settlements? Like.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I don't.
Yeah.
okay.
He wants to increase the population. But not okay. He doesn't want to increase the population as like an actual thing. He wants to let the Ukrainian Jews in, obviously to save their lives. But by doing so, you have to increase the settlements.
Okay.
But you can't build vertically because of the shaky ancient foundations underneath the inside of Israel proper. And now you're probably wondering, how the fuck does a Asian transgender motherfucker know all of this? By hours and hours of debating Quibbles, okay?
Right.
I would say I deeply regret debating Quibbles all this time. But I don't, because it's fun. And I like telling him to shut the hell up. And then he calls me anti-Semitic because it's fun. Which makes me deeply anti-Semitic because I like being anti-Semitic.
Okay.
Anyway, I want to rustle his hair. And I also want to rustle your hair. But also, like, I want to rustle everyone's hair, you know? Because especially Arabic hair is very curly. Anyway, yeah. That's about it. Just want to pop in and say hi.
Well.
All right, that's it.
Nice talking to you. Take care, okay?
Yep. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. What an interesting person. Food shops, everyone. Okay. I just realized I can't be on Twitch if we're watching this debate. We don't want to get banned for spreading the blight that is Destiny. And I have too many viewers now, right? Who's Dylan debating?
And I think there's something wrong with that. There's something wrong with that kind of Puritanism, Phariseeism, and it's kind of a witch hunt.
No, there's not.
nothing
Shut
wrong
up,
with saying it.
genocide denier, doer.
Continue to give, and we can keep having
It's
these
Aaron and Wick.
discussions. But yes,
Who's the biggest
also,
article piece?
if you have money, there are relief organizations
he's just
working
finished.
for both Israel and Palestine, right, that are wanting to help the real victims of this conflict, which are the people on the ground, right? It's not me or you, right? It's not from our comfy chairs, but it's the people who are undergoing these terrible conditions, and they're not responsible for it. They do deserve relief. So please give if you can, and if you could post the link.
Let's see where this debate started, shall
They
we?
deserve relief. So please give if you can.
Hey, gang.
Look, I don't know if that was the best decision ever. I probably.
And I have followed it more than just in, I think people mostly end up spiking interest in it when there's bloodshed, unfortunately. And I have followed it a little bit in between that. And I just had a couple of questions that I wanted to talk to you today. Namely, the title of this, which is the bigger obstacle to peace, which is it Israel or is it Hamas?
Yes.
Hamas.
Yeah, and I think that like that is a
Jesus
question that is
Christ.
being had, not
Balance
just
the
amongst
audio.
us,
Fuck.
but it's being talked about on social media and the discourse all the time, right? Like who is at fault? And I want to be clear, right? Like I am, if they are both obstacles, right? If we want to be like, neither of them are working towards peace, and that is a problem. But when we talk about which one holds the onus of responsibility for what is happening today, right? I think clearly Hamas is the answer here. If Hamas had not engaged in what they did, we would not be seeing these bombs dropping. Now, that isn't to say that Israel holds no responsibility, and what they are doing is entirely justified. That's not my claim. What I am saying, however, in my stance here, is that if Hamas laid down its arms, there would be peace. If Israel laid down its arms, we would no longer have an Israel. And that is, I guess, maybe a form of peace, but not a kind of peace I'm interested in. But I wanted to let you kind of have your opening thoughts on this, ask the questions you wanted to ask, and kind of like lead the discussion. So I'm gonna give it the mic to you and let you take it away.
How far behind live is this? Like over an hour?
And I'm also gonna give you like where I kind of like had the idea for this. I saw you reply to a tweet. I'm not sure whose tweet it was, and it said pro-Palestine, pro-Israel. Nah, I'm anti-war crime fool. And I was thinking, if you are anti-war crime, you know, like
You
most
must
people
be
probably would
anti-Israel.
consider themselves to be, then I think you would be more staunchly anti-Israel, even though I don't really think
Hey.
of this conflict in that way. I just think it's kind of soy to like look at it as like this team sport of like, I'm pro-Palestine, I'm pro-Israel or whatever. But Israel, like to ask you, do you think that the attack was unprovoked? I often hear people say that this attack in a lot of ways was unprovoked and kind of unprecedented.
October 7th attack, to be clear?
Yes.
Unprovoked. No, but, and the but's important here. Just like I wouldn't, like, if someone taps me on the shoulder, right, and then I reach out and slap them,
That's probably
that's
not a good
technically
analogy.
provoked, right? They provoked me into it, but I think the
It's
response.
not immediately provoked, you would just say. There are lots of people usually it's probably people tend to join Hamas after they've watched like 5 of their childhood friends die in a fucking airstrike. Like that's probably more why, yeah.
Absolutely not.
But you would say that so you agree that there was provocation, but you're just saying that Hamas is disproportionate in their response. And the provocation being what? If in your analogy you just said tap, Israel is just simply like tapped.
No, that wasn't. I wasn't comparing. I was just saying like the.
Just as an example.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at this. Norman Finkelstein. Thank you for writing. It seems I am in touch with Destiny's handlers. What a strange name, but I can't predict what will come of it. All right.
What has Israel done to maybe make people in the Palestinian zones turn against them? I think the West Bank settlements are a great example of that. How they have been treated as well, they're not even citizens, but like as in this permanent refugee status. I think that especially Netanyahu's regime and their policies towards Gaza, the West Bank, etc., have all been atrocious and horrific. And yes, absolutely, they have. There are reasons that the Gazans are upset at them. Absolutely, yeah.
Right. I believe that, Amnesty International, which is, an independent human rights organization, has declared Israel to be an apartheid state based on the conditions that, separate Palestinians, even just Arab Israelis and Jewish Israelis, for one. So agree with you there. And at this point, Netanyahu is already, was already very controversial and, seeing declining rates of favorability. But past October 7th, Israeli citizens in a lot of ways hold him in contempt and responsible for a lot of it because it was an unprecedented security breach. It was a military humiliation for Israel to have this incursion that was totally like logistically unprecedented for Hamas. I know that there's been talks that it's been in the works for a few years. There have been different factions and foreign backers that are involved that have said there hasn't been knowledge of this attack, that there was some knowledge. And all of that will continue to come out. I know the New York Times has already released some articles talking about, somewhat of like what Hamas's plans were. And I would agree with you there. But in your opening statement, when you said that, if Hamas simply like put down arms, I think that's probably like what I figured would be the like there would be peace in Israel. That's probably the biggest contention that I have, because there have been a number of Israeli operations, as they kind of euphemistically call these massacres, in the last 20 years.
Massacres? Which one are we talking about? Like a Kasled or
ridiculous amounts of civilian casualties for Palestinians, and like there was,
You know what's insane is that Kasled was a hugely controversial war. Hugely controversial. It lasted just about 3 weeks. For 3 weeks. The number of casualties on the Palestinian side was about 1,500 at most. Probably a bit less. How crazy is that? About 900 something civilians in 3 weeks. Compare that to now. Eek.
Text and provocations from Hamas is reported as that Israel claims in response to these, but are they disproportionate? Yes, and they are committing war crimes. They are hurting lots of people. Just to name a few: Operation Cast Lead, Operation Pillar of Defense, Operation Brother's Keeper, and Operation Protective Edge. Just with Cast Lead, in the wake of Operation Cast Lead, Amnesty International put out a report, an independent human rights report that they titled 22 Days of Death and Destruction, because of the amount of civilian casualties and damage to Palestinian civilian infrastructure. And even now, like the current Operation Swords of Iron, but people refer to as just the Israel-Hamas war, and I'm pulling up Haaretz this morning to see what the latest death count is. And according to what they refer to as the Hamas-controlled health ministry, or the Gaza Health Ministry, 11,000...
Oh, I just reminded myself. I wanted to talk to Avi. See if he's around right now. All right.
1,240 Palestinians have been killed, and there are still 239 hostages. Right?
Oh yeah, it's horrific. But
you're not watching the Destiny video. I probably should. I need to read more about Castlight if I'm ever going to argue about this.
We have to ask ourselves a question, right? The same way we would ask, why would Hamas attack on October 7th? Why did they do what they did? We have to ask the same question of Israel. We can't just stop the conversation there, right? We have to ask, well, Operation Cast Lead, Operation Brother's Keeper, even the blockade of Gaza that happened after 2007, right? Why? Why did Israel do this? And what part does Hamas play in all of this? And who, right, is ultimately responsible for all of this? Now, again, I want to reiterate, I think that Netanyahu has blood on his hands. The Likud has blood on their hands. The IDF has blood on their hands as well. They have engaged in war crimes. I do agree. But simply to look at it from these individual incidences, right, and then extrapolate to everything that Israel does is a war crime, which happens all the time. I'm not saying that you're doing that, but I'm saying that that has been the claim of this whole operation that is happening right now is just a war crime, right? And I disagree with that. I don't think that holds up when you look at the international laws. I don't think that holds up when you look at...
Okay, let's talk to Avi.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Good. So I wanted to talk about buzzwords.
Yeah.
All the buzzwords about this conflict. Whether that be buzzwords that are used by legitimate organizations or non-organizations, whether they're used by the UN, whether they're used by NMC International, whether they're used by just people on Twitter. A lot of the buzzwords have a kind of a problem. So the problem is either they tend to fail. Not all of them have this problem. Like some buzzwords really do withstand like the charges, but the issue is that they tend to fail either connotatively or denotatively. So what do I mean? So let's take an example of a non-buzzword and like put it into like a buzzword term that's outside of this conflict. So like let's take the word rape, right?
Okay.
So if we say okay, this person raped another person. And what do we mean by rape? It turns out, well, there was some power dynamic involved. So there was some power dynamic involved in the rape. Well, not the quote. They're saying it's rape because there was some power dynamic involved, and because of this power dynamic involved, there may be some concern about whether the consent was in full consent, right? That's what they mean by rape.
Mm-hmm.
So what that's doing is that's broadening the word. It's broadening the category of the word. It's not narrow. Certainly there are certain construals of rape that are narrow. But there are certain construals of rape that are broad. And what comes at the trade-off here is that when you broaden the category, there's a denotative success, but there's a connotative failure. So yes, you can broaden the term rape to include those things, but
Completely.
and so it doesn't fail connotatively. That is to say, what is meant by rape is captured in the actual event. However, it comes at the trade-off of a connotative failure. What do I mean by connotative failure? Is just that the connotation that word is giving off is something like, oh, really, really bad. That sort of thing that is bad in the sense that you held someone down at gunpoint and you fucked them or something. But in reality, there's all sorts of different types of things that one can call rape, and they are not all the same. They're not all equally bad, even if they're all bad. And so it fails connotatively in the sense that it's not nearly as bad as the thing is what you tried to make it out to be, is what that word is being used for. And the same thing is true for a lot of buzzwords. Ethnic cleansing, apartheid, open air prison. They all have this issue where they either have some trade-off on their denotative success versus their connotative success. So in the case of ethnic cleansing, if one broadens the term ethnic cleansing to include a given situation where a bunch of individuals are forced out of their locations and they happen to be of a given ethnicity, even if the reason ultimately is not turning on their given ethnicity. So it's not ethnic cleansing per se, but it's a non per se construal of ethnic cleansing. There are ways we can just start broadening things like that to include the situation being ethnic cleansing, but it comes at a connotative cost. The connotation there, when people hear the term ethnic cleansing, it's the sort of thing that people are just going to say, oh, well, that's just like automatically bad. It's just like, well, that's like the sort of thing. It's like taking a whole bunch of people and just killing them for their ethnicity, or just like deporting them all for their ethnicity, or just like rounding them up and putting them into, and putting them into trains and taking them away because of their ethnicity. So they either fail connotatively and denotatively. I had an argument I'm going to post, actually. So the general argument is this. And this is not, should put this in a text and notes here.
Okay.
Let me put it in notes so it comes out clean in Discord. I'm posting this in general chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to turn my pings off because all the people joining. I didn't expect that. All right.
No, it's fine. People just like listening.
Yeah. Okay.
And this goes for apartheid, crime of apartheid. It goes for like all of these. Okay. So the issue is a lot of the buzzwords fall prey to this argument. So the first premise is either the buzzword is narrow or it is not narrow. That's just P or not P.
Mhm.
Second premise is if the buzzword is narrow, then the buzzword makes the situation wrong, or at least as wrong as it's trying to make, but it's not clear that the buzzword applies to the target situation. So that would be like the case of rape, where it's construed narrowly, but then really it's the type of rape they're talking about is like a power dynamic. Or in the case of like ethnic cleansing, it's the ethnic cleansing per se, when really it's non-per se ethnic cleansing that's happening.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Where are you showing me this? So you said you're in
general chat?
Oh, general chat. Okay. Why can't I find? Hang on. Oh yeah, in the side chat. Okay.
Yeah, you see it?
I
You
don't see it
just
in
got
side chat.
pinged. It's not in the general chat
Oh
of the
yeah,
VC.
yeah, gotcha. Okay.
General
Yeah, I see.
chat.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
All right, nice.
Yeah. And then the third premise is if the buzzword is not narrow, so then when it's broadly construed or just not narrowly construed, then it's not clear that the buzzword makes the situation wrong, or at least as wrong as the connotation of the buzzword is attempting to do. So that would be like the ethnic cleansing non-per se, when people are taking the connotation of ethnic cleansing per se, or the people take the rape as hold the person down and have sex with them, versus like, oh, there's consent, but there was a power dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the general problem I have. I wanted to know if and I guess that there was one so that's one thing I wanted to just run by you, because this is like one thing I see a lot of buzzwords being used in this surrounding this conflict. And by the way, like certain usages of buzzwords on the other side fall prey to this too. So for example, there's a difference between like the term human shield, right? There's a difference between human shield being a terrorist firing in a populated civilian area, versus a terrorist setting up in a hospital and firing from there, or near there, or a school, right?
Yeah.
Like not all versions of human shield carry the same connotative weight, or at least should carry the same connotative weight, even if we can construe it narrowly or broadly, where the denotation may or may not apply.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so that's the major issue, and I think generally it's helpful. So generally, I think this is why I think generally these buzzwords that get thrown out are not just not helpful, but on the net not helpful is what I'm, because there may be some aspects that are helpful, but they do. This is the basic issue. Like they have this. They seem to have this effect where it's like, well, if I can just like construe this same buzzword that carries the same connotation more broadly, and I could fit you into that category, then I can like carry the same sort of weighted condemnation on you. Like, oh, how terrible you are. Like you support this. And by this, we're like going, well, let me just pull out like the broad construals, like you technically fit in there. It's like, aha. Like terrible. Like that's the sort of thing I see happening a lot. Yeah. So that's one broad thing. So I was wondering if there was agreement on that, or any sort of like disagreement or anything.
I've said the similar thing, probably in a less elaborate way. Yeah. I would tend to just say it's like very thought terminating, and you can tell that people are using it in a way to just shut down the disagreement and to kind of shoehorn people into good and bad guys. Like that seems to be So I don't know if you saw it today, but I saw Hasan debating that guy who made like a video essay about him. And it was honestly just like, do you agree that Israel is committing a campaign of ethnic cleansing and genocide, and therefore he's like, yeah, well, sure. And then anyone who supports Israel's actions is a genocide defender, and it's like, okay, well,
Yeah.
this conversation's open and shut then, right? Yeah.
It's like it's like, okay, instead of and by genocide we just like imagine someone doing the semantic analysis on those terms. I mean, like, okay, well, by genocide, what construal of genocide are you talking about? A broad or narrow construal? Oh, it's a broad construal. So then what is like, is it going to come out to be some construal where, being a quote unquote genocide defender is really just only bad because it carries that connotative weight because people associate that word with something other than what your construal is? Is that what it's going to turn out to be? Yeah. But this is the reason why. I think this is the issue about why it's so thought terminating. It's just it has this trade-off that people aren't recognizing.
Do you feel like the other side does that as well with because whenever I've even said this about the idea of constantly saying human shields, because I think the other thing about it is if you hear it enough, it just becomes like comical, or you become desensitized to the term, which is probably why I feel like the reason a lot of people don't believe in the human shields argument is because, first of all, like there's not really any incentive to look into it, but also because it just conjures up this image of literally like a Hamas guy on a roof holding up a baby with one hand and a gun with the other,
Yeah. So I actually no. So I mentioned the term human shield also. Because, and I think like when we say when human shields are the term human shields are invoked, some concepts, some construals of human shield this argument will be sound for as well. So like if by human shield we just mean that there was some terrorist that's firing from some area where there were civilians in the location. There happened to be some civilians there. Like, okay, well, that's a human shield because there was a civilian wandering by. It's like, okay, well, you can have a construal of human shield like that. But that's not going to carry the same connotation. So you can make the denotation work there, but that's not going to carry the same connotation as a terrorist setting up a rocket firing silo near a hospital or near a school. And that's the sort of issue that people are thinking when they think of human shields. Like that, when the connotation anyway, it's the sort of connotative weight that's being driven. It's that sort of badness where it's not like, oh, like there was a militant with an RPG and, a Gazan civilian was walking by, right? Like that's like, you can construe human shield that way, but it's not going to, it's going to fall prey to the same argument. So this is basically just a formalization of an argument for which a lot of buzzwords this argument would be sound for. So it just spells out the basic problem. Either you're construing the buzzword narrowly or not narrowly. If it's narrow, it makes the situation wrong. That is to say, it connotatively is successful, but it's not clear the buzzword applies to the target situation. That is to say, the denotation is unsuccessful. And if the buzzword is not narrow, then it's not clear the buzzword makes the situation wrong. Or say that the connotation has failed.
Because I guess when people try to shoehorn like every kind of like movement of population into ethnic cleansing, well then it's going to become really easy to find ethnic cleansings that are actually good, like moving settlers out of Gaza. So my personal rule is like I only really use buzzwords when I'm trying to argue like this is that buzzword, right? Like so if I want to argue that this act was an ethnic cleansing or a genocide, then that's when I would bring up those words. But I don't really know if there's any other time you would. What do you think?
What's sorry, I missed. Someone's correcting my argument here. Did I mess up? Q is different in the conclusion on P2. Q is it's not clear the buzzword applies to the target situation. Either it's not clear the buzzword is what's different about Q? It's not clear that the buzzword applies to the target situation. Oh, because it has the word but? Is that it? stop trolling. I could. The buzzword makes the situation wrong, but it's not clear that. Wait, P implies Q. Okay. If the buzzword is narrow, then the buzzword makes the. Okay, I see. The buzzword makes the situation wrong. I'll just put makes the situation wrong in parentheses just for like clarity's sake. Not that it's representing Q. Yeah, that's fine. I would say. Here, how about this? Does that work? The parentheses is just for the reader to be clarity. You can still, or I could just delete that part and this argument would still work. Okay.
Not gonna
All
lie,
right,
my
cool.
brain's just not compatible with the bracket stuff, but I get the rest. Yeah.
So no. So basically, what was happening? No, it's just a prop logic thing because like you want actually the propositional variables to be consistently represented. And basically, I put something in for clarity's sake where it is in the propositional variable, but the clarity thing was not in the propositional variable in the other instance it was showing up. That's all. Yeah, it was just not added to the conclusion. I can add it in parentheses to the conclusion as well. Or here, I do that. Boom. There. Now the propositional variable is represented equally. Fine. It's just a technical thing that I'm getting shit for because I wasn't fully technical about it. That's all. But I do think it's important for you to see this argument and for you to see how it like applies to these buzzwords. So I'll just repost the one where, just because my fellow prop logic nerds would be satisfied. So that's just one iteration of like this sort of argument.
I'm not used to this corner of the internet. Holy shit.
This is yeah.
I
this
was
is, this,
sorry.
we're this is the ultimate debate bro space. No, that's the pejorative that people use those, but no, we're friendly. Yeah, go ahead. You were saying?
I was going to ask you something totally different. Unless did you have anything more to say about this?
I know if we're in agreement that this basically is a sound argument for a whole bunch of the buzzwords, then I think we're in agreement about that.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I mean, I generally avoid buzzwords, so yeah, hopefully, yeah. I was going to ask you. I saw you tweeting something. I hope it was you. Something about like talking about propaganda from human rights organizations about. I think it was about Israel's actions, or maybe just generally. Was that you? Like propaganda from Amnesty International, or?
Yeah, well, the UN.
Yeah.
I think I didn't. So the ones I left out was was the Red Cross.
Yeah.
Amnesty International. Yes, I did put that in. UN I put in, and I said other ideological NGOs. Yeah.
Okay. So I've been reading a little bit for the last couple of days about this these reports about Operation Cast Lead or Pillar of Defense or whatever, and finding out all these different claims about how some people are saying that Israel targeted civilians as a matter of policy. Other people are saying it was like that it's like more their typical policy of just pursuing their military goals with like recklessness, and then the result is that civilians die when they don't necessarily have to, but it's in aid of like them just pursuing their objectives faster, and it's not necessarily still targeting explicitly. But I'm looking through all these amnesty reports. I'm just like, or different reports. I'm just like, how are they finding their information, or like what's motivating them to speak? And like, do you know anything about that though? Because I don't really know who to trust.
That's why I'm baffled. That's why I'm baffled upon reading them. I'm just like, I don't know how their field workers know this. Like, this just seemed like I'm looking through it, and it just seems like it's just a whole bunch of inference work. Not to say there's anything wrong with inference work per se. It's just, I'm like, how? It's like, it's almost like someone like it. Maybe not to that exactly that level, but it's like, it's almost like the position one would need to be in to make some of the claims that are made, like this is like, as a matter of fact, policy. I don't like, I don't know how, and like for example, an Amnesty International worker would know that. or would even, and I don't see how their inferences get me to that conclusion.
Yeah, because all I could see in the 22 days of death and destruction, that was the one I read a bit of, was like they are using witness testimony and they're saying what happened on the ground. But there's no analysis of IDF targeting. Am I on the right track with that? Yeah. It's just like they're just kind of saying,
Exactly. No, we were coming to a line there. Yeah. No. So this, it's like it's an inference. You can say, okay, well, you interview witnesses and say, okay, well, here is a event that the witnesses are describing happened. We can all agree that the event may be bad. We can all agree that the event, we have a preference the event not happen. We can all agree that it's horrific, but that's not the inference. The inference is that, not that it's bad. The inference is that that this was like a deliberate attack as a matter of policy or something, and that's just kind of wild. It's just like because the reason it's wild is because that evidence is just an observation that's more expected on one hypothesis than another, and that testimony is just an observation, which is, and for it to be motivating, it needs to be more expected on one hypothesis than the other for it to be epistemically motivating. So, and I'm just not seeing how a whole lot of these observations that these reports are generating are in fact more expected on the hypothesis that they're deliberately targeting as a matter of policy versus something else. Like, okay, there were instances of recklessness, or there were instances of individuals like fucking up, or there were individuals because like, here's the thing, like in any war there's events where like soldiers do terrible things and they fuck up. Right? Like that first. So I mean, look, in what was that event in Iraq where they were a group of soldiers not only killed a family, but they like raped a 14-year-old girl or something and then killed the family. What was it? There was a movie on it called Redacted film. It was the 2006 Mahmoudiya killing.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, I'll put for anyone who wants to
the
read
U.S.
about
soldier
that.
was sentenced to 100 years.
Yeah.
The
Now to be
American,
fair, now to be fair, the sentence was at least they got the sort of sentence you would expect them to get for something like that. Although to be fair, that was a very sort of egregious type of crime. Like, this is not like an example of you fucking up and hitting civilians when you're firing. This is an example of you going into a house, raping a child in front of her, like in the next door of her parents, and then killing all of them after like all of you are done raping the child. Like, yeah. So just posting that for the chat. Yeah. So like, war is shitty. Like there's terrible things that happen in wars, but that's not the question. The question is not like, did terrible things that shouldn't have happened happen? That's like the claim. If that was the claim, I wouldn't like have anything against these NGOs.
Yeah.
I would agree with it. Like the claim is that this was like, imagine if the NGO said like, hey, this was a matter of policy.
Yeah.
Like this rape was a matter of policy.
Like you couldn't say that especially because it was like the Goldstone report that said that, even though they didn't have access to IDF files, right? They didn't have access to any of how. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's really just that simple. It's not like, because I just felt like I was looking at so many different reports that were just okay. I think I understand now.
It's an inference, and I'm just not seeing the strength of the inference, which is the problem. The problem is that they're presenting it as like this factual thing. It's like, oh, well, that's their policy.
Yeah.
And it's just like, and people just read that and be like, oh yeah, this group found it. That's the policy. Like that was the discovery. Like, no, you didn't discover. Like, there wasn't a whistleblower in the IDF that you found. Like, there wasn't like you didn't get leaked documents with the policy or something like that. You didn't. You're making inferences about bad things that happened when it's compatible with a different hypothesis about that also accounts for bad things happening. It's just in a less bad way than you want it to be. That's all. Or less bad way than you're reporting it as.
Yeah, and I think, is this why you trust the Red Cross? Because what they'll say is just something like the mission has found that there's no discernible military use from this particular target. They won't actually say what the intent was. Yeah,
They're actually careful about their wording. I specifically did not include the Red Cross in my tweet because they're a couple things. They tend to be more careful about their wording of their findings. They limit it to what the inference can really work for. So their conclusions are worded in such a way that I look at that and I'm like, oh yeah, you can say that. That's supported by the inference. Like, okay, well, we couldn't discern a military significance. Okay, fine. Like, you want to say that, that's fine. But that's not making the further claim like, oh, they have the policy to commit genocide, of course. Like or something like that. Yeah. So I found the Red Cross to be more reasonable. To be more reasonable on this. So yeah, I mean that's it. And the issue with this, and so I called it propaganda because like that is not. It's really not. Well, I think it is, but it's even if it's not that far off from it. It's just like it's really stretching. It's like the same sort of propaganda I'll expect from Michael Greger on vegan on misrepresenting health science. It's just stretching the envelope of what the data is showing, what the conclusions one can make, giving the people a whole bunch of wrong impressions about what's epistemically justified here, and having real international like pressure implications as a result of it. So yeah, that was the.
How would you describe Israel's like military policy in general? Because I feel like I get three impressions. One is I get that they're just committing genocide and ethnic cleansing. The other two, I guess, tends to both come from pro-Israel people. One is that they're incredibly precise in like surgical targeting, and they roof knock and they call people and they make all the precautions and they drop leaflets. But then the other one I hear, which is also from pro-Israel people, which is that the Middle East is fucking crazy. Everyone wants us dead. The only way that we'll ever command any respect or any like people will take us seriously and allow us to exist in this area is if we fuck shit up and are quite like reckless and we show our strength. But I don't know how those two can be true at the same time. So do you have any opinion?
Yeah. Well, I don't think I have. I think we're going to add a fourth category to that list because I don't think I fall into either of those three camps. So I think in terms of policy, I guess it depends how we're asking the question. If we're asking the question about intent, I don't think Israel's goal is to just fuck shit up. Like I don't agree that like the Middle East is crazy. We just have to fuck a bunch of shit up. I don't think that is the. Hold on, let me just mute this person. Yeah, I don't think that the goal is to just fuck shit up. I think and nor do I think that the intent might be to surgically strike, but I don't think that's how the actions are actually unfolding. I don't think what's happening in effect is a surgical precise precision. Even if they are roof knocking, may not work. Even if they are giving warnings, the warnings may fail. And ultimately, you're just in a very densely populated area such that there's going to be a whole bunch of civilian casualties if you do certain strikes. I think what's happening is so let's separate the questions then. So with respect to intention, I think if we're just talking about intentions, I think that the third category you mentioned would probably be the most correct. So for example, if Israel could just press if the people who are writing the policies just had, omnipotence and they could just like press the button and say, okay, all Hamas operators are dead, but all the civilians are alive. Yeah, they'd press that button. That's the button they would press. Like, I don't think they would press the button that says, hey, fuck all the shit up. Right. So I don't think they would do that. Some people do think they would do that. Some people would say, oh, no, they wouldn't press the kill all Hamas. They would press the just fuck all the shit up. Or you can say kill all Hamas and all of the civilians that aided Hamas or something like that. You can phrase it however way you want. But that's not going to be the same thing as saying, press the glass Gaza button.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's the impression I got was that, and I think I maybe go back to the paper that I read this from, I think it was Avi Schleim, but the idea of what they did in the 2006 war, which was like not quite what I meant by fuck shit, but this is what I meant by fuck shit up was more just like just going quite what would normally be considered overboard with destruction of infrastructure because it might become advantageous to people in the future, or just being a bit like more reckless when it comes to targeting and like not double checking intelligence and stuff like that. Or
So I think that okay, so I don't understand anymore. Okay, so it's not like because the fuck shit up originally it sounded more like the just genocide button.
yeah, that's I separate that for yeah.
Right. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. No, so I still think in terms of intention, I think the third one is correct. I think in terms of action, the second one is probably more correct then. In terms of outcomes, and I think that's just largely a target of like it may just not be wholly feasible to do those to execute your intentions in that sort of target population. I think so. I do think that Israel has military valuations to look. There's always a trade-off. There's going to be some military objective, and there's going to be some evaluation that's going to be placed from that military objective, and there's going to be a trade-off of however much value you place on the cost of civilian life that's involved, including in this case Israel's own hostages. They're have to take that into account. And I think that Israel's threshold for is just more weighty on the valuation of the military objective success in relation to the value of those lives than other people would have their threshold set at. That's what I see happening, or at least what I suspect is happening. I suspect that sort of threshold valuation judgment difference.
And I guess it's the case that the more ambitious their military objective is, like get rid of Hamas, then I guess they have more leeway for collateral damage and stuff like that, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the more ambitious the military objective is, the more the cost pragmatically will be. And so when you combine that with that increased threshold, that compared to what someone else would want it to be, that compounds the cost of life. There's going to be an increase. So it's from the cost of life of innocent life is going to be from two factors. It's the nature of the military objective being far more ambitious than the previous objective. Like, this is not cast lead anymore.
Yeah.
This is end Hamas.
This is exactly.
So that's one thing. And and by the way, that alone is probably going to be a huge factor. Like, even if like all of these armchair like experts had their way to like conduct this war in the way they think would minimize civilian life. First of all, I'm not convinced that these armchair experts would actually reduce the destruction of civilian life with what they're saying. But even if they would, there would be a huge amount of civilian casualties with a military objective like that.
Yeah, there's no way around.
Yeah, there's really just no way around. Like, and look, that's the situation. It's an incredibly densely populated area. Hamas is deeply entrenched throughout that area, on the ground, in the tunnels, in the civilian structures. And they want to they seem to want to be. They're not going to leave it and go and fight a military fight separated from them. They may even want their civilians to be there. In fact, there's reports they call from them there. So anyway, I mean, but they're certainly not going to like do this like thing where they like leave the civilians and like, hi, let's settle this like men and let's go to armed combat against the IDF on the field. Like that's not going to happen. And like the whole like there, and then of course there's the place is probably rigged with mines. The place there's all sorts of like it's a mess. And so even if there was no airstrikes, like even if there was no bombings, like just imagine a ground invasion in an area where you don't have the airstrikes to take out munitions facilities, you don't have the airstrikes to take out any of the strategic locations, any areas that may just be fully loaded with mines or whatever. Like, okay, so you don't do all of that. Like, what is a ground invasion without all of those things taken out going to look like? Okay, so there may be certain devices that are less discriminate in nature that are going to be used, but the devices that are more discriminate in nature are going to be used a hell of a lot more. And so what ends up winning out? Like, I don't know. Because even if there's a device that has a more discriminate probability, if it's just going to need to be used a whole lot more, then it's not clear to me that that's going to reduce the loss of civilian life. It would just that would be just a very complicated calculation. I don't know how anyone would do that.
Yeah.
So because that's an argument I've heard recently made. Like, oh well, we could know that a ground invasion alone would have a lower casualty to civilian life because look at the weapons that are used in airstrikes. The weapons that are used in airstrikes have this radius, and it's like, okay, that's true. They do have a larger radius, and therefore they do have a higher probability that it's going to be it's going to involve civilians. But that's just compared to the counterfactual where all the targets are not taken by those devices. How many uses of the lower radius devices you think are going to be used with the ground army? Is it going to be the same? No, it's going to be a whole lot more. And so whatever probability it is, it will be multiplied by the additional amount of usage as it is, or some sort of analysis like that. What ends up winning out? I don't fucking know. I don't think anyone knows. I mean, and if anyone does know, it's certainly not going to be me. It's certainly not going to be anyone on Twitter or Twitch. It's probably like it'll be like some individuals like doing a whole cabinet, doing some calculation in some military cabinet, like in conjunction with like, I don't know, having privileged access to US or Israel military intelligence. It's just like some people are just, it's almost like they're coming at this with the epistemic confidence as if they have special access to US military intelligence, Israel military intelligence, and Hamas military intelligence all at the same fucking time. And it's just wild. It's just, yeah. So I don't know. But even if it would, I mean, if we grant that it would have some, so even if we grant that it would, like, it's still going to be a huge amount of civilian casualties either way. Which is not to grant that it would decrease civilian casualties. I have no idea if a ground invasion would decrease civilian casualties.
Yeah, couldn't tell you.
Yeah. So
I think I may be rather going to go back to history stuff because this military stuff is just so brain damage with
Yeah, no, I mean, but if you want to, there's a thread that links this here. It's just that if you look at these sorts of battles that have taken place in previous battles throughout history have taken place in largely densely populated areas, I'm not aware of any of them in modern times that haven't used airstrikes.
No.
Like the Battle of Mosul used there were plenty of airstrikes there. Now one could say like they didn't account for most of the deaths. They still accounted for a lot of them. Like I'm even like with Ukraine. I mean, there were some airstrikes that Russia did. Like I don't know any military operation in a densely populated area in modern times that was just a pure ground invasion. That like and to show like, oh, this was like this perfect success story because we didn't like. When does this happen? Like what does any country do this?
Yeah, I guess not.
So that's one reason that the civilian casualty is high. It's just the ambitious nature. And then the other reason is just that like Israel, as I suspect any country would, and to the dismay of all the humanitarians, and Israel does not value the lives of its own civilians in a 1-to-1 ratio as to the lives of Gazan civilians. It just doesn't.
Yeah, I suppose
they
like
value their civilians more. Like
yeah, I mean, I guess every country's like that, aren't they?
Yeah. No, that's the just like the United States is going to value their soldiers more than the lives of Iraqi civilians. Like,
yeah.
So that's the situation. So okay, so I hope that answers your question about like about my
It definitely
tweet.
does. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. It's more or less what I was thinking with the but it's good that they're not the only one because fuck, I had a lot of wacky Discord arguments about that recently.
Yeah, no, it's weird. Like when it comes to this topic, I've noticed like a very weird ethos around these NGO organizations. Like this is very like if they define something a certain way, like that it almost becomes like sacred in a way. Like to some people, it's like. What definition of this buzzword are you using? Well, if you open up the scrolls to this NGO and this like they've used this term and this they have codified it, where it's like okay, all right, buddy. Sure. Yeah, it's just like a very weird type of ethos they have around these types of like it's almost like they're holy in a way. It's very weird. So yeah, there's that.
I think my favorite there was a moment I was watching a debate yesterday between Benny Morris and Norman Finkelstein, and I think Norman was just kind of screaming this whole like, oh, what happened to that flour mill? Why did Israel hit the flour mill? What was happening to the flour? Do you think it was a Hamas flour mill? And I think Benny Morris was just saying like I don't know and you don't either, you know. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about a lot of these. Yeah.
Like okay, like in order to even go about answering that question, like we would have to go about answering the question. I don't think it's just because it's a flour mill. It means like, there's no way a flour mill could be hit for a military objective. It's like,
you smarmy.
There are ways. I don't know if any of those ways are, maybe look, it could be that it was a fuck up. I have no idea. Maybe it was a fuck up. Maybe it was not. I'd have to look into the situation. I'd have to look at the context. I'd have to look to see if there were any reports, or any whistleblowing, any documents, anything like what like did any of that happen? No. Did Finkelstein deliver any of those things in the debate, or did he just say it was a flour mill? How could a flour mill get hit?
The most reliable evidence I can see is that it seems like a flour mill got hit, and we don't know. It doesn't seem to have had a military use. And I was like, okay. Wow.
And when you say got hit, was it targeted or was it like damaged as a result of some strike?
I think it looked like it was hit, like properly hit. But again, there's like we don't know why. Yeah, I think the more honest reports said we don't know why. We didn't look like there was military use, but yeah, it can be because people miss target with like blurry drone pictures. It's like
Yeah, no, I mean, look, one explanation. I don't know. Look, so yeah, I haven't looked into it. I don't know. One explanation is like, look, it's a war. Fuck ups happen. One explanation is just like things can be mistargeted. That's one thing. Or another explanation is faulty intelligence. You could have believed that there were certain combatants in the area, and it turns out you were wrong. It could like. Well, why would combatants use a flour mill? Why would combatants be in an area? Why would they be anywhere? Like, what? Yeah, so I don't know, is my answer. I'd have to, so it was hit. Flour mill was hit, but that's not where the investigation should end.
I will say, I feel like, maybe they'll do this. I feel like if the IDF secures a particular part of Gaza, like it's like the hospital, and they've got all of northern Gaza, I really think they should just invite, if they can, just get as many journalists and international bodies in as possible just to show them what they find. Because I feel like they could literally film from the outside of the road going into the hospital and going inside. Yeah. And people would still be not too sure about what they're seeing. Yeah.
I was just thinking, because I saw this Norm Finkelstein tweet. He just said like something along the lines of like, oh, Israel's about to get into the Al-Shifa hospital. Don't be surprised if you find copies of Mein Kampf in the incubators or something. It's just like, okay. But he says that, but like, here's the thing. Like, I think that if Israel does discover like a Gaza headquarters in the Al-Shifa hospital, and by the way, just to be clear, I'm agnostic about that. I don't know. I know what they're saying. I know they believe it's there. Whether it's actually there or not, I'm not 100% sure. I know my credence is leaning more so because I've heard it reported by CNN that the U.S. intelligence is also saying such.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah. So my credence is leaning more
autistic special interest, but that hospital.
Yeah. But the thing is, like, I'm under the impression at this point that Israel could just straightforwardly, if it is there, Israel could probably just straightforwardly record film everything from the outside of the hospital inside all the way going to the inside of the Hamas headquarters with Hamas terrorists there, and I still think it wouldn't be persuasive to them. I still think they would find something to say to just like deny it. It's IDF sources. Yeah, so I agree with you. Yeah, they probably should. Although I don't know what journalists would take up that job. Oh my god, like that. I guess some would. I mean, they do a
Bro,
lot of
I'd
crazy
take
things.
that. I would fucking IRL stream inside that, what's left of that base.
Yeah, you wouldn't be afraid of
Yeah, I'd be
anything that could
afraid, but
happen.
you know, I'd have my little blue hat on and
There you go.
yeah.
Yeah.
My
Okay,
Mr.
so I
Beast
guess
soy face. Yeah, I could do that.
there you go. Would you be able to carry? I'm not trying to be rude. Would you be able to carry the bulletproof vest weight and
Yeah.
jog? And
Listen, I'm not
Okay,
as
good.
fucking big as you, but I'm doing my best out here, you know.
I'm just playing. I'm fucking with you.
Yeah,
No, that's
lowbroing
good. That's
me.
good. There are no. So there are. I guess I shouldn't say that there are journalists that are willing to take those risks. That does sound like a pretty fucking crazy like risk. Going into the terror tunnels, like like that whole area is probably mined up like that.
Yeah.
I would be really fucking scared going in there. I mean, I mean that sounds. I mean, look, it sounds like one hell of an experience, especially if you're live streaming that. Like then you're like a reporter live streaming that. Yeah, so I guess there probably would be a lot of reporters doing that, even despite how insane that is. Yeah, so they should do that. Because yeah, if it's just the IDF footage, like even if it's all true, like I think people would just straight up deny the footage at this point. They would just say like, "Oh no, this is the IDF filming. Like it's just not real," or something like that. We found one edit in the video.
Mm-hmm.
It was edited. Like, aha, got it. It's all fake, or something like that.
Well, the IDF guy mistaking the Arabic on a calendar, mistaking the day names for names of people.
Exactly. This Israeli speaking person. So this Israeli Hebrew speaking person didn't understand Arabic. The whole like everything. Yeah, it's just it's the composition issue where it's like, okay, if there's like a number of things they got wrong, then like the broad claim is therefore wrong. Like no, like that could be true, could be false. I don't know.
Well, we'll see. Anyway, sorry,
Yeah.
did you I'm probably gonna jump off and do some
Yeah.
content.
At some point, I mean, I guess we can discuss about like a long-term solution about like in terms of borders, because I think the whole Gaza situation was a mess and probably a mistake. And
yeah,
if I had my way, like obviously with like some sort of like agreed upon land swaps and whatnot, like my envisionment goal of a two-state solution would probably be to have the Palestinians have a contiguous territory and not be like separated by Israel in like one area or another. So like maybe some trade-off for some increased territory in the West Bank, and Israel gets the Gaza Strip back or something like that. And the Gazas get some additional area in the West Bank that they wouldn't have had otherwise.
Just get the entire world to build a second Gaza, like just south of the West Bank in the Negev, right?
Yeah, well, not a second Gaza. Well, I mean, look, hey, a second Gaza is going to be built at this point either way.
Yeah.
Okay, at this point, if you're gonna have to rebuild fucking Gaza at this point, which it looks like that's what's gonna happen, at least rebuild it next to the other Palestinians. Like, don't rebuild it in the same fucking stupid location where they're like separated from their other Palestinians, and then they're pinned, and then like Israel has to like, and then Israel's gonna be like between them, and then like there's restriction of movement, and then they're not a contiguous people, and it's like, I mean, that's basically would be the counter at that point. It's just like at this point, another Gaza is going to have to be rebuilt regardless.
Oh, I mean, it's been pretty unpredictable so far. So, God, the next year or two of this is just going to be, I feel like it's just going to be the most unexpected shit's going to happen. But who knows?
Yeah, no, wild. But hey, look, it was good talking to you.
Yeah, nice to talk to an actual fucking human being about this stuff. But
yeah. No, it's likewise. That's my impression as well.
Cool. All right. Well, I'm sure I'll speak to you soon. All right.
All right. There was one. Yeah, I have to jump off quick as well. There was one person, there's one person that Isaac wanted me to talk to. Who was that person, Isaac? I don't know who you're
Oh
referring to.
yeah, you should totally wreck this guy in chat. I called him low grade cannon fodder because he says you'll only engage low grade cannon fodder. But yeah, you should look at his
I don't
amazing.
I don't appreciate him insulting. You're echoing, Isaac.
All right, I'll take it. I'm
Sorry.
All right, guys, take care. Bye-bye.
No, I was about to say I don't appreciate him insulting Lonerbox.
Oh, wait, was that for me? Oh, well. Oh, J-Stock thought I was insulting it. No, I'm talking about in general. Holy shit. Fuck. Okay. Was Erudite in my waiting room? Oh, well, she should have been patient. Felix, thanks for the 10 New Zealand dollars. This guy definitely tries to explain Scott Pilgrim to girls at house parties. Stop, he's cool.
Okay,
Food shops, you're not going to
say-
misuse these perms, are you?
Wait, hold on. This is the one time, okay? Say one thing that you learned from that conversation. Just one thing.
What did I learn from that conversation? Oh, I learned that my initial instinct about the Amnesty International reports being bullshit are actually just very simple and straightforward, and I don't need to read 200 pages of fucking anonymous human rights morons soying out over shit they don't know anything about. Yeah, they're just making up their own conclusions.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
You mean you didn't learn something? Oh, she just left. Okay, coward. Right, whatever. Oh my god, Lonerbox, chill. I will not chill. I hate human rights now. I am anti-human rights. From this moment henceforth, I will only... And I only need the most severe punishments for human wrongs. Okay? I am a human wrongs advocate now. We can only correct the wrongs with more wrongs. And I want Amnesty International to write some fucking moronic, hyper, like, conjecture fucking laden horseshit drivel screed all about how I committed genocide or some shit. Because I don't wear matching socks. I don't know. Fuck. I want Amnesty International to write the most damning report so that Norman Finkelstein can memorize all the nonsense in it and then word it even worse than it was originally done. Maladjusted, thanks for the sub. Love your admirable charitability with logic, nerds. Hey, what can I do, you know? Is Twitch still going strong? How many viewers do we have now? What happened to Amnesty? Amnesty are just weird, okay? It's because they could probably have a compelling story, but they also say things that are not so. I don't know what to do about it. Who actually wears matching socks? Amnesty International people, probably. Oh. Beef CK, thanks for the 99 bits. Why can't war just be like my FPS, where the only people who get hurt are the bad guys? Let's just blame the USA. True. True. Now, I can't even watch what the fuck Not So Erudite was taking my stream for. Because she, I think she... No, wait, did she? Here it is. Or did she not members only it? What the fuck was happening here? Oh, she was streaming for 5 hours. Alright.
I know you don't know because you use so much bullshit all the. I didn't say it was
from the loner box.
All right, let's talk about two.
We got effed. Why did we get effed? Okay.
It's your video about me. The first thing for you to be like,
same thing again.
Oh
Well, dude,
my
how
God.
do I hear you impromptu?
I mind you. Okay, is the I told about Ukraine.
It's not a lie. It's just you made more claims. You made more basis.
Like what?
Claims.
What is the claim?
I gotta
Just
go
come
pull
on.
it up in the video because you didn't.
You didn't prepare for your
watch
own
anything.
fucking. You didn't prepare where you were literally coming on here to talk about not Israel Palestine, mind you, but about Ukraine, and you didn't even fucking prepare with talking
I'll
points.
talk to you about Israel Palestine. That'll be the next point. It's you doing the same thing again. Well,
Oh
dude,
my
how
God.
do you impromptu ask me
I'm
to
sorry,
a debate
Felix.
this minute? If I had a day to prepare, I
Felix
would
doesn't
have
care.
everything.
He's just
But you didn't.
thinking
You're
about
just
Anne Hathaway or
completely,
whatever the
you
fuck.
blew
Dude,
this whole
it's your
thing up, so I
video.
have
It's your
to
video
figure it out.
about me. This should be so simple for you to be like, this is where you lied. Just say
All
it.
right,
We
I
already
send you the
established that the
video,
first thing,
I'm
the
gonna
first
have
thing
to
you
find
did
the
was wrong.
timestamp. All right, you got to give me a minute.
Okay.
Let's
Are
go.
you trying to link me your video? I'm not gonna watch your video. Just
this
say
how I
it with
react?
your mouth, with your
I
words.
just
Go
said
ahead.
let's go.
I have to watch my video to see what my receipt is because this is a year old. Right? I didn't know we were.
Why
I
is he
didn't
laughing?
know where
You
this
don't
whole
even know your
conversation
own
was
video.
going.
You don't know the contents of your own fucking video.
I made it
Really?
a year.
His audio cutting for people on YouTube. Oh my god. It's not my fault. I'm not doing it. Just lower the. I don't know. This happened on President Sunday stream yesterday. Again, my bitrate is fine. What do you want me to say? Is this shots fired? I honestly think politics streaming is very boring, and I only watch streams of those who I'm chummy with online. Might not be my boring streamer. God damn it! Fuck. I suppose I am right now because I don't know what I'm doing. All right, you refreshed and it's okay now. Okay, that's good because we're gonna raid out on Twitch, and then I'm gonna watch Destiny versus Sunday. Do I want to watch that? It was pretty underwhelming. But I guess you guys probably all want to see it. Or should I just watch news? Lebanon, Hezbollah increasing operations despite Israel promising unimaginable response. This is what I mean, right? They're just so like, these people are crazy. We just need to puff our chest. We just need to be so, we need to be even more crazy. Unimaginable response. Damn.
The war in
Bro,
Lebanon.
it's just men, isn't it? It's just man shit. Fuck. Do you think wars would be like this if I'm actually serious? Do you think wars would be like this if all the generals were women? Do you think women would be like this? The True Ravenel, thanks for the 5 Canadian. You seem pretty critical of the standard human rights groups have held Israel to. I'm curious how you think the IDF should be handling the situation. My understanding of Israel, again, is not going away, is the fact that they pursue their military objectives with a sense of reckless abandon because they feel like they're in the Middle East where everyone's kind of mental. And the problem, and that's also, like, for example, I feel like the 6-Day War and them grabbing the whole of the Sinai gave them the perfect bargaining chip to make peace with Egypt, right? Because they gave back the Sinai. Sinai's big. So they were like, you get this big thing back, but we're at peace now. And then Egypt was like, okay. So, and I feel like that's kind of why Israel does what they do. It's because they feel like if they're strong and big and manly, then they'll get respected on the world stage, or at least in the Arab world. But I don't think they should behave that way. I don't think it's a good idea. And I think they do this, is that they also have the exact same mentality towards Palestinians who are under their thumb. So, and I think the approach to Palestinians should be more like these people are going to be your future neighbors. So you should probably back the fuck off. Yeah. Definitely with their policing strategies in the West Bank, with the fact that they detain people without trial, the fact that they they imprison fucking kids and put them on fucking trial at these like military courts, where it's gonna be questionable whether they get their human rights accounted for. That's where I am. That's my summary of my position on Israel's military stuff. I should just say they're doing genocide because it's much easier than what I just said. But, you know.
Lebanon is fought amongst the trees and hilltop communities which form the border with Israel. It's a battle of strike and counter-strike, fast growing in intensity, and tens of thousands have fled. It looks deserted. Can't see anybody. See if we can find the local priest. A small number remain, including civilians in a Christian.
But don't the Palestinians have the same attitude towards Israel? The build up to the Second Intifada was very much like that, yeah. So you basically just have these two unstoppable forces smacking into each other, but I think the impact is a bit worse when Israel does it because they've got more power, right? They've got more military capability.
Village called Alma al-Shab. We couldn't find the church, but we did find Milad Eid.
Damn, that guy's got a gut.
Like today?
What an incredible gut. Holy shit. That's that carb-heavy Middle Eastern diet. You know, fucking bread these guys eat.
It was very worse.
It's getting worse.
Oh my God.
Mr. Eid runs the local guest house, seen here, but at least it hasn't been hit.
Well, here you can see the roof over there, and all the glasses get. Even we have there, all trees get burned.
Whoa. Israeli fire has smashed into outlying districts where factions like Hezbollah have been launching their rockets.
Oh, God.
In response, Israel has tried to wipe out their cover, according.
What is this? From Palestinian Stallion. Transferring incubators to the Shifa hospital. Oh, I saw this, yeah. Is he talking about... Okay, whatever.
According to villagers, trees destroyed by artillery fire and white phosphorus.
Ooh.
It's quite a sight.
White phosphorus. Oh yeah, because they did use white phosphorus in Lebanon. That wasn't bullshit, right?
Burnt land, olive trees, fruit trees, and there's a cliff behind it. It's blackened. It's olive harvest time as well, but they won't get anything from these trees.
And the tank, you can see the tank from here.
The sense of dread never leaves. A shell has punctured their water tank.
The tank over there?
Yeah, I can see it. And there's a constant whine in the air. That's the sound of a drone. It's very loud, and there are aircraft as well. You know, the Israelis are here. It's just that they're above us, but they certainly make their presence felt. Its remaining inhabitants now gather at the local shop.
But I tell you, we are not afraid, we are afraid. You won't know. You won't know what's happened. Maybe now Shalom come here, who knows?
Mr. Consul says they're caught in the crossfire of someone else's war. This battle, does it feel like it's
We have nothing to do with it. You know, this is the problem. Nothing to do with this war. But actually, it's happened. What can you do?
This is the church, the village church. The door's open. Hello.
Oh.
Monsignor? We found him outside. Father Ghafari leads a congregation of 100, but there's only 6 left now.
It's not easy to live. We must stay.
I'm not suicidal, but the situation is bearable. If we leave our village, it could turn into a battlefield. Hezbollah is increasing its operations. The Israelis have threatened an unimaginable response. The residents of the village.
Why is it always the responsibility of Israelis to put on the effort? Are Palestinians not able to have some kind of change in their society? So I don't know if you know what's happening right now, but they're literally trying to remove one of the 2 governments in the Palestinian territories. I don't really know. It's probably pushing for some kind of Palestinian change, I'd imagine. The difference is that Palestinians have had 2 elections in the last 120 years, or like since ever, right? Through the entire conflict, the 100 years of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, Palestinians have had 2 elections. 2. And one, they didn't even get the result they wanted. They didn't want the unit. They didn't get the unity government that they wanted. Hasan was saying 800 dead, linked in Twitch chat. Yeah, you really need your receipts if you're gonna do this. Damn, you went fishing from a 9-hour stream.
Months ago, between 200 and 300 people killed in Gaza hospital airstrike according to Hamas-run health ministry from 1 hour ago. Wait, what? No, the number is like 800 now. I love that they keep saying Hamas-run health ministry, like it's not the fucking health ministry. You know what I mean?
I mean, it is, but it's run by Hamas. Okay, whatever.
Village say it's like living on top of the volcano. John Sparks, Sky News, Alma Al-Shab.
As we mentioned earlier,
Control F transcripts. Really? Really? I didn't know that's what people did. Wow. Learning something new every day about the internet and how it operates. It's crazy. It's absolutely fucking psycho. Oh. GG Loner Ops. I know. What is Vaush doing these days? I don't watch that much Vaush anymore.
Terms, and then he quietly went behind the scenes and tried to get those workers he ended the strike for.
So he always getting $1 million fucking dollars from this Benjamin Gilbert guy. It's crazy. These are 2 separate donos.
Them and then gave him a reach around. Sweet.
Essentially,
at least they got a nut. You know what I mean? Not
yes. Well, yeah. Considering the fact that no other president, to my knowledge, has
Deep
ever
Fat
done
Fried.
that. At least not
What
since
is
I
this
don't know,
show?
like the
It
like,
sounds like Drunken Peasants. Anyway, whatever. Whew. Damn. Lonerbox fans, we need some market socialists in here with the £200 donos, $200 donos. It's a split off of Drunken Peasants. Okay, that's not surprising. Yeah, I got you. Okay. Why is Ram telling me I'm dumb? What do you want from me, Ram? Let me check your logs. Let me do a streamer thing now. Oh God, where is this person? I feel like I know this person. Ram. Yeah, they got like 400 messages in chat. When people are born and die in an open air prison, bad things happen. Clip chimped, I can't. Gotta whip it out on them. Whammon. Kill few less children, maybe. I'm sure killing all these Palestinian children aren't going to create more martyrs. What? Hamas has gliders, $10 million tanks. Sure, buddy. Well, Palestine's an open air prison. Palestine's an open air prison. Like, is the West Bank an open air prison? Okay. Is Palestine even allowed to have elections? Well, yeah, the PA, their leader Abbas, doesn't hold elections. Why would you? This person knows nothing about anything. Okay. Have they always been like this? Typical women. This isn't all from today. Shouting equals right. That's from the 6th. Sink, Florida. Ah, whatever. Ram. Watch this. I don't care about this channel. I feel like this channel is pretty fucking biased, no? Exclusive interview with the leader of Hamas. Oh, Hania. Hang on, let me check my DMs. Oh, okay. Ugh. All right, let's go. Well, it's a BBC interview, so let's just do this. Rougher, thanks for the 2 Canadian. I can't do 200 pounds, but I can do 2 Canadian pesos. Hey, 2 Canadian pesetas. Thank you so much.
Good evening from London. 39 days after Hamas freedom fighters peacefully attacked Israel, we have now an exclusive interview with its leader, Yahya Sinwar.
Yes.
Okay, I don't care. Fucking hell. Wow. Is that her real voice? No.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Fucking Quibbles eyes are mindset. I don't need to watch Destiny on Sunday. I'm sorry. No. Don't care. It was boring, but you guys can watch it. What were the takeaways? Sunday didn't know what the Camp David Accords were. The Camp David Summit, sorry, 2000. Even after he was making strong statements about fucking Israel never wanting a two-state solution or being interested in one. Destiny advocated for genocide. So it's just damage, high damage on both sides, I will say. Is Destiny still in the genocide enjoyer arc? I don't think he is, but no, he's not. He was saying, I think there was a bit where Destiny was saying that he wants all the settlers to get kicked out of the West Bank, but Sunday doesn't want that. You're friends with Erudite, I don't know if we're friends, but we get on. Yeah. Yeah, sure, why not? We want you to watch it because Sunday doesn't deserve the view count. No, it's just no. Do you know Johnny Scarlet? Isn't that like aren't they like a non-binary person? No, because Sunday wants like a one-state solution. But it was weird what he was actually maybe I don't actually know what he was advocating for. It sounded like Bantustan, but I couldn't understand. I don't know. It sounded like a reservation the way he was talking about it, but I know he probably doesn't mean that. Yeah. What's your take on the river to the sea? It's just a popular phrase that I don't think if someone says river to the sea and you're like a bit weirded by it, just ask a second question. Just ask what they mean. That's what you do with anything that you consider to be a dog whistle. Like just if you think it's that, then just ask more questions. Instead of being like, oh my god, yeah, all that shit, yeah. It's what people should have done. Think about what people should have done with "It's okay to be white." Do that, okay? All right, YouTube chatters, pile into Twitch if you want to join the raid to Dylan's stream. Actually, I might even just end the YouTube stream now. Ooh. Let me put it in. It's 166 people. We need more than that. We need more people ready to raid. Come on. Need to organize you guys properly. Just end the stream, motherfucker. Do you know who I am? What a naive piece of shit. All right. There you go. Go in. Go. We're not doing redirects, so go. Oh, we got more? 182, 181. Hmm. Hasan downplayed the key. Yeah, I know he did. We watched the clip. Yeah, whatever. All right. Shit. Okay, bye-bye, guys. Take care.